All right, we are live.
Hey, y'all. We live?
Greetings.
Greetings. Classic Hearthstone gamers. We have a very special occasion upon us. That's right. It is the beginning of the final Classic Hearthstone tournament ever. Maybe not ever. Hopefully not ever. But for the current iteration of Classic, which is going to be shut down later this week, or next week, I guess. We're holding the tournament. Not much else to say. We've got the North American Bracket 24 Classic Enthusiasts battling it out in a best of 5 conquest single elimination format to determine who is the eternal best Classic Hearthstone player in North America. I'm AJ. I think may know me better as Derp. I had a few casts under that name. And joining me, and also streaming today, is Wdalin. I believe you've had a few good performances in these tournaments previously. So just introduce yourself and maybe talk more about what we're doing here.
Yeah, so I've played in a couple of tournaments before, active community member. I'll be filling in for opposition today, managing the stream, working on everything behind the scenes. I'll be your guy in the chair, so to speak.
True. Let's see if we have any matches going on right now. If you can look.
Oh. Yeah, so this is the big one. Whoever wins this is taking home everything. Looks like Crusher's getting started, actually. So that's all. He's always a good one to watch.
Yeah, Crusher's playing that moose over there. I don't think that's a new face. Someone I don't recognize. Someone wanted to participate in the final tournament. I think they joined very recently 4 tournaments, so it's good we got one in while they were there. Of course, Crusher opening up with the Inner Fire Priest he's been working on for a while now.
Yeah, always exciting to see these kind of decks.
Yeah, one of only 3 priests brought across the 24 different lineups in the North American tournament. There's a lot of Druid and Rogue. No shocker there, although it's actually a little bit less common in the EU bracket. There's a lot more variety where it seems in NA there's a lot more people trying to bring their most optimal lineup. And of course there's merit to both. This is your last chance to show off in a tournament, so some people want to show off their most fun, most creative decks, and some people just want to do the best they can. I think there's merit to both.
Yeah, I've been looking through the lists, and a lot of Druid, a lot of Rogue. A lot of people bringing Zoo as well. Warlock's very popular.
A lot of Nat Pagel. Actually, not a lot. Only one Nat Pagel. There it is. Look at that. In Crusher's hand. The Fisher himself.
Yeah, Nat Pagel's interesting. You don't really see it a lot, but Crusher's been talking about this recently, especially in this Inner Fire Priest. Just maybe getting to draw a card. Maybe it's more of a fun option, but he's been saying that he's looking just for that 30th card, that last card in the deck to fill it out. And it's hard to find options. Previously, he's had Thalnos in there, I believe.
Yeah, so Thalnos is the one that makes the most sense to me. I would have expected a Thalnos.
Yeah, well, maybe this is more
of Pagel's fun
option. But
is this a clear?
See, it's
not quite. It is a lot of cards drawn.
Yeah, not quite. It's true. I was gonna say he looked in a pretty bad position with 2 4-attack minions. But yeah, this looks like a really good turn from him. Yeah, a lot of cards. Seems like he can full clear here with the 2 spells.
Well, there's only 1 mana to cast.
Oh, he doesn't have enough mana.
Still a really powerful turn. That was a scary situation with the innervated out Cairn from the Druid, which
yeah,
I think at this point we all know what Druid does. Not much to explain there.
Yeah, now that he's still at 30 health, so doesn't seems to be in a good position.
Yeah, not a great turn coming up though. I guess you can Holy Nova. I don't really like that.
Yeah,
Holy Nova what would you do here as Crusher? What would you do in this situation?
Let's see. The problem is you only have 5 mana, right? So you can't Auchenai Ping. You're just a couple mana short of really doing anything that you really want to be doing. So at 5 mana, all you can really do is Holy Nova or Blade Master heal. And neither of them seem great, but Blade Master seems pretty weak, giving them a good trade with the Cairn.
Maybe. I think I might have played the Blade Master regardless. But either way. The Cairn has been done.
Not really good choices.
Even with the silence, it took 3 turns to actually kill the Cairn there.
Yeah, it's pretty rough. And if he drops another 4 attack minion, Crusher really doesn't have an answer to it. Oh, speaking of which,
I think you're.
I think what he really wants to see is a
your
Twilight
stream
Drake
is
off
on the
top.
bracket, by the way, right now.
Is it
Twitch stream?
Oh, it's on a delay, so I started it on the bracket, but
cool.
Right now we're in game. Hopefully everything's working correctly.
Yeah, I just completely forgot I was on a timer or on a delay for some reason, even though it's kind of important for competitive integrity and all. Not that I think we have very many cheaters in the community, but just to be safe.
Yeah.
Did Moose ever add you as a friend so we can actually see his hand?
Oh, let me check. I don't think so. Do you see him? The deck tracker is blocking by.
Scroll down if you can.
Deck tracker is blocking my friends list, so I.
Oh, disaster!
Cannot see. I'm gonna need you to be my eyes.
Well,
if he should show up
right
at the
now
top, I believe.
Very dead priest. Remember what I said about Druid and us knowing what it does? It does this, mostly.
Yeah, and this is a bad matchup, I think, for the priest as well. One of the only ways they can really win is getting an early Blade Master or Drake and just snowballing it out of control. Okay, yeah, I don't think I have Moose added, so unfortunately we won't get his perspective.
Unfortunate. I don't really want to add him in the middle of his game. We'll let it play out.
Yeah, let's not bother. Let's not bother the contestants, but 1 win for Moose.
Alright, so
check the bracket. That should be their first game, right?
Yeah, that was game 1. We actually had Crusher's Shaman and Moose's Paladin being banned. It is the aggro Paladin and the aptly named Crusher Shaman. Classic from the man himself.
Yeah.
Pretty heavy Crusher Shaman list. Usually I see him run Farseers, but this list doesn't have any healing. It's a lot more focused on just big stuff. Sadly, we are not going to see it in this series, as it is banned.
Yeah, I think when I played Crusher in a tournament before, I also banned his Shaman just because that's his signature deck. Just banning the deck that he's most familiar with seems to be a good option here.
It's reasonable.
Okay. Yeah, let me get Moose's list up. Is this a zoo?
It is a headlock. It looks like.
News again. Oh.
It looks like. It kind of looks like it's just the standard handlock list. Like, you go to Classic and you make a Warlock deck, and it's like, I don't even know what the list is called. It's got a Shadow Bolt. It's got a Jiraxis.
The basic one.
Yeah, you know what I'm trying to say.
Yeah. So this is a slow list. It's just got one Leroy, one Power Overwhelming, one Faceless. So very, very light on the combo.
Yeah, single
Running
combo.
a
Crusher, meanwhile,
Sylvanas,
has
Siphon Soul.
Crusher has one of the best cards you can draw into Warlock. He got that in his opening hand. The Keeper of the Grove. Which, it shuts down Zoo and it shuts down Twilight Drake, so it is always a good keep if you're against Gul'dan or similar on the ladder. Well,
yeah, Crusher's actually got an interesting Druid as well, not your standard combo Druid.
Yeah, I hesitate to call this an aggro Druid.
Like
I know that's what this started off as. It's more of a mid-range, like a very light mid-range
like
list.
A fast Druid.
It's got a lot of one-drops.
Yeah, this type of Druid, no wild growth. We've seen a lot of experimentation with this sort of fast kind of Druid. Sometimes they play wild growth, sometimes they don't. This one doesn't even have Teacher, so it's not trying to go wide with tokens.
Yeah, there's no great standalone 4-drop plays. You've got the Defender and the Keeper in the Grove for, like, depending on the board state, and Leroy to finish the game, but there's no like Yeti or Senjin or Violet Teacher. Nothing you just want to drop on 4 mana, if that makes sense.
Yeah. Well, hopefully you want to innovate something big, but yeah, the biggest problem that I usually see with this kind of deck is running out of cards, because you have a lot of low impact minions, so you can get on the board really fast with your innervates. And your really efficient cards, but scaling into the late game can be difficult when all your minions are tiny.
Well, the Swipe
Especially
should
when you're
be
up
able
against
to deal
giants.
with. Yeah, Swipe should deal with a giant. There's enough stuff on the board to trade into it. You probably trade with the Recorder, get another card.
Yeah, no reason to be greedy with the Druid of the Claw. Because then Shadow Flame will really punish you. But yeah, Swipe does hurt because you can't develop the board as well. You're left with a... Yeah, just being left with the Golem up could be pretty rough, because you know your opponent's probably going to drop something big next turn. Yeah, it might have been good to sort of keep 2 minions on board, right? That way you might have a good Savage War turn coming up.
I don't know if the Savage Roars make it enough. I just would have liked to keep more power on the board because of what you just said. You know, it's pretty likely that the Handlock is going to drop another big minion and probably not going to have room to do much else. Like, I guess it plays better around Mortal Coil, but like he's worried about like a Twilight Drake Mortal Coil play from Moose. Crusher is. This Cairn is a little bit risky. There is a world where it gets stolen at full health, and that's a really tragic situation.
Yeah, we see Moose has Shadow Flame and Power Overwhelming in his deck, so this is really risky.
I mean, the dream would be Hellfire. You attack into the Harvest Golem and then Hellfire, and you take a 4/2 Cairn with the Death Rattle.
And there's 2 Hellfires in the deck, so it could be very possible. But you might be in a position where you feel like you need to take a risk here.
I mean, the only worry
again,
with that line is that it actually does bring you into combo range. assuming this Harvest Golem goes face. That actually doesn't.
Oh, she doesn't.
Crusher
She doesn't want to deal with
see
any
a Molten
Moltens at
Giant.
all.
Yeah, if he attacked, then
Yeah,
Molten Giant
I think
would be
he
able
feels
to come down
it's-
this turn.
Yeah, he feels it's too early, I think, right? Only turn 6. He can't Druid of the Claw plus Savage Roar either. So he's still a couple turns behind any big damage. So this makes sense, I think.
Yeah, I might have gone for the attack anyways, not gonna lie. I think not attacking is definitely a defensible move, though.
Yeah, yeah, that's part of one of the nuances of playing against Handlock. It's always you're always second guessing yourself with these decisions because there's so many ways to play it.
What does Wdalin, or what does Moose end up doing? I looked in the top right and I saw your name because of the Discord overlay. What are you
Yeah.
going to do? Seems like a pretty.
So this
easy
is
play.
actually really great. Yeah, Keeper. This is Moose not having to punish for the Cairn, giving Crusher a really great silence target here.
Yeah, I think you keep her Scarlet Crusader and then double trade into the Ancient Watcher.
Yeah, that
I
seems
think
fair.
that's what I would do.
I must safeguard the light.
Silence comes down there, no question.
Yeah.
It's a little bit awkward.
It's like the best
'cause
target in the deck. Yeah, like I
You can
wonder
hero
if you
power
maybe
Argent
don't
Squire.
attack even.
You can hero power Argent Squire, but then you're actually kind of taking a lot of damage against the deck with the Leroy combo. You aren't
But only
really
one
getting a whole lot of
Leroy.
reward.
It only has
There's
one
only
power
one
overwhelming
Leroy.
as well, and he doesn't have enough. Yeah, he doesn't have enough mana to faceless as well.
He'd be going down to
I think it
21.
might have been worth it.
He'd be going down to 21. There's 7 on board. Leroy PO is 10, and Soulfire's 4. That would be exact. But that's a very niche situation. Like you said, there's only one
Yeah,
power overwhelming in the deck. There are 2
yeah. So
Soulfires, though.
Yeah, it might be worth it because then you can set up your 8 mana Druid of the Claw plus Slavish Roar next turn. This way, he kind of gets pretty good trades, right? With the Sylvanas into the 4/5 and then the Argus into the 2/1.
I think we're going to see a Shadow Flame line. I guess I'm not 100% sure he has Shadow Flame in hand, but maybe going for Hellfire.
I feel like if he had Shadow Flame. Yeah. Did you see it? Did that come out of the left side? Because I wonder
It looked
if
like
he was
it.
keeping that and not. Yeah, why he didn't use that when he could have stolen a Cairn with the Sylvanas.
Yeah, I'm kind of thinking the same thing. I think that may have just been a mistake.
Maybe
This
he
is
has
another
just a really
interesting
defensive hand. Yeah, you don't really want to go face here because then you could get punished by Moltens here. But
Yeah, I
you
think
have
you-
a
you
bit of a
just-
chance here because your opponent doesn't have a board. Doesn't have a big board.
I think you just drew to the Claw, Taunt, Argent Squire, Hero Power, and then take out this Farseer. The only thing that gets
Oh, with the
punished
Hero
by
Power?
is exactly Molten Giant, and yeah, you would Hero Power to kill the Farseer.
Yeah, and
Gets
then you
punished
even
by
have the
Molten
combo
Giant
next turn. So
and Sun
even
Fury.
yeah, and
Sorry.
can you still go through that with the combo? I think you have enough damage, even if he plays that with the combo next turn.
Time waits for no
I
one.
haven't done the math.
If you
he's
go
going
face, maybe you do. Actually.
Oh, that's interesting. But I don't hate this either. You just saw a Hellfire. If he plays a second Hellfire, he's also not in a great position because he's so low on health. He'd be hitting himself.
The nightmare situation is a Molten Sun Fury, but even then, that's not the end of the world.
Yeah, because you've got the combo to just hit through it.
This is actually 1 damage off.
Yeah,
14 plus 3.
Moose manages to escape by the skin of his teeth.
Crusher. Playing maybe a little too much around Molten Giants. It's hard to say, because if he attacked more, the Molten Giants probably would have come out.
Yeah. I guess we don't really have a read right now on whether or not Moose has Moltens. He's just gotta be afraid of the combo. And I think this may be what we're seeing here. One of the issues with not playing Wild Growth in your deck is that turn 9 as Druid without Wild Growth is actually pretty late.
Okay, so what do we see now?
Seems like he might be desperate, drawing, digging for some kind of taunt. He's used most of his healing, Farseer and a Siphon.
Yeah, it does seem like the hand is not quite working out for Moose here. Really wants to play a Molten and a Taunter, but might not have... He might have a Defender of Argus and not a Sun Fury Protector, so he can't play the cheaper Taunt and the Molten Giant at the same time.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think a Molten
like...
Sun Fury would protect him here.
Yeah, it looks like he may actually have the opposite problem, where he has the Sun Fury, but just can't find a Molten Giant. He might be trying to like Farseer himself and then taunt both Farseers, which will not quite protect him.
Oh, if he has the Sun Fury. Let's see. This would protect him. Well, without the Sun Fury, we know what's going to happen.
Yeah.
Well played indeed.
All right. Well, 2 games, 2 Druid combos, 2 wins for Malfurion.
Yeah, tying the series. Druid again proving that it is still a really good deck.
Yeah, no shocker to most of us, I imagine.
Yeah, I think nearly everybody was bringing either both Druid and Rogue. So yeah, no surprises here. Actually, I did see a lot of aggro Rogue.
Yeah, there is a lot of aggro Rogue in this tournament, actually. I hope we get to see some of it.
Yeah, that actually surprised me, because previously we only saw just a couple people would bring it, maybe 2 or 3 per tournament, but this time I saw a lot.
Yeah, we'll have to see how the aggro Rogue performs. But first, we're going to see the other one, the other Rogue deck. See how it fares against Crusher's Inner Fire Priest. Did we mention this was Inner Fire Priest before?
Yeah.
I don't remember if we did.
I think we did, yeah. But for anybody who missed it, yeah, this is Inner Fire Priest, so not your traditional control priest, and it's a really interesting deck. I think it's pretty unexplored. I haven't really had much chance to play it.
Yeah, it's something that cropped up.
Looks like Moose
really
has got a
late.
Gnomish Inventor.
It does have a Gnomish Inventor.
Yeah.
I've talked about that card in Novice Engineer and Miracle Rogue and how much I don't like them, but I'll save that this time. I've already made my peace there. It's a 4-drop.
One conceal as well.
Card,
So
you know.
Yeah, looks like he cut a conceal for the Gnomish. 2 Sap, 2 Farseer, 2 Drake, no Shivs.
Kind of interesting.
So, yeah, it seems like it might be targeting control. You got the more minion heavy. Got the additional Novish Inventor just for the draw. But yeah, I think generally in this matchup, Miracle Rogue is favored against the Inner Fire Priest. But one interesting thing in tournament actually is that you can sort of psych your opponent out with the Inner Fire Priest, because every time you play a Twilight Drake or a Blade Master, they always have to think, oh, does he have it, right? Because the deck lists are open. Whereas on ladder, I think the rogues will just play, will just not really play around it, which I think is usually the correct option. But in tournaments, sometimes you can psych yourself out when you see the deck list.
There's the Inner Fire. There is only one Inner Fire in this deck. It's worth mentioning. There are two Divine Spirits, of course, but only one actual attack buff. So it's kind of like Worgen Warrior. You really want to be digging through your deck for the full combo. Although this one is a little bit less reliant on full combo. There's a lot more situations where you just stick a big minion on board and then just buff that instead of actually relying on your whatever the charger is called. Stormwind Knight, that's what it is.
Yeah.
The 2/5.
Yeah. Yeah. A card that nobody's ever played until now.
True.
But yeah, I feel one of the ways you win this matchup as the priest is just getting those big minions out. Same way Handlock kind of wins. You just get these big minions out that that the rogue can't really deal with.
Oh, well, we're not going to be seeing a Stormwind Knight today. That is a bit of an unfortunate discard. But honestly, I would rather discard that than the Divine Spirit. Like I said, this deck can pretty easily stick a big minion on board. Losing the Stormwind Knight isn't the end of the world. Losing a Divine Spirit just completely, it cuts your combo in half, quite literally.
Yeah, and the Stormwind Knight, when you try to get a big combo, it takes 9 mana, right, with the 2 Divine Spirits, and so turn 9 is pretty late against Rogue. I think you usually want to be, kind of ahead at that point. But he does have the Auchenai Circle for any concealed auctioneer.
Yeah, that's a really big thing to have in the hand. This is a kind of awkward turn. I was actually wondering if Crusher would just full pass and try to bait out like an auctioneer, and then play Auchenai Circle into the auctioneer and the Edwin. Yeah, that's a reasonable play, I think. We might see that here. Well, I mean,
if you're in that
situation as Moose, what you're supposed to do is not even play Auctioneer. You just sit on the Edwin and start hitting him.
That's true.
I think.
If you know that they don't have an answer.
I might have used Power Word Shield on the Auchenai to make it a little bit tankier here. Yeah.
Yeah.
Not a huge.
Maybe he's saving it for the big combo, big Divine Spirit combo.
This is another nice clear if Crusher wants to go for it with the Wild Pyro Holy Nova.
Oh yeah, that's really just perfect. And the Rogue's running out of cards. He's already lost 1 Auctioneer, and that's his only conceal. He's only got 5 cards in hand. This is where the Rogue really starts to run out of gas. Unless they hit that second auctioneer and they really need some preps and backstabs to go with it.
Yeah, if Moose doesn't have it, the priest is still sitting at 30 health. It's kind of a disaster situation, and there's been a lot of minions that Moose has trotted out that have just died without really getting much impact. So Moose is probably running out of minions to play as well.
Yeah, Crusher's got all the removal. So we do see that he is running out of removal. All he has left is the Shadow or Death in hand.
Right. I think there's still 1 sap for the Rogue.
Yes, 1 more sap. Because this is a 2 sap list.
Right. I wonder if Crusher takes the risk that the second sap isn't in hand and just goes for a huge Blade Master next turn.
Yeah, it might be. Because if you don't see it this turn, right, if you're a Moose, you're sort of thinking that if you have the sap, you probably need to use it right now. Because even if he doesn't kill you, you're going to fall too far behind in tempo.
This guy's toast.
All right. It was actually the big Nat Pagel the whole time. Second
Yeah.
Divine Spirit.
Oh,
is
and it
lethal.
doesn't. Yeah.
Second Divine Spirit.
Oh, he's trying to go for it.
I mean, I would power word shield this absolutely. Like, just go for it. How many cards are left in deck?
Oh, just go for it. Let's see. 10. 10% chance
99.
to win the game right now. Yeah, it's a bit tricky, but you,
I
you kind of
wanna
committed
do
right
it,
with
though.
the cold light, giving. Yeah, like giving the rogue 2 cards here is really, it's really bad because the rogue was already running cards, but this might be tough to deal with, and you can't clear the SI here.
Well, Leroy double Shadow Step, double Cold Blood is lethal here. Not gonna happen though.
Yeah, that's what Moose was sitting on the entire game.
Goodness.
Let's see, and no second auctioneer either. No preps, so Moose has still got a lot of stuff left.
Yeah, I wonder. I really wonder what Moose's hand looks like right now.
Yeah, it'd be really interesting to see.
It's like he must be sitting on a bunch of
maybe he
combo
doesn't
pieces
have-
for sure.
Yeah,
Right?
yeah, or preps maybe. Well, if he had a preps, he might have used it during the auctioneer turn.
Yeah, it's possible that he like drew a bunch of preps after. Well, no, that prep, he's been holding on to that for a while.
Oh, interesting.
Oh,
And he does clear. If he didn't clear, that could have been lethal. The top deck inner fire.
right. Well, this is a clear the other way with the Pyro Holy Fire.
Yeah, and I think I like that. If you force him to hit with the dagger, does 3 damage to the rogue's face. And we just saw that the rogue used both fans, and there are no shivs left in the deck. So dagger's really the only way left to clear this.
You can even
So, yeah,
heal your
I
own
don't hate that
Pyro.
play at all. Yeah,
You can heal
yeah, you
your own
could.
Pyro as well.
I guess
that makes it weak to backstab.
you
though.
would. That's true.
Surely, I don't think the play is to powered shield, but that is what would make it the most sturdy.
Yeah, I feel like you want to save that for your inner fire combo. But maybe this is good too, right? Not giving the rogue the extra draw. It's only going to do 1 damage and you can kill it next turn.
There's that Gnomish Inventor.
They're just drawing him one card closer to his auctioneer. Yeah,
Double Cold
Crusher's
Blood,
feeling
double
pretty
Shadow
safe.
Step, Leroy, all yet to be played. Once again, this is lethal with all of those cards.
Yeah, but Moose has still got 8 cards left in deck compared to Crusher 7.
That's
That
not
cold
quite
light feels
gonna mill
dangerous. Well, if you kill the Thalnos, it does mill 1.
Is someone injured?
Oh, is he thinking of going for a big circle, drawing the rest of his deck?
Yeah, it makes sense. I think.
Yeah, I don't hate this because you still have the couple of minions on board. So here, his
Problem is,
Crusher's
I
got
think-
everything. It's kind of...
I think he's just dead to Leroy. Right? Surely?
Yeah. Has the rogue used both preps? No, the rogue has one prep left.
Oh my god.
Well,
Mistakes were
oh wow,
Wow.
perfect. That was
Well then. I didn't. I thought he had 7 cards. I thought that wasn't going to be a mill. That changes things pretty significantly, doesn't it?
yeah. This is now really looking good for Crusher. He doesn't have to worry about any real big damage combo.
Oh man. He's not really out of the woods yet, though, because he doesn't actually have a way to deal with either of these minions.
Yeah, he used up both of his
think
removal, and he
Miracle
does
Rogue
still
is
need
gonna
to
win
stick
anyways.
in fatigue. He does need to stick a minion because he lost the charger.
Well, yeah, but Crusher doesn't have a way to clear these. He can. Oh, he can. Divine Spirit, Inner Fire, Shadow Word Death, the Drake to stay alive.
Oh.
That is.
Yeah,
that
because
is
if he
insane.
doesn't clear, he's
The problem is, if you're doing that, I think you're just
Wow.
already dead.
yeah, because then you have no win condition, and you're in fatigue.
I've been told your chair is really loud.
You just swap chairs. Hopefully, hopefully the
Get on
audience isn't getting bothered.
Get on the wooden chair,
Well played.
like kitchen table chair.
Yeah, I swap chairs.
Let's go. Alright, I think double cold blood is lethal here.
Yeah,
Actually, single cold blood is lethal, it turns out. Because the 2 fatigue
wow, what a
damage.
crazy game.
Miracle Rogue loses Leroy, wins anyways. What a crazy way for that to go.
So this is what Mill Rogue looks like, right?
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah, so that's the series, right? Moose takes it.
No, that should be 2-1, right? Because he won with
yeah,
he won with Rogue and Drew.
Yeah,
He
you're
still
right.
needs to win with the handlock against
yeah, that's true.
Crusher
Yeah,
Hunter
one more
and-
game.
the Inner Fire Priest, which has not been doing so well so far. But to be fair, it did lose to Combo Druid and Miracle Rogue. Not a lot of decks do very well into that.
Shall be mine.
Yeah, and those are particularly bad for the priest as well. Okay, so it looks like Crusher's got his Hunter into the Warlock, which is, I think, usually a good matchup for the Hunter.
I think this is a really good match for Crusher Hunter. Like, it's almost as good as the Miracle Rogue matchup. And this is a deck designed to
Really?
beat Miracle Rogue.
Yeah, it's definitely
You have
very
so
good
many-
against the Handlock, right? With the
Yeah, you have so many tools that just deal with a single big minion on board. You've got the deadly shots, you've got the
Yeah.
Hunter's Marks, Freezing Trap, Misdirection. Plus, you're hitting yourself while the Hunter is trying to hit you. You're doing his game plan for you. And for him.
Yeah, and this is a slower Handlock too. It doesn't have Arcane Golems or Second Power Overwhelming, so the Hunter's got a lot of time to sort of sit back and press that Hero Power button.
Yeah, and honestly, that's kind of the issue with Handlock in general in Classic is a lot of the decks that counter Rogue beat you even harder from my experience. Like Freeze Mage is like the classic Miracle Rogue counter, and that counters you really hard as well. You know, aggro decks Handlock is really crying
Yeah.
without stuff like Sludge Belcher or Healbot that get introduced in the next couple expansions.
Right. Yeah. Handlock's it's a very difficult deck to play. Always feels like you're about to lose, and then you win, unless you lose.
And then you win, or you don't. One or the other. Well, the double Farseer is actually really good for the Handlock in this situation.
Yeah, because those small minions are what you really want to sort of throw off the hunters, freezing traps, and deadly shots. Those watchers and the Farseer, and the Crusher hasn't drawn the bow, so he can't deal with the Farseers that cleanly.
I wasn't paying too much attention. I was wondering if he had slotted in the Jungle Panther over Animal Companions. I know that was something that Phasor has been a big advocate for a while.
Yeah, so his list has 2 Jungle Panthers and no Animal Companions. So yeah, I love Jungle Panthers, one of my favorite cards. It's just really, really good in Hunter, especially in like these sort of non-aggressive Hunters, because if you roll Leok, you kind of just feel like hitting the concede button.
Yeah, I'm not as big of a fan of Jungle Panther and Midrange Hunter. I think the deck generally has enough minions that you're not sad if you don't roll Huffer, but in this deck, having just the guaranteed delayed Huffer, I think is actually better. I like the Jungle Panther and how it fits in this deck specifically.
Yeah, it's really good. It's really great against Warrior, getting like really good trades against the Armor Smith and the Acolyte. So against Warrior particularly, it's really great. But in general, it's good. And I like it in these sort of slower hunters as well, because if you have less beasts in your deck, having that stealth to carry you over to the next turn for your kill command is also really valuable. So what do you do here as the hunter? It looks like Crusher's thinking about the freezing trap.
Yeah, I was going to say just freezing trap hero power. I don't think you need to do anything else. There's no Ragnaros, which is the really scary card in this situation.
Mm. Yeah.
Ragnaros just hits you without activating secrets, and then you're very sad.
Yeah, I wonder if you ever just play the misdirect here without the freezing trap, and hope that Moose sort of hits himself in the face with the Sylvanas.
I think you want to save that for something bigger than Sylvanas.
The problem is when you're getting into the sort of late game, when the Giants come down, they're going to be coming down with Taunters as well, which makes your misdirection slightly worse.
I mean, it gives you the good 50-50 deadly shot, where if it hits the big one, then there's no Giant on the board, and if it hits the small one, then the Giant hits himself.
Yeah, that's true. But Moose, opts to just trigger the freezing trap and replay the Sylvanas.
Yeah. Once again, don't really have a perfect turn here. We might just see a snipe hero power or something.
Yeah, because the Moose still has to get through that misdirect now. And if he playing an 8-mana Sylvanas, that kind of telegraphs that he doesn't really have anything great in his hand. Probably doesn't have another Mountain Giant or...
Putting him to 15 is fine
Drake
as well, because the Jiraxxus would cap him at 15 anyways. I think that Moose is telegraphing that he's got a Jiraxxus in hand. Yeah, I'm saying you would swing with the bow and hero power and play snipe. I think that's the play here.
Right.
That's what I'm thinking, at least.
Yeah, because you can't... you don't have kill command, so you can't set up like one big damage turn. You sort of have to set up a 2 or 3 turn lethal here. So I do like this. And I think if you do this, maybe you even just play the Leroy. Well, no, not if he has Jiraxxus.
Surprised we're actually seeing the deadly shot here. It's interesting.
Yeah, I don't necessarily hate this, because if he does play a Giant, you do have a snipe, so it'll be easier to break down if he taunts it up.
I've got a beast in my sight.
It's a good use of the BGH in a matchup where you're not going to get any value of it. Just take the snipe. I don't love this hero power though. I think that's lethal. Yeah. Well, now it's definitely lethal, but even before, Leroy Unleash would be... It would summon 3 hounds, so that's 9, plus the bow hero power. I do not love that hero power usage, but like I said, this matchup is really miserable.
Yeah,
not
it's
a lot
really
of ways
tough
to win as
Warlock.
handlock.
Yeah, and handlock in general struggles against Hunter, so you know, I don't think you feel too bad as Moose here.
Does bring the handlock down to 0-2 in the series as it faces off against the other 0-2 deck in the Inner Fire Priest. Game 5, all the marbles.
So this is really interesting, right? Because traditionally handlock is really favored against Priest, but with the Inner Fire Priest, it's such a wild card that I don't really know.
We wait for the Crusher and Moose to get ready. High pressure situation. They might need a minute. Collect their bearings and all.
Yeah. Yeah, I wish we could have seen Moose's hand that game. That would have been interesting.
Yeah, but unfortunate that he never added you as a friend. Crusher is rank 3. Look at him. Someone who's kind of
really
on and
grinding
off
those
playing
last couple
ladder.
days.
Sometimes he doesn't play. Some season he doesn't play ladder very much. Sometimes he grinds it all the way to the top. It's a talented player, after all.
Yeah, for sure.
It's my turn to squeak around in my chair.
Yeah, I can't hear your chair, so you're good.
Yeah, I think it's coming through on your end because it's streaming. OBS is capturing all the sound from your mic, whereas Discord doesn't pick it up unless it makes enough sound. So you can't hear mine as well.
Yeah. Oh, that might be the case. Okay, so we got handlock versus Priest.
There it is. I think this is Priest
Got the
favorite,
silence.
but honestly, I don't know.
Yeah, I've got no idea. But he has the silence and the death, so you know, we'll say that Moose's, if he has a 4-drop, it'll get answered pretty easily.
Yeah, he's got the hand that he wants as Priest. So Crusher in a good spot, at least in this opening.
Yeah,
Funny
I think
enough,
the only
I
other
think,
card you might want is the Cold Light Oracle.
Right. I think this may be a matchup where we see Jiraxis get some value. It is a scary minion to play because it can put you into a pretty easy combo range. But if it doesn't, if you're able to survive with it for a few turns, the value you get is probably how you're going to end up winning this matchup. Because a lot of your other big minions are just
15
going to get
health.
removed.
Yeah, the 15 health is pretty dangerous, though. Really vulnerable to the Stormwind Knight.
Goodness. All right, we passed turn 2 and we passed turn 4. It is not looking great in the Priest camp. We might be passing.
But the handlock hasn't really had any great minions either.
No. We're actually going to see the Holy
just playing
Fire
the
dumped on
Watcher
the
on
Ancient
fire.
Watcher.
Yeah, and I don't hate this, right? Because you know you're going to have to deal with that at some point. Just doing it now rather than passing.
The question is, do we see the Shadow Word Death on this?
Yeah, it's interesting. It's like if you feel like you're being threatened enough by this, you could also just wait and try to get a greedier board clear the next turn.
You might see like a silence play here to kill Sylvanas with the... Oh, do you just go straight into Cold Light from here now that you drew it? Probably not.
Let's
I think
see.
if you're committing to...
Moose has 8 cards in hand, so you do get to mill 1.
Yeah, I don't think milling 1 is actually that big of a deal. Not against Handlock. It was a big deal against the Rogue, although
Yeah.
Crusher ended up losing anyways. Moose still had enough in the tank.
Yeah.
Hey, it was the power of the Gnomish Inventor. I talk trash about it all the time. He had that 1 extra minion to deal damage.
Yeah, that was crazy. Losing to Leroy and still winning in fatigue, no less.
That's a crazy game. One of my favorite games I've ever watched of Classic Hearthstone, not gonna lie.
Yeah, yeah. So what do we see here? Maybe Moose still has no threats. Going for the having to do the Ancient Watcher on 5 and then into Sylvanas.
It's another weakness of the
then
deck.
Just
It doesn't-
Farseer.
Doesn't happen too often, but every once in a while you will get a situation like this where, you know, you don't get your Mountain Giants, you don't get your Twilight Drakes, and then it's like, you know, what are you doing? There's so little to get done.
Yeah. Yeah, you're just sitting there with a handful of
That's a
nothing
big draw.
that you can play, which
It's a really big draw for Crusher.
yeah, going for a big draw turn.
Yeah, he can cycle through a lot of cards in his hand.
I wonder.
Yeah, like this is also one of the the tricky parts of playing this deck. Like how much do you want to draw, and then you have to calculate how much like if you're going to overdraw. And do you want to spend both circles here or just one? So it's pretty tricky to play.
I don't know if you can use both circles.
Consider.
Yeah, I think you'll probably overdraw if you do. But also, yeah, you don't have it for any
Crusher
top
opening
line.
the circle deal? I guess he is using both of them. Okay. Interesting.
Wanting to save the Power Word Shield, I guess. I guess for Circle, you really just want it for the Blade Master. But if the handlock doesn't seem to have a good hand, maybe you're just happy with hero powering your Blade Master instead of using the Circle. But we see in hand, how much does Crusher have from hand? The Stormwind Knight with the shield, with the Divine Spirit. It's 14 damage from hand.
It's a little bit awkward because the Wild Pyro will actually hit the Stormwind Knight once.
That's true.
You have
but
6 damage.
probably
Stormwind
gonna
Knight,
die.
Powered Shield. It gets reduced to 6, and you can increase it to 12. So
I think you probably
that's
trade in the
18.
Pyro if you do get it.
well, you lose 1 damage.
If you get the
to
second
that.
Divine Spirit, yeah, yeah, that's true. Wait, no, you gain 1 damage, right? Because I don't. I haven't
No,
done the
because
math
they
yet.
don't. The Pyro only takes once, and so you double the health. So you lose 1 health.
but if you have
so that gets
2
increased
Divine
to 2 with the
Spirits.
double.
Yeah. If you have 1 Divine Spirit, you lose a damage. But if you have 2, then you gain a damage.
Yeah, that's right. Well, we probably see a Shadow Word Death.
Yeah, and see, maybe Crusher's just gonna, tempo out a couple of minions. Blade Master seems pretty good here. Maybe even with the Power Word
Napagel.
Shield, you put Blade Master
Big
Power
Napagel.
Word Shield. Yeah, that Pagel. Yeah, full trade here. Yeah, Nat Pagle plus Blade Master seems pretty good. It's pretty
I
hard
think
for the
we're just
Warlock
gonna
to
see
clear
the
that.
Blade Master heal actually, unless you see the Northshire heal Nat Pagle. Is that what Crusher's thinking about?
Yeah, maybe he really wants to dig for the second Divine Spirit.
I looked away. What did he end up doing?
Yeah, having to siphon here.
Looks like he did just end up playing the Blade Master, and the Siphon Soul came down to deal with it.
Yeah, and we've still only seen one giant from the handlock, right?
Yeah, it was just that one Mountain Giant. These Molten Giants have never been playable, though. The Warlock has been too
And
high
they're not
health.
going to be playable, it seems.
Yeah, probably not. Well, the double Divine Spirit would bring the Stormwind Knight Inner Fire Divine Spirit combo to 28. Will more than likely be enough. Unless
Yeah,
Moose can set up some taunts here.
yeah, from an empty board as well, which is going to be pretty tough for him.
Yeah, it's what, a 5-card combo? Definitely hope that it would deal a good amount of damage. I'm not going to see it this turn, though. We're probably just going to see the Shadow Word Death. Ooh, big draw.
Ooh, getting the Pagle. Crusher's got 7 cards left in deck, so really close to getting that second Divine Spirit. Building a big board, too. Like, he might just win off of tempo here. Moose seems like he's not been getting the cards that he wants.
Does seem that way. There's no Deathwing or Twisting Nether in this list, right?
Nope.
This is 20 damage, right?
Game.
Yeah, you heal the Drake,
yeah.
Power Shield, Divine Spirit, Inner Fire. That's
Shield.
exactly 20.
Wow.
There's no way Crusher misses it. Right?
Yeah, you can even Holy Nova, actually. Get the extra 2 damage. But,
True.
Is someone
wait.
injured?
Oh, Crusher's trying to go for the big finish, trying to get the second Divine Spirit.
Trying to go as big as he can. Well, 20 damage Drake is
Doesn't
still
get
pretty
it,
big.
but still good enough, yeah.
That is going to do it. A hard-fought series between Crusher and Moose. But Crusher is going to be moving on. We'll be facing Manthi's, who's been waiting patiently in the background this whole time. That was a long first series. That was almost an hour.
Yeah, that was a long series. Really close, too. Really interesting games. Okay, so who shall we get next? Let's see, a lot of people have been gone past the first round.
Is there any series that's just starting? You can maybe get Thunder and Remex.
Yeah,
Two very talented gamers.
Thunder.
If they're out
Let's
there.
go look at them.
As well, you get everything set up there. I will be right back. There are cookies downstairs, and I want to get some of those.
Well met.
Wow, lucky you. Okay, let me get Remix's hand up here.
Not on my watch.
Alright, got both the players up. And let me get Remix's deck.
Let the pain speak to me.
Okay, so we've got Tempo Warrior from Thunder versus Aggro Paladin from Remix. Tempo Warrior is fun. Always an interesting deck. I got the double Arcanite Reapers, Arching Commanders. Just a bit of a more mid-rangey Control Warrior. And I think it does really well against Aggro Paladin. You've got the 2 Whirlwinds, the Armor Smiths, the Cruel Taskmaster. So many pings that the Paladin has to get through. Even got Dread Corsair here. That'll be really good for Thunder.
I'm kind of surprised we didn't see the 2/2 weapon trade into the Wolf Rider there. Actually, I think you could. I think this deck can afford to take the 3 damage, and you kind of wanted to keep that Acolyte on board.
Yeah, and you have the Armor Smith plus the Dread Corsair next turn. Anyway, so you've got. I think maybe Thunder's just trying to build up as much health as he can because, you know, he's just trying to play it safe. This is a really good matchup for the Warrior, I think.
Yeah, generally, any Warrior that has armor gain is going to be pretty favored into Aggro Paladin, I imagine. It's a deck that does 30 damage really well.
Dread Corsairs.
Does 30 damage really well and does not do more than that very well.
Yeah, that seems to be the Warrior experience when you have the double Arcanite.
I probably would have played the Arcane Golem before Knife Juggler there, by the way. Ended up giving over 1 armor, basically.
Yeah, that makes sense because you know there isn't a really good trade for the Arathi anyway.
Yeah, I guess this prevents an Azure Drake Whirlwind, but I'm unsure if that's what Remix was thinking about.
Yeah,
he may have
this
just
is
had
really
a
good for
bit of an oopsie, if you will.
Yeah, that's possible. Or maybe he was going for this Consecrate play, setting up the Arathi.
He's just so smart. Speaking of Whirlwind, might be the turn.
Yeah, this Whirlwind's going to be... I think you actually play the Frothing here just to play around Divine Favor, right?
Yeah, I thought it was a Frothing.
Just drawing
Whirlwind,
cards.
but I guess Azure Drake Whirlwind's pretty good. The double Execute in hand is really sad.
Yeah, maybe that's why he's saving the Whirlwind.
True. You're going to see that equality, and you have Grom Whirlwind in hand. I think the play here is fairly straightforward. Oh, and the Tink Master as well. You were...
Oh.
Does that change things?
Oh, well... I think you just plan to go
Arcanite
face.
Reaper
Does the
changes
Paladin
things,
have any taunt? Yeah, so the Paladin has no taunt in their deck. So yeah, so you play the Reaper and no healing as well, except for True Silver. So you play the Arcanite and then you just set up a nearly guaranteed kill.
The problem is you're one.
If he does have True Silver, you're
one damage off with double Arcanite and Grom Whirlwind. That's 5 + 5 + 10. It's a little bit.
Yeah. But this, I don't hate this. This is pretty good. Yes, he'll get the Mukla, but you still have the Arcanite. And you're really healthy.
Sad. Yeah, actually the Mukla is a little bit tragic here. Because you Mukla, and then Grom gets to eat the bananas, and suddenly it's unkillable.
Yeah. And there's quality was already spent, so there's no real way to deal with this big Grom.
So now the question is, what's the best attack for this? I like attacking Grom into Mukla, but that does leave him at 6 health after he's got double bananas. Maybe you're too scared of him dying, and you actually just want to like weapon into Mukla and then just Grom double banana hit face or something.
Yeah, I think so. You're still at a pretty good health total, and the Paladin has no more cards, so I don't think you're worried about dying here.
Yeah, you could even just hold on to the weapon, but I think that's also a little too greedy. I like swinging into the Mukla here. Thunder gonna... This is probably better than what I was thinking.
Oh wow. Yeah, it's a pretty rough draw from Remix.
Oh, that's one
not getting
off.
any value out of the Divine Favor.
Reporting for duty.
And that's also one off. That's kind of funny. But
Yeah,
Thunder.
but
in
this
a really
is
good
just
position
a
here.
really great position.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think you even just go face with everything.
I definitely would have swung face with Grom there. Well, it doesn't matter. That was a dead draw from Remix. So Thunder taking... Was that game 1? I don't actually know.
Is it? Let's see.
I don't know. Thunder's... If I remember correctly, Thunder's not always great at recording.
Oh, updating it.
Yeah. So that might have been like game 2, and they just haven't recorded the result of game 1 yet. So unknown, but we'll assume it's game 1.
Yeah.
Well, it says 1-0 now, so maybe it was game 1.
Okay. So yeah, that's probably.
I shouldn't be questioning these things. Looks like we had a Thunder's Freeze Mage banned, as well as Remix's kind of a combo Shaman. Got the Leroy Wind Fury, plus a Faceless, actually. There's a few different ways to combo with Leroy in this deck. But we are not going to see it.
Oh, yeah.
Not this time.
Leroy Wind Fury.
Leroy Wind Fury is a very funny
Shaman
combo.
banned?
Yeah, Shaman was banned.
I must protect the wild.
It's kind of funny. Across the 2 players, we actually saw 8 classes being brought to the tournament. Thunder brought Druid, Remix brought Rogue. The only class missing from these 2 is Priest.
I greet you.
Poor Priest.
Poor Priest. We just saw Priest 3 games of him, even, from Crusher.
Yeah. Let's see. Get Remix's deck up.
Well, we got Zoo into Druid, but we've got Druid with Keeper of the Grove.
Innervate
Definitely
Keeper
a
and
card.
Moonfire and Swipe.
Yeah, there wasn't
And
actually a
was there a
great
Wild Growth in
Innervate
there?
target. There wasn't a great Innervate target that turn, but because there was so little power put on the board, Thunder could actually just play the Wild Growth, and is now in a fine position.
Yeah, and actually this Malagos Druid is pretty good against Zoo with the 2 Moonfires and the spell damage.
I don't know if I'd
Not
call
like
it
a
good.
traditional,
It is definitely better
Druid.
than standard Druid.
Right. But this is just so good for the Druid.
So good. We'll see if Thunder can draw a couple minions to really back this up and start bringing the game out of control.
Yeah, and he's got 2 Innervates, so basically anything off the top is going to be live. Well, that's a good
Do you
card.
do it?
Yeah, for sure.
Tempting.
Right.
I think you play Rag here. I actually do.
Yeah, because Force of Nature, it will clear, but then it doesn't really set you up great. You're just left with the 2/1. Whereas Rag, so the earlier you get it, right, the more value you're going to get, especially against Zoo.
Yeah, there's merit in like force innervate hero power, keep your Keeper of the Grove healthy. I think just playing the Rag is
Right.
just better, and it's more fun. So
Yeah,
You got to go with the more fun play.
best target.
That's
hit.
probably the best target for it to hit. Soulfire draw is really important. Though.
Yeah.
Gives an out to Rag.
Yeah, this is not too bad from Remix either. But we do see
Yeah,
the Force of
I'm
Nature will
surprised.
pick this up.
I am surprised he tapped first, though. He could have tapped afterwards and not
That's
discarded
true.
this card.
Yeah, that's true. Because you kind of know you were going to play the Soulfire that turn. You have the clear with the Abusive. Yeah. But now, I think maybe you don't even play the Force of Nature here, because if you do spend it and then Remex top decks Doomguard, you are in some trouble. So I think you just Hero Power Moonfire to clear. Yeah, so now this is where the Druid is going to get out of control, just drawing all of their big minions, outvaluing the zoo. Seems like Thunder's in a really great position here.
Looks like it. Does wish he was drawing a little bit more of his minions, but this is a really good turn. Only
Yeah.
really suffers into Doomguard, and even then, it's not the end of the world.
Yeah, because you still got the Force of
Doomguard.
Nature, and yeah, here Remix can't even clear.
One shot.
Doomguard nowhere in sight.
Yeah, it's always rough. Getting a slow start and then not getting your Doomguard later.
Do you use Force of Nature here? Because I'm thinking you just Blood Mage Force of Nature.
Like, what do you think about just going face with everything? Because then you go face and then Hero Power, and then he can't tap, right? Remix can't tap after that. But you do basically throw in everything.
I think it's
This
a
is the
little
safer
bit
line, for
too.
sure.
I don't think you need to commit that hard, especially
Yeah,
like with this
that's
Blood
fair.
Mage draw. Like you have a card on a future turn because it's gonna draw you one.
Yeah, and Thunder's actually going to do the extra damage, tanking a bit of damage with his face. Seems to just take away one extra tap from Remix.
Yeah, I'd like using the Innervate there. You're probably not going to get a lot of value off of it going forward.
Yeah, for sure. And
Remix technically has a way to stay alive,
concedes.
but it's a little bit over.
Yeah, it's definitely a rough position. So Thunder is 2-0 right now.
Yeah. He has the what do you want to call this hunter? I guess it's just a trap hunter with a little bit of a lower curve. He's got the Stranglethorn Tiger. He's got all 6 secrets that you normally find in Trap Hunter. He's got an ooze.
Yeah. It doesn't have a... It seems like he's replaced the Gladiator's Longbow with a Stranglethorn Tiger.
Well, the deck usually runs Captain Greenskin. He replaced the Gladiator's Longbow with an ooze,
That's true.
basically.
That's true. Tiger's good. I do like Tiger. It's a really good card. Oh, he's got Stone Tusk Board in here as well.
It's really good in some
So
matchups.
it's sort of like a hybrid. Yeah, I like Stranglethorn Tiger. It's really good. I've sort of said before that it's kind of like an Azure Drake that draws and plays a Mind Blast. And depending on the deck that you're playing, that could be really good.
Yeah, I actually like Stranglethorn Tiger a lot in Druid. The problem is there's so many good 5-drops in Druid that it's hard to justify slotting it in. But it's really fun in
Yeah,
slow
and-
matchups.
Yeah, it's definitely good when you're trying to beat the aggressor, but when you're trying to be defensive, yeah, especially as the Druid, it can be suboptimal.
Yeah. Turns out playing a minion that doesn't do anything into Zoo on turn 5 is a good way to take 10 damage and lose.
Yeah, and it looks like Thunder's got a really good matchup. I think Remek's probably just queuing the bad matchup first to get it over with, because he knows what Thunder's going to be playing.
Yeah, he knew he was into the kind of Trap Hunter. I'll just keep calling it Trap Hunter because
Yeah,
it
so
basically is. It's just got a couple tweaks.
Yeah, do you think this is better against Rogue than the standard Trap Hunter? I think it might be.
So the thing is,
The board.
I don't think if it's worse, it's not worse enough that it really matters because this matchup is just so good. If you have like your core game plan is just so good, rather, you know what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, and the longbow doesn't really do much in this matchup anyway. Tiger's really good because the rogue really has no way to deal with the tiger, so it's almost guaranteed 5 damage every time.
Yeah, longbow is really your anti-druid tech, just trying to deal with some of the big minions like an Ancient of Lore or like a Azure Drake. In the rogue matchup, it doesn't really get that much done because you kind of just want to be sitting on this eagle horn for as long as possible.
Yeah, and it's too slow with the rogue matchup. You usually want to win the game by turn 7. Otherwise, rogue's going to kill you if you don't win fast enough.
Are we going to see it? Remex might be trying to get this Gadgetzan out before the any secret gets played, before like a snipe is played down.
Oh. Yeah, and honestly, it's not even too bad. I think he might be saving it because, there's 2 deadly shots, so he just wants to get the draws. Because even if it does get deadly shotted, he's still getting, looks like 3 draws off of this auctioneer, which he's still pretty happy with that, I think.
So here for Thunder, I would actually play Snipe Kill Command. You just saw the SI7. You've seen 2 3-mana minions. You can assume that there probably isn't another small minion in hand. And going into turn 5, you really want to just stop the Gadgetzan. If you can just stop it by sniping it, that's a great outcome. And I would probably kill command.
That definitely seems.
Victory is in my grasp.
Yeah, that makes sense because you don't want to use the charge on your bow.
Yeah, it feels bad not to be hero powering, but I don't think you're too sad about it.
Yeah, I think you want to play a snipe here. You're right. That is correct. Yeah, Remex playing around the snipe.
Yeah, there's the
unfortunate that Thanos was
one card too late.
1 turn late. That would have been the punish, right? That's such a good card to play into snipe.
I think you probably just play all the beasts in your hand, cycle through your deck, shoot face.
Yeah, you're not really going to get a better buzzer turn, right? Because Unleash the Hounds doesn't really get too much value in this matchup.
The second deadly shot's actually pretty big, because I think Remex is probably going to play Gadgetzan Coin Blood Mage. He's got the prep as well, so he can play 2 minions to protect her on deadly shot, and the second deadly shot actually makes things really awkward.
Yeah, but I think it's still pretty good for Remex, because even if his auctioneer dies, he still gets a lot of draws off of this, and Thunder would have to spend 2 cards in hand and his entire next turn to deal with it. So I think even then it doesn't end up too bad for the rogue, but it seems like he's not going for it.
I love using the cold blood here.
Yeah, because this is has a pretty.
It's kind of a pipe dream that this survives.
Yeah, maybe he just wants the extra card. Damages, I think you do want sort of more value, but
I don't know. I think playing the cold blood there was a mistake. I don't know if it's going to end up mattering though. I think that the rogue just doesn't quite have enough in the tank.
Yeah, the rogue's getting pretty low. Does he have a shadow step for this Farseer?
It looks like
let's
it.
see the.
Yeah, there's a shadow step, the 8th card.
Yeah, he's got 1.
8th?
Yeah, so it doesn't. I think he's got 9
cards in hand. You don't
I think
need to play
it's
it
just so
this
important to
turn.
get that healing. Does he have a second Farseer in hand?
Uh,
I think so.
doesn't
No, he
look.
doesn't.
Well, no, he's got 2 Farseers, but I guess he's already played the first one, right?
Yeah, he has.
All right, we might see like a big Edwin turn. I think you kind of have to go for something like this in this spot. That's the rogue.
Yeah, and I think this is correct, right? Because the hunter's actually running low on cards. So if you manage to stabilize at a
Yeah, the hunter has to
at a high
sack
health
the
level, you can
bow.
actually take the game.
Hunter has to sack the bow to guarantee the Edwin kill. Because if you don't and you just play Deadly Shot and hit the 3/3, that's a game losing situation basically.
Yeah, you just lose the game from there.
But sacking the bow is also like a really bad thing to do as the hunter. It's a really awkward turn actually for Thunder. I wonder what he's gonna opt for. Looks like he's just sacking the bow.
Yeah, and I think you have to do this. Maybe bluffing, or just going for the epic kill.
Is final.
Yeah, you can't really bluff misdirect when you're already playing a minion.
Yeah. Oh, and even getting the clear on the Panther.
This guy's toast.
Yeah, that's the one weakness of Jungle Panther. It kind of dies to most AoEs. It's like, nice, it survives Druid AoE. Then that's kind of it. It survives Swipe.
Yeah, actually. Yeah, it seems like Remix might have this game.
Remix is in a good spot. I don't want to say he has this game yet. He's used a lot of combo damage already.
Yeah, it's definitely not a sure win either way, but yeah, Remix is definitely looking in a good spot.
Mhm.
And he has the Auctioneer just for more gas.
Ooh, Shadow Step's not bad.
I got the best deals anywhere.
Oh, getting double
Yeah.
poison. It's gonna start hitting him in the face. And if he gets Leroy, it's lethal. The Shiv.
Yeah, you're gonna have a lot of spells next turn. This one looks pretty over. That's a big draw though, but I don't think it's enough.
Yeah, because you have to leave the Auctioneer up. Well, you can't kill the Auctioneer anyway.
It's like the best draw you could have hoped for
pretty
in that
devastating.
situation, and it's still not enough. That's rough. This Miracle Rogue deck's pretty silly.
Yeah. What a fair and balanced deck, right?
Wait, don't do that, Remix. Remix?
Does he think
Oh,
it's a
he drew into
misdirect?
Leroy
Trying to
anyways,
go
it's
as wide
fine.
as possible?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think he's just trying to not hit himself in the face in case it's a misdirect.
Well, what he was trying to do there was actually give himself more backstab targets, I think. He knew that he would be able to draw through the rest of his deck.
I'm out of cards.
That's true.
Last
Yeah,
card
there it
conceal.
is.
Yeah, I mean, he was able to draw through
So
the rest
one
of
of
his
the
deck
rare-
anyways with, like... Sorry, what were you
Yeah.
saying?
Rare rogue win versus the Trap Hunter.
It's a hard matchup.
So what else does Remix have in his lineup?
He's got the Aggro Paladin, he's got a Zoo. We actually saw both of his decks, both of his other decks. And the Shaman
Right.
that we're not seeing.
I will fight with
So he has to beat the Trap Hunter with 2 aggro decks. Not impossible.
Yeah, I think a human Zoo is favored into Trap Hunter, unless you just draw double explosive trap, which is not a super reliable win condition. Aggro Paladin's a little bit
is
tougher.
Thunder playing Pyro?
No. There's no Pyro in this list.
No, he's not.
Yeah,
So yeah, I
'cause
think
the
this
oozes
this
the-
actually could
Excuse me.
yeah, this could be bad without the pyro.
The ooze is the 2-drop that Thunder is running. This is not really the starting hand you're looking for either. The freezing trap not going to get a ton of value. Snipe, I don't really know. I'm not sure why Remix is running a Tink Master in this deck, by the way. I guess we saw it win the 50-50 and turn his recruit into a 5-5 last game, or a couple games ago. Still not a huge fan of the card.
Yeah, and I think that's the main reason people run it, right? Because you have that 50% chance to get the 5-5. But
that's why you run it in
still
Control Paladin.
risky.
I just don't know if that's good enough in Aggro Paladin. But, you know.
Yeah. I think in this case, the aggro paladin might be favored against the trap hunter. The trap hunter usually struggles against face decks because they have no taunt and no healing. And Remix is playing a pretty aggressive paladin with wolf riders and arcane golems, so a lot of chargers.
I don't think the matchup is hopeless, but it's definitely not good.
Yeah.
All right. Well,
Especially when you
Remix
don't
is a
open
former
explosive
rank 1
trap.
player. He's luckier than I am. Kappa.
Just get the 5-5 and win the game.
Yeah, just hit. It's that easy. I'm setting up a good Divine Favor turn next turn. The Arch and Squire Divine Favor. Gonna draw like 4 cards. It's
Yeah.
Jover.
And Thunder really didn't really have any counterplay because his hand is just full of stuff that he can't play.
Full of stuff you don't want in this matchup.
Yeah. The Deadly Shot especially. Deadly Shot and Freezing Trap. Drew all of them, and those are just really bad against aggro decks.
Surprised we didn't see the Divine
Divine
Favor there,
Favor.
actually.
Yeah. Maybe he's playing around. Well, they're like Unleash Hunter's Mark. Protecting his 5-5.
I guess, but if you have Unleash Hunter's Mark, it dies anyways.
Yeah, but this way it's not a full clear because he either keeps around the 5-5 or the 2-2. Yeah, maybe he's thinking that Thunder's bricked, and that he can't really empty his hand the next turn, so he's got a lot of time to play the Divine Favor.
It's possible. And it is correct. That is the situation that Thunder
Yeah.
finds himself in.
Yeah, looks like he's just trying to go for a lucky Deadly Shot.
Yeah, Thunder's not a former rank 1, sadly.
Worst target. Yeah, unfortunate.
This is still going to be a big Divine Favor because you can Blessing of Might.
Yeah, Blessing of Might, Argent Squire. You're going to be drawing 3 cards.
It would have been better to attack last if you wanted a Divine Favor. We're actually going to see him just play Arcane Golem, push damage.
Yeah, maybe he just thinks he has the cards to win. He doesn't need Divine Favor.
I mean, it looks like he might be right.
He's right. Yeah, even has the Consecrate.
Yeah, Deadly Shot doesn't even do enough if it hits the
I don't
best
think there
target.
is.
Yeah,
Yeah,
there's no out here. It did hit the Devil Sore, but not enough. Well,
yeah.
we're
So
going into the
another
Trap Hunter
2-2
versus Zoo.
series.
Yeah, that is our second 2-2 series of the night. This one, luckily, has been a little bit faster, not as much control v control action.
Yeah. Yeah, I think against the Zoo, it might struggle without the Pyromancer. And also only 1 Arcane Shot. We'll see if he's a good enough player to draw his explosive traps.
Greetings, traveler. I greet you.
Get Remex's deck list up. Did get the 2 explosive traps. That is what you need.
Well, yeah, there it is. Looking good. Deadly shot for Doomguard too is actually pretty important, especially after you've gotten all the clears.
Yeah.
I think you probably hero power this
Yeah,
turn.
Doomguard is
explosive trap next turn. Yeah.
Yeah, explosive trap. You do kind of need to milk it in this matchup, because you don't really have any minions to fight the board.
Protects me.
But this is going to be such a great explosive trap.
The double flame imp on board. The explosive trap comes down. You've already done so much damage to yourself against Hunter. It's a really, really bad situation already.
Yeah, this is definitely looking good for the Hunter, but you still can't lose. I've definitely been into position before, this position as the Hunter, and it's still losable. So,
like I said, the deadly shot seals it because the second explosive comes down, and then like you can't even Doomguard follow up.
Yeah,
deadly shot.
And he can't even buff any of his minions out of range with the Argus.
No, that's so sad.
Job's done.
Oh, and snipe. Yeah, really trying to get the board clear before the Doomguard so you can get a clean deadly shot on it.
My shield for Argus.
Yeah,
Interesting.
here's the bad news.
Yeah, I guess Remex just saying he can't win against 2 explosive traps, so just if you have it, you have
Sometimes
it.
you hit.
Yeah. Oh, and this Doomguard's going to be pretty painful as well.
Like I said, I've been saying it the whole time. The deadly shot, taking it home right here. Right? Hold on.
Yeah, here it is.
He's gonna draw first. These aren't actually great. Probably just take Stone Tusk Boar,
I think you
right?
take the boar because you have the double buzzard. Yeah, I think Unleash is not bad because you're kind of feeling that the only way you lose is Remix draws some insane combo and just goes wide. So, but yeah, I think you're pretty good either way.
The light protects me.
Yeah, Remek's not even bothering to get himself out of lethal. Says, just get me out.
Yeah, so it looks like Thunder's got it. That's what 2 explosive traps does to Zoo.
2 explosive traps against Zoo. Pretty good.
Alright, so who do we have next?
Do you want to take a quick look at the bracket before we get it started?
Yeah.
What we're looking at? I think... Yeah, we've got one more match to decide before the top 8 is started. Got Thunder versus Phasor as the top match. That's going to be a fun one, too. 2 of the best players we have.
Yeah.
Below that, Fanu versus... Yeah, Fanu versus Wolf. I'm just going to say Wolf. I think he's another new player to the tournament, but looks like he's already doing pretty well. Meanwhile, at the bottom, we've got Thaven versus Tim Kago. That's kind of the one I'm hoping to watch. I think that should be starting fairly soon. And then Kotachi, our Tournament 1 champion, versus likely going to be Manthais, currently up 2-0 against Crusher.
Against Crusher. Right, since that series seems like it's almost ending, let's hop into one of these top 8 matches. Did you want to check out David versus Tim Kago?
Yeah,
Let's see if that
that's the
started.
one I'd like to check out. Tim Kago is a pretty big figure in the classic community. I think a lot of people knew him before the server ever got set up. He's just kind of grinding out classic, you know? He's a fun
Yeah.
guy. He's got some fun decks. Actually, he's got pretty standard decks this time. He's got this aggro rogue, though. They've been also
So let's
running an
see.
aggro rogue, it looks like.
Even aggro rogue. Let me try to get Tim Kako's hand up.
Yep. They've been actually banning Tim Kago's aggro rogue. Tim Kago, meanwhile, banning the shaman.
Yeah, aggro rogue's a really scary deck.
Yep.
And let me get
Not much else to say. There are a few people who claim that it is the best deck in the format. I know Phasier's a big fan of it. I think
Yeah,
Labore
Phasier
is
notably.
as well. It's mainly just Phasier who says that, but you know, Phasier's good at the game, so I tend to agree with things he says.
Yeah, for sure. But I can say that it's definitely a very hard deck to play.
Oh, absolutely. I've never had very much success with it. I'm bad. Smile.
Yeah,
Get
so
the
it looks like Tim Kago's got
Doomsayer.
the Doomsayer. Yeah, that's pretty good. See you.
Nice handlock tech to protect against the aggro. Other than that, it's a pretty
Yeah, but
standard
it looks like he
list.
won't
Got
be able
double
to mill
PO,
anything.
double faceless, Leroy, one arcane golem, a rag slotted in, a sunwalker
A
as well on the
Sunwalker.
top end.
Yeah, this is a little unconventional, playing the sort of aggressive combo with the Arcane Golem, playing the second Charger, but also playing the sort of defensive Siphon Soul Sunwalker package. Little mix of both. Wonder what he has cut.
He's got
Maybe
a
make room
Defender
for
of
all of his
Argus
cards.
cut. Doesn't look like he has any Mortal Coils either. I think that's the big cut that he's made.
Yeah. Yeah.
So many options.
Well, give over
So he's
one
gonna get
banana,
one burn with this
discard a
Mukla.
card. Pretty good.
The light protects me.
Yeah, Mukla is so good against Warlock because they don't have a way to kill it. They're just one short with Soulfire. From an
That's a
empty
big
board, there's
discard
really
as
no
well.
way that the Warlock can kill this Mukla.
This is a lot of damage from hand as well. 6, 10, 14,
Yeah.
18, 19. This is just lethal.
Wow. Yeah, this is what I
Arcane
found
Golem,
with Rogue. Like, when
Cold
it does win, you can just win on turn 5, turn 6. Really fast. Rogue's probably one of the fastest decks in Classic.
Oh yeah, this is a... I mean, this is about what I expected from this matchup. Aggro Rogue, another deck that really dunks on handlock.
Yeah, for sure it's a rough matchup for the Handlock. Is this
Alright, save and
the
count it
first
out.
game of the match? Do you know?
It should be the first game.
Okay.
5 plus 5 plus another 5 plus 4 with the Shadow Step.
I bring out
Exactly. Lethal.
Turn 5. Well, if you want to know why some people call that the best deck in Classic, there you go. There's your demonstration.
Yeah. Okay, so let's see. What are the bands this match?
So Daven still has the Full mid-range hunter, it looks like, as well as a control warrior. One of the few warriors brought to the... Well, I guess there's actually a handful of warrior players at this tournament. It's usually pretty uncommon in North
Yeah, I
America.
actually have been seeing it. Yeah, I saw a lot of warriors this time around. Hunter versus druid.
It's a mid-range hunter. Not quite the standard like phasure list, but it's a little bit more aggressive. It's got leper gnomes as the 1-mana minion. Still got the Leroy.
Yeah, it's got
I think you're running
loot
Leroy
hoarders
in
as
every
well.
hunter deck. I think if you're playing
Yeah.
hunter and not including Leroy, you're probably making a mistake in deck building.
Yeah, it's got a lot of draw actually. 2 tracking, 1 flare, 2 loot hoarders. A lot more draw than Phaser's list, which only has the 1 tracking. And against Druid, this is traditionally just a super great matchup for the Hunter.
I'm actually not a huge fan of mid-range hunter into Druid in Classic, just because I think Druid has higher quality cards in general. But it is historically a pretty good matchup, and I think at worst it's a 50-50 for the Hunter. It's probably where I
Yeah,
would
it
rank
really depends on how the Hunter list is built.
Yeah, this one's built a little bit more against aggro with the double explosive trap, but there's still the deadly shot, still the freezing trap, double hunter's mark. Definitely has tools to deal with this druid. We see the jungle panther over animal companion once again.
Yeah, really great deck, or really great card. I think it's just correct to play Jungle Panther in nearly every deck that's not Face Hunter. If you have a faster, lower curve mid-range Hunter, it might be you can play Animal Companion instead. But Jungle Panther is just so good.
Would you Houndmaster here? It's a little bit awkward.
Yeah, it's definitely awkward. Houndmaster Jungle Panther is it's fragile, right? Because your Jungle Panther only goes up to 4 health. It's great if you're using it to hit face, but against minions, it's not too sturdy.
Yeah, dealing
But I
fixed
think
damage
you
to the
just
full
have
health
to.
druid isn't great. But like you said, there's not really a
Yeah,
better
I think you
play.
have to play Houndmaster.
You could Houndmaster trade into the Keeper of the Grove, but I don't know if that's good enough. I just don't see any other play.
I think you have to, because then you're just giving him such a good trade with the BGH.
Ooh. Any double Wrathers?
And he still gets a good trade. Yeah, I think so, right? Because if you
A
play one
double
Wrath,
Wrath.
you don't have enough mana for another minion.
It's awkward. You don't really want to be double Wrathing, but there's not much else to do. I think it's probably correct.
Yeah, because you don't have a
It just
minion.
feels really bad.
Yeah, but I think it's correct, because otherwise you trade your BGH into the Houndmaster and then you hero power. It's just not really a good use of mana. You're just passing back tempo to the Hunter.
Yeah.
But leaving that BGH up is pretty threatening, because the Hunter doesn't really have a great way to kill it from hand. Explosive Trap requires them to attack into it. There's no arcane shots or anything that can cleanly kill the BGH. Oh, so he's double wrathing for draw, actually.
Huh. I guess that's reasonable. His cards aren't great in hand. And he does have the Senjin to deal with whatever Thaven is going to play here, unless he plays a Stranglethorn Tiger, which fortunately for Tim Kago, he does not have. Maybe lucks out a little
Yeah,
bit.
just going for the bow. I think I might have played the Houndmaster here, actually. just to develop tempo. And you saw both Wraths. So there's no clean way to kill the Houndmaster.
Well, with that Ancient of Lore draw, I think you want to be playing the Wild Growth this turn. I kind of like Senjin Coin Wild Growth.
Yeah, this looks good. You're not really going to have a better time to play Wild Growth, and Wild Growth is a coin for every other future turn, so might as well spend it now.
Yep. Haven's hand also not really coming together. You can technically
this is
unleash
the problem
Kill
with playing
Command.
Explosive Trap.
Yeah, Explosive Trap, not really a card
that's
you want
rough.
to see against Druid. Doesn't really do much in most circumstances.
Yeah, it's just a dead draw. It's the problem with playing so many reactive spells is that sometimes you get hands like this where you don't have minions that you can play.
We're gonna see the full pass.
I think that's why
even.
Phasure he's cut the explosives.
I mean, most mid-range hunters don't run explosive. It's specifically like a I need to tech get aggro. Well,
Oh, not attacking. I guess that makes sense. Just playing around Freezing Trap. Because now what is the hunter gonna do? It's facing against two minions against the druid is just it's just gonna snowball out of control.
I wonder.
yeah, I feel like you have to kill command this Ancient of Lore. It just represents too much damage on the board. Right.
Yeah, that's fair. Because he's gonna attack next turn. And you really can't afford to be taking that much damage.
Yeah, because you can attack once with one of the minions to proc explosive and then just combo, and that actually sets the hunter down to 4 health, which is enough for Swipe to finish the game the next turn. So you have to kill one of these as Thaven. Whether or not he knows that is... I'm not sure. It looks like that's what he's going to do, though, is just kill command the Ancient of Lore, yeah.
Yeah, you can even clear this engine here. Maybe you don't. Tim Cog has a lot of damage in hand. He can even play the Druid of Claw and double Savage Roar. But that's not.
He's 1 mana off that.
Oh yeah, that's true.
I would have liked just attack face, swipe face. Kind of surprised Tim Kago didn't go for the attack first, but I guess this is also fine.
Yeah, he's still playing really defensively. Well, he knows he has double combo in hand, right? So he's just really just sitting back. He knows he has enough damage. Doesn't really need to rush.
Yeah, as long as he's got a minion on board, he can deal that 22 damage at a later date.
Yeah, because Thaven's been able to keep Tim Kago on just 1 minion attacking per turn, which is why I think Tim Kago hasn't triggered the secret yet.
That's true. He might just straight up think it's Freezing Trap.
Yeah, it seems like Tim Kago is reading the Freezing Trap, and I think you play it as if it is Freezing Trap just because you're in such a great position.
Quickly.
Big
So,
Ragnaros.
yeah, Hunter getting the clear here.
I mean, I think what you actually do is just attack with the...
You proc the secret.
I think
right?
you just
Because
attack in with the Druid of the
or
Claw
you
and
try
then-
to test.
Right.
Yeah. So it always procs the secret, and then you have damage from hand next turn.
Yeah, the only concern is the second secret getting played, but
Shall I strike?
there's not really
Yeah.
anything you can do to play around
But
that.
we know
I think
that-
this is correct.
Yeah, we know Thaven doesn't have the second secret in hand, so this is looking pretty good.
Yeah, I would kill the wolf, or the hound, rather. Not that it matters too much.
Yeah, so no.
Just prevents it from getting taunted, basically. Well, that's not
Yeah.
going to do it for Thaven. And this is kind of how I feel the matchup goes a lot.
50-50
Obviously,
juggler.
Thaven got a little bit unlucky, not getting that Savannah Highmane or the Stranglethorn Tiger, but I feel like Hunter just doesn't quite have enough steam in the early game to really threaten Druid, so once it does start playing the big minions, the Druid's usually able to just handle it and play a better game plan from there with the Force Roar in the back pocket.
Yeah,
Really,
the only minions that Hunter can play early is like if they get a good Houndmaster right on a River Croc or something like that.
yeah, you really want to be getting some of the, or once Hunter gets some more powerful early mid game minions in later expansions, it really starts to become a much more dominant matchup for the Hunter because the Druid just gets out tempoed and then never really gets to the point where it can stabilize because Savannah Highmane's such a gross card in a slow format.
Yeah. Yeah, Hunter gets like all the good early game drops, the Haunted Creeper, Mad Scientist. When you actually have a good early game, it turns out it's a good deck.
Yeah. Turns out getting to draw and play one of the best anti-Druid cards in your deck against Druid is pretty good.
Yeah.
Talking about Freezing Trap,
So
to be clear.
one more game for Tim Kago, right?
I think that's 1-1 now, right?
Yeah.
Tim
yeah, it's
Kago
tied.
won on the Druid. I don't know if it's Tim Kago or Tim Kago. I've said both.
Oh.
I've never
Yeah.
actually heard him talk. I've only seen him like on Discord and online Hearthstone. So I don't actually know what he
Yeah.
sounds like.
Yeah, me neither. So he's one with the Druid. Which one was banned? The
I can't hear you. Sounds like you walked away from your mic.
You are in the court of the elements now.
Oh.
Let the hunt begin.
Yeah. Do you know which class was banned from Tim Kago?
Tim Kago's aggro rogue was banned,
Okay.
so he also brought aggro rogue, but
Welcome to my
it got banned.
trap.
The light protects me.
It's a really good draw for Shaman. Turns out having a 1-drop, very good. And you only run the 2 Argent Squires, so it's really important.
Yeah.
I think this is a pretty tough matchup for the Shaman, though. Like, especially with the Hunter teching an explosive trap, there are a lot of ways for a Shaman board to just get owned by Hunter. And if your board gets owned and the Hunter can get ahead, then you kind of just lose. As someone who's played a lot,
I think it
of
depends on how
Shaman-
good of a start. Depends on how good of a start the Hunter gets, how many early minions they get, which it seems Daven has got quite a lot, so it'll be looking good for him.
Yeah, definitely not a perfect hand. We might actually just see a hero power round 2. I would probably just play Loot Hoarder, though, even though it gets traded into by the Argent Squire. Just because the Shaman has so many
Yeah,
ways to deal
just
with
kidding.
it's got Lightning Storm, or Lightning Bolt, and Rock Biter. Technically could use Lightning Storm. I don't think we'll see it from Tim Kago, though. That might be a little bit too big of a commit.
Yeah, I think either option is great. Getting the Knife Juggler with the Unleash, though, is really good. All the time, really. Like in any matchup where the opponent goes wide.
I might be down. Just throw down Lightning Storm here. Deal with the Jungle Panther before it can do anything. Because your hand is super slow. You don't want to be overloaded turn 5 going into the Fire Elemental turn. But going into turn 6, I mean. But going into turn 5, you're not too sad. Right?
Yeah, and I think Lightning Storm is not really good in this matchup anyway, because the mid-range hunter doesn't really go too wide.
Yeah, you really want to be hexing the high main anyways. So, the potential situation of clearing the tokens isn't really that relevant either.
Yeah, and Tim Kaga's been keeping Thaven off the board pretty well for this game. Do you think Thaven plays the explosive trap here? Seems like it's about as a good explosive as you're going to get in this matchup.
Yeah, but it does prevent you, if you play the weapon as well, which I figured Thaven would, it prevents you from playing high main next turn, which you really want to do. You want to disrupt
just
his...
play explosive without the weapon.
Maybe that was better, but then you're losing the weapon charge, which is kind of important here in this matchup.
Yeah.
But yeah, actually coining out the high main
I'm
on
not
5
sure.
disrupts the turn 6 play as well, because you really want to hex it, and if you're hexing it, you're not playing Fire Elemental. So it slows down Tim Kago quite a bit, actually. I don't know if that's how far ahead Thaven is thinking, but it is worth noting that that's
we
an
can see the
interaction that's
hand.
about to happen.
But I think if your high main gets hexed, it does put you really far behind.
I mean, you're still in a pretty bad position if your high main gets hexed, but I don't know. He ended up drawing a 5-drop, so not playing the coin explosive might have been a little bit of a mistake. I also like Tim Kago's decision to not hero power there. Just keep as few tokens on board for potential unleash play.
Yeah, if you're thinking one of the few ways that you can lose the game is getting blown out by an unleash.
Speaking of
There are
funny
no
plays, I
starving
think
buzzards in the hunter list.
Speaking of funny plays, I think we're about to see a double hex. Just hex the high
that'll be
main
really
and
good.
tiger.
Yeah, basically like the best targets in the deck, except for the second high main.
Yeah, it's worth noting.
Speaking of which,
Oh, never mind. I was looking at Thaven's list. Thaven is running a shaman list as well that got banned that isn't running any earth shocks. Tim Kago rather is running 2. So I was about to say like he doesn't have any earth shocks. Turns out he does. Well, the high main's a pretty good draw after Hex was burned, but I don't know if it's enough.
yeah, because now you're falling a bit far behind in health. But you can't.
Shaman
clear
is
the
getting
board
pretty
either.
low though.
Yeah, you're just hoping he doesn't draw a taunt.
Chicago is running 1 Argus, 1 Shield Master, and that's it for taunts outside of the hero power. I guess Alec here is in the deck as well.
Yeah, I think Thaven may be recognizing that the only way he's not going to win on board, and the only way he's going to win is just killing the opponent, hoping for maybe top deck kill command or top deck Leroy.
Both would be pretty good here.
Yeah, but this is good. Blocking the damage from the Cairn, getting an extra charge off the bow. This is a good play as well.
There's no not awkward play here. Honestly, for Tim Kago, I might just play Blood Mage and attack in to the explosive trap to dig.
Yeah, that makes sense. Getting the extra draw. Do you think he should trigger the explosive trap this turn, or just wait?
I mean, it's really optimistic not triggering the trap. Like, you're just hoping that somehow you draw into, like, exactly Alakir. I guess Doomhammer would be lethal as well, technically.
Right. Maybe he's worried about giving Thaven the charge.
Yeah, because not attacking, you're also losing the potential 4 damage next turn from Cairn, because it doesn't get the,
Yeah.
you know. So
Yeah, tricky
that's
spot to
4
be.
damage lost. With that, he would be able to deal 13. Without it, he can only deal 6, or deal 9 with the Rockbiter. I think as Thaven, you just play high main. You've seen both hexes. You've got the explosive trap up. You're fine.
Yeah, and if Tim Kago doesn't clear the high main, it's a really big threat. But it does give. It lets Tim Kago get value.
Well,
yeah. But it lets Tim Kago get.
Oh wait, no, that's
value
lethal.
off.
That's lethal. He can play Blood Mage, Lava Burst. That deals 7. The Fire Elemental does 6, and the Rock Rider does 3. That's lethal.
7.
Yep,
exactly. Yeah, does he see it? Yes, the Thalnos Lava Burst first, and then attack in.
Yeah. Technically, if you Azure Drake, you still have enough mana for it all.
He sees it.
Okay.
Yes, that's true. It looks like he sees it.
Yep, just attacking in, making sure it's not freezing. Smart play there as well. I saw the lethal, but I definitely would have been dumb and just attacked with the Fire Elemental. Which I guess would have ended up being lethal anyways, because your other things don't die. So maybe it's not dumb after all.
Yeah, so that's... Yeah, so one more win for Tim Kago.
Advances to 2-1. Just got the handlock left. He's got handlock into Shaman, which is the Shaman span. He's got handlock into Midrange Hunter, which is rough, and then the Control Warrior matchup, which is an interesting one. I'd like to hear your thoughts on it, because I would actually say it's handlock favored.
Yeah,
but not by much.
I usually say it's Warrior favored, but it does depend on how the handlock builds their deck, because the way the handlock wins is having more threats than the Warrior has removal. So if you're playing a combo heavy handlock, you might not have enough threats, but if you're playing a handlock with Rag, then like Rag and Sylvanas, you could be favored. I think Jiraxis is not really good in this matchup, because even though you do get all that value, putting yourself to 15 is so dangerous with Grom.
Yeah, it's a really scary situation. Tim Kago does have the Ragnaros, doesn't have a Sylvanas, but does have a Sunwalker.
And so Sunwalker is very good against Warrior. It's just so the Divine Shield's so tricky for them to remove. So I think, given this list, I might say that this handlock is slightly favored against the Warrior.
I would say so, yeah. But honestly, I think just having the double combo handlock list with double faceless, you're already favored into Warlock, or into Control Warrior, rather. I think Faceless Manipulator is such a crazy card in that matchup, and if you ever get a big minion to stick early game, which isn't guaranteed but does happen, then you just kind of win.
Yeah, so that's the part that you really want, right? Because warrior does have a ton of removal, so actually sticking your 4-drop is pretty difficult. And if the warrior is able to remove it and bricks your faceless, then you can be in trouble, which is one of the ways you lose. So that's why the matchup is pretty nuanced. It's hard to say, which one actually is favored. It definitely depends on the way the decks are built. But we've got Hunter here.
Yeah, we do have the double molten giant.
That's what you need.
If you're gonna win this matchup, that's how you're gonna do it. With the double molten. Hopefully at least one of them sticks. And if it does, then you could still get steady shotted to death.
Yeah, and he doesn't have a taunter in hand.
That's an interesting
Davin's going aggressive here.
You probably just play Hellfire here. If you play the Twilight Drake, you just take too much damage.
Yeah, and you don't have a taunt, so you don't even know if you'll be able to use it as wall. So yeah, I've got Hellfire. But yeah, Stranglethorn Tiger is one of the really good cards in this matchup because the Handlock doesn't really have a great way to kill it from stealth, and it represents sort of burst damage that you can develop, so you can build a bigger turn instead of giving them a potential molten turn. Yeah, this seems devastating for the Handlock. Hunter's Mark.
Yeah, there's no taunt givers, no Defender of Argus, which, to be fair, Tim Kago is only running one in the deck. One Defender of Argus and 2 Sun Furies.
Yeah, seems like he cut the second Argus for Sunwalker to keep the sort of same amount of taunts. Not clearing though. I guess saving the Hunter's Mark for taunt.
That does it. He can attack into the leper and hero power, and then that brings him to 10, and he can double molten Defender of Argus. I think that's the play. It's a little bit risky, but if you're not doing that, then
I think you have to.
If you're not doing that and you're scared of double Hunter's Mark, then you just need to not be playing. You kind of have to go for the risk.
Yeah, you have to. And the only way you lose from here is double Hunter's Mark or double Kill Command. And
even
if
double
the
Hunter's
Hunter
Mark
can't kill you, then because you need a way to actually do the pings. And if Thaven can't clear here, how much damage does Tim Kago have on the backswing?
You can play Leroy and Arcane Golem next turn, so if everything survives, then that's 34 if everything survives, which a little bit optimistic.
Actually taunting up the Drake. I guess that makes sense as well. Protecting the giant so you can keep your lethal setup, and the difference between 6 health versus 9 health is not too much if you're playing around Hunter's Mark.
Yeah. Thaven needs to tracking and look for an explosive or unleash or something to deal with these giants.
Yeah.
7, 15. Yeah, if this one taunted giant dies and nothing else, that's still lethal with Leroy Arcane Golem.
Yeah,
So
I think you have to
something
track
out here.
first. Try to find something.
There's the explosive. But it comes at a heavy cost. And yet, I think you have to. I don't think you have a choice. Yeah, it's
really easy for the Handlock to proc the secret. Oh, even hitting with his face. Yeah, this is lethal, right? Yeah,
it's lethal with a double charger.
Yeah,
I don't think they even expected there to be 2 chargers. So in his mind, he's just safe from a Leroy, but the Arcane Golem coming down seals it. Oh man.
Yeah, and that big double molten turn was so big for Tim Kago.
Yeah, the Defender of Argus draw off the top to actually give them taunt and not just suicide by playing the double Molten. That it gave him just enough, and you see the power of Molten Giant. It is a if you can get it down,
Yeah, double
it doesn't
Bolton Giant's
die.
so good.
Also, why you see a bunch of chargers being packed into handlock. If you get a giant to stick, you're pushing a ton of damage. I believe that does it.
Yeah.
Tim Coggo going to win 3-1.
So we have Fanu in the upper bracket of our semifinals, Tim Coggo in our lower bracket. We've got Thunder versus Phasure at the top. We've got Batach versus Crusher. Crusher actually doing a reverse sweep against Manthize. So we can see that. We've seen Crusher before, and we've seen Thunder before as well.
I'm hoping for the Crusher
see,
Tim Coggo
spectate.
semifinals, Battle of the Old Men.
Yeah. Which one do you want to look at? Do you want to look at Phasure or Batach? Well, let's see if I have Phasure added as a friend, because if I don't, then I do. Okay.
Okay, I think that's the one.
Looks like Crusher's match has not started yet.
Yeah. You can just jump into Thunder versus Phasure.
So let's watch that one. Okay. Yeah, Crusher's match has not started yet, so. Okay, let's go. Oh, seems like there's been a disconnect.
Yeah, Thunder apparently having some issues. Some internet issues.
Okay, yeah, things like, yeah, Thunder's restarting his client, looks like.
Yeah.
Yeah, so let's wait for him to get back. I think there's no time limit, right, on the reconnect for friendly matches. So.
I don't think there's a time limit.
Seemed like they've been waiting for almost 5 minutes. So Thunder's back. Let's see if we can get it.
Yeah, saying the client was taking a while to load. Oh.
Let me see if I can exit the. Oh yeah. Okay, here we go. So
All right.
Yep, looks like
We got
Thunder's
there.
back.
As we are into a pretty dire situation here for the Hunter. Phaser's patented mid-range Hunter.
Yeah.
I've got the beast in my
Yeah.
name.
Let me get Thunder's list up here actually.
We do have Phaser's Druid getting banned, as well as Thunder's Warrior? Hold on. I had the wrong list open. Yeah, Thunder's Tempo Warrior. We were talking about this briefly earlier. It's a scary
got banned.
deck to run into
That's
if you're
interesting.
not super comfortable with it.
Yeah, especially if you're bringing a lot of aggro decks.
You know, I said this was a dire situation
Yeah, the
for
aggro
Hunter.
road.
Suddenly, I'm noticing that things have turned around quite a bit. With that,
Yeah, Thunder is
the
sort of.
BGH was used. Now there is a big high main that Thunder does not have an answer for.
Yeah, no keeper, so this could be pretty tricky.
Yeah, doesn't look like he has a Black Knight in the deck either. This is the Malagos Druid.
Oh, yeah.
There's the keeper. That's a big draw.
Oh well, he did get the keeper. So, yeah. And yeah, he can prevent lethal here. which is pretty good because then he can set up a lot of damage next to him. He's got Druid of the Claw, Savage Roar.
Druid of the Claw Savage Roar should just take it
So
home. Unleash doesn't
yeah,
quite
Phasure
do enough.
can't kill him here, which is
Because the Druid of the Claw
Is this the
Savage Roar
first
will
game?
deal 8. This should be game 1, yeah. Because they DC'd for a while.
okay. Right.
Vengeance is near.
But yeah, the Druid of the Claw Savage Roar deals 8, and there's no way for Phasure to kill the board without taking at least 2 damage himself, so there is no way for him to
Right.
survive, unfortunately.
Yeah.
He doesn't know that, obviously, so he's probably going to play it out, but
Yeah, I think if you don't know that, you still have to trade into the Ancient, right? Because there's just too much damage. There's so many things that kill you from 5 health versus 8 health.
yeah, I assume you kill the Ancient and then just weapon Jungle Panther, hit face, shoot face.
That seems fair.
Unfortunately, the Druid reigned supreme. Have we seen a Druid loss yet today? I don't know if we have.
Yeah, I don't know if we have. Turns out
I
Druid
don't know
is
if we've
pretty
seen a
good.
rogue loss either, actually.
We haven't seen too many rogues. We saw an aggro rogue and a miracle, the miracle game versus Crushers, Inner Fire Priests.
Yeah. Well, we also saw the Miracle beating Trap Hunter. We've seen some crazy Miracle Rogue games, actually.
Right. Yeah.
I'm happy
Miracle's a
that
crazy deck.
if we're gonna watch
I
a
think,
Miracle Rogue be winning, then at least there's some entertaining wins. I'm not actually the
Yeah, they've been some
biggest
good
Miracle
games.
Rogue hater.
Yeah, I think Rogue is a really good deck. I think many people have been banning it, so it's probably why we haven't been seeing it as much as other classes. So yeah, let me update that. It's a win for Thunder. This is the quarterfinals. So this is going to determine who goes to the semifinals versus Fanu.
Yep.
All right.
Got the Paladin into... Is this Trap Hunter?
Trap Hunter, I believe.
Saw it earlier.
Thunder, the sort of hybrid kind of Trap Hunter.
Right. The beast
With,
heavy
Stone Tusk
Trap Hunter, I
Board.
guess. I'll say that. It's a beast Trap Hunter. How's that?
Yeah, with the
Nice.
tiger. Yeah, beast.
Yeah, we saw the aggro paladin
Yeah, that's
kind of
one of the things
dominate this
about
matchup
Hunter.
earlier, and I assume we see that again. I think the
Yeah, it
aggro
can be
paladin's
tricky.
a little bit favored.
Yeah, and I think if Thunder doesn't, since he doesn't have the pyro, it's going to be an uphill battle for him.
Yeah, it does have the explosive trap, so that makes things a little bit better than it was for him last time.
Yeah, he did draw it. Yeah, the Paladin's able to refill the board pretty easily with the hero power, as long as they don't overcommit too much to the AoE. But this ooze is going to be really good against the True Silver.
Oh yeah,
That might be enough. It'll be a big swing for Thunder when that happens. So if you're Thunder, just playing the tracking here is good. Just spending the mana.
I may have considered just playing Explosive Trap there, honestly. I would take Weapon here, but...
Yeah, there's a consideration. It depends, because if you do, you're sad if your opponent's hand happens to be double Argent Squire or Leopard Gnome, and then you're very sad.
I guess. There really isn't a great way to deal with this. The Explosive Trap now is too late because the Argent Protector was picked up. And it's like, what else do you do?
Yeah, you don't have Hunter's Mark for the Mukla.
Yeah, don't have Hunter's Mark. These bananas really aren't going to get a whole lot of value. I guess you could put them both on the... What's that rightmost card in his hand? Is that a Leopard Gnome? Thunder's Hand?
I think so. Oh, no, it's
Stone Tusk Spore. Well, that's a little bit better. It gives you a way to kill the... You're just going to go face? Oh, he's setting up an explosive, I see.
Oh.
A little bit
Not able to
telegraph
play it
there.
this turn. Yeah. Yeah, it seems like he might have to do it.
Honestly,
and then when
anything
this
Phasor can
Argent
do here is
Protector comes
fine.
down.
Argent Protector's fine this turn. You
Yeah.
can also True Silver this turn if you want.
Yeah, I think a lot of plays are good. Though if you get True Silver, then Thunder has a really clean Ooze Explosive Trap for the next turn.
I mean, if you Argent Protector Hero Power, then there's a good Ooze Unleash. Or something along
Yeah.
those lines. Or not Ooze Unleash.
Or Unleash,
Explosive Trap Unleash.
Coin
You
Explosive.
know what I meant.
Yeah. So yeah, Thunder picking up that second AoE was really big for him. If he only had the explosive, he might have been in some trouble.
Yeah. Actually, with the boar, he doesn't even need to unleash. The only issue is that you really aren't
Yeah,
getting
this is
a
really
value
good.
out of the unleash.
Yeah, coining swipe. I think snipe. I think maybe playing around Divine Favor.
Seems reasonable. Really a great play. I guess he Leopard Gnome True Silver. He's gonna Loot Hoarder actually for draw, hoping for like a second, whatever the card's called, Argent Protector. Not Argent Commander.
Right. Yeah, because you don't really have any ways to buff your minions out of the explosive trap range except for the Argent Protector. And that was a big explosive trap.
Yeah, absolutely. I would probably play both of these minions.
Yeah, I think you want to start digging towards your burn damage because you have 8 with the True Silver. Well, we know it's going to be 4 because of the Ooze.
We're about to see how not super effective the Tiger is against a fast deck. It's not really going to do any. Not really
Yeah,
going to stop
it's just-
all these damage from hitting your face.
Yeah, it's just a bit too slow. And not able to remove
guess you've
the
got-
Worgen either is going to be...
You got Ooze Unleash, I guess.
Yeah, but Phasor has 2 damage from the Leopard Gnome, 2 damage from the Worgen, 2 damage from the Consecrate, so only needs to find 3 more damage.
That's enough with the hero power, right? You can Abusive Consecrate. That's 6 plus. Oh wait, he's not playing Hunter. I'm trolling.
Yeah, he needs to get the 1 in 4 juggle
He needs-
to make this lethal. I
He needs to Sir Finley transform his hero power into the Hunter hero power. Remember that card, Sir Finley?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what he needs.
What a great card for aggro. But yeah, and Thunder has no healing in the deck, so I think this is
Yeah,
it's just a matter of time.
and he doesn't get anything to clear. Well, Not true. He can deadly shot. He can deadly shot and technically stay alive.
Yes, you can. And then it's a 50-50 juggle for Phasure.
I mean, Thunder knows he's lost, but I respect him for
Yeah.
holding out as long as possible. Well, did we see it?
Mm. There it is. Alright. So 1 game for Phasure. Yeah, so we've seen so far that Trap Hunter is, I guess this tournament has not been doing too well against these aggro decks, which is kind of to be expected. It did win that 1 game against Zoo with the double explosive.
Yeah. It really is a specifically anti-rogue and by nature of being Hunter, anti-handlock deck. And if you aren't getting those 2 matchups, then unless you're drawing the nuts, you're not going to see too much success.
Yeah.
We'll see what it is able to do from here. Thunder still needs to get that win with the Trap Hunter. He's got... Phasure is playing an aggro rogue, so that's probably not going to be a great matchup. So the only other one is the Hunter Mirror. And I assume mid-range Hunter is favored into Trap Hunter. This one might be a little rough.
Yeah, I think so.
We'll see if Thunder's able to pick up the win.
It does depend on Flare, though. In the Hunter Mirror, Thunder does have the 1 Flare, so that could come in if that happens.
Flare is a very important card, especially since Phasur's running Jungle Panthers and Stranglethorn Tigers. So there's a lot of ways to actually remove stealth, or a lot of cards where it's relevant, rather.
Mm-hmm.
Greetings. I trust you will not waste my time.
Yeah, but this is the aggro rogue, which I think is...
Oh yeah, it's Phasure. Of course, it's aggro rogue.
Yeah,
there's an explosive
I think
trap
this is
in
very
hand.
favored against, which doesn't do too much actually, because aggro rogue doesn't go too wide on the board. Usually, just trying to go for the face. This is really hard for Hunter to deal with.
Phasure is not messing around.
Yeah, this Divine Shield cold-blooded.
Well, the Stone Tusk explosive is nice.
Mm-hmm.
I think as Phasure, you're just chilling.
Yeah,
probably
I guess
just...
you want to set up the Assassin's Blade for next turn.
Is setting up the Assassin's Blade better than just Hero Power Deadly Poison? I guess Phasure thinks so.
Yeah, it's I guess it's a fairly slow matchup. Maybe it would have been, because you know Thunder has an ooze, so maybe you don't want to commit too much into the Assassin's Blade.
This explosive trap is putting in work, though. And so did the Stone Tusk Boar, actually, the tech card Thunder had. Would you call it a tech card?
Yeah, that's been pretty good. Potentially. There's 2 of them, and it does have some synergy with the deck.
Yeah, good news for Phasure. Since there is no ooze, this Assassin's Blade with Deadly Poison is going to represent 20 damage over 3 turns, even with the Blade Flurry. And then that plus the SI7 damage is already basically enough.
Yeah, without the ooze, yeah, the rogue just does so much damage here. And then no taunt and no healing coming from the hunter. It might be rough.
Yeah, deadly poison. Attack face. Do you play SI here? I think you do. Even though I think Thunder, or rather, I think Phasor has a pretty good idea. This is misdirect, especially after it wasn't
Yeah,
snipe.
but just having minions. You will have to proc it at some time, right? Because you've got chargers. I don't think you have
This is
enough
just
damage
lethal.
just with the weapon.
This is-
So
Oh, not with the deadly shot.
Fast is fine, but accurate
Mhm.
is final.
Uh, Alright, now the misdirect is procced. Although there's another one.
yeah, Thunder doesn't have too much damage in his hand. Buzzard Unleashed, but it's not doing too much in this matchup.
Ooh. Interesting.
Oh, he's going for it. I guess he wants to get his damage in before Thunder can play any more secrets. I think that's fair. And yeah, because you know that you have the Blade Fray next turn.
Yeah. It's not like Thunder can really do a whole lot about it. It's got the misdirect. Oh, that's big. You can do that about it.
it. Yeah. That's huge, actually.
Oh, yeah. I mean, Thunder's thinking, but I don't think there's a whole lot to think about. That weapon is going to be what kills you. Play
Yeah,
Ooze and
you have
another
to play Ooze
misdirect,
here.
I
think
guess.
there is. Yeah, just to sort of protect your face.
Gonna go for the hero power.
Yeah, so this is still pretty good for
6
Phasor. He
damage.
can get a full clear. So yeah, 6 damage, but if he hits into the ooze, he can get it clear. But that does
Honestly,
bring him
I would
down
probably
pretty
just
low.
trade into Ooze first with the loot hoarder.
Oh, with the leopard gnome? Or the loot
Well, with
hoarder,
the
right?
yeah, the loot hoarder. I think you just draw the card. There's a lot
Yeah,
of
I guess,
charging
yeah.
still in Phasor's deck.
I think that's fair. Doesn't kill, but this is a very good tempo swing.
Actually gonna kill the buzzard. Nice,
Yeah, I think
another
that
one.
makes sense, because yeah, you're in such a dominant position on the board now, and Thunder is at such low life.
Yeah, Thunder's already. He's only got a couple more turns, if that. He's got to figure out some way to deal with this SI that doesn't involve just swinging into it with a weapon, because that's not good enough.
Yeah, that'll be just lethal. Right.
You cannot hide.
So yeah, drawing for some outs. What can he draw here?
The moment
Second, unleash. Oh, explosive. Does that do it?
Yeah, explosive plus misdirect will.
Oh yeah, that works.
I think it will guarantee the kill on both minions.
have no time.
Yeah, you can explosive
Unless,
misdirect.
is it still
and then-
bugged?
Well, we're about to find out.
Yeah, if the order. Does the order matter here? I don't think it does, actually. It matters, actually, if he attacks with the South Sea deckhand first to trigger the misdirect.
No, well, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, we'll see if the order gets bugged. Yeah.
The Leroy shows up. Doesn't matter what order the secrets proc in.
So
It was well played
one
by
more-
Thunder.
one more win
He
for
got
Facia.
very close to a winning situation.
Well played.
Yeah, that was a lot closer. That Ooh is really coming in clutch at the end there.
Yeah, Phasor gave over a lot of mana with the Shadow Step Arcane Golem. Man.
That's 2-1. 2-1 for Facia, I believe. So Facia's won with his Rogue and his Paladin.
Yep. Now he's got
So
the
he
mid-range
has the
Hunter. Yep. He's got Hunter into this Trap Hunter, and if he wins, or if he loses that, then it's into Freeze Mage, which is another matchup I think the mid-range Hunter is pretty favored into, even though there is no Flare technically for Phasor.
Mm-hmm.
I think
But
the
it's
Hunter
still a
just
pretty good
puts on
matchup.
enough
Got so much
pressure
damage.
with the hero power that Freeze Mage kind of suffers. But I could be wrong.
Sylvanas versus Rexar.
Hunter versus Hunter. Let's see.
Victory for the Forsaken.
Yeah, I think this is pretty favored for the mid-range Hunter. I think you're just going to get enough stuff. Enough things to do, if you will, in the early game.
Greetings,
Mhm.
traveler.
Greetings. I trust you will
Yeah,
not waste my
Thunder
time.
didn't really draw really good cards to answer Facia's 1, 2, and 3 drops.
I may have actually gone face with that boar. Well, no, I wouldn't have.
Yeah.
That might be a little bit too troll.
Yeah, I think you just play it safe, I guess, as Facia. Snipe is
Yeah,
good
you've
for
got a
you.
really good curve.
It's probably
here.
like the
You
best
play
target you're gonna get.
Play the Panther into Houndmaster into Coin High Main.
Yeah, that's
And, like,
that's really great.
The Trap Hunter's a slow enough deck that it's probably not going to disrupt that game plan.
Hmm. And Freezing Trap will be good for Leroy eventually, because I guess Thunder does have Stone Toss Spore, but usually the Trap Hunter doesn't really have too many ways to proc the Explosive Trap or this Freezing Trap.
Go Curve Stone.
Yeah, and I think Thunder's thinking of playing the Explosive, but doesn't know that Facia has the Punish with the Houndmaster in hand. It's going to take a whopping 6 damage to the face.
Yeah, this Houndmaster is going to be pretty big. It does give Thunder a weapon charge, though, and deals 2 damage. But I don't think that changes Phasia's play.
It's
I
true,
think
and
it's
you
just-
are... You do need to race, right? Because you're at 23 and Thunder's at 30. You do need to start hitting him.
Oh, wow.
Oh,
That's...
Not going to attack.
I don't
That's
love that.
interesting. Maybe he's worried about
I-
misdirect, right?
So, I think Facia is actually trying to get the trap on his bow, like his Eaglehorn bow. He's going to equip that next turn, perhaps. Maybe?
Oh, yeah, it's possible. Yeah, it
I
might be a
still-
combination of the two. Yeah, because if
still
misdirect
probably would've
has
attacked, though.
if the misdirect makes both minions crash into each other, it could just be the end of the game.
That's true, but
Yeah.
I don't know. If Phasia's just
That would
not
be so
confident
punishing
that this
for
is
Phasor.
explosive, then yeah. If he's worried about misdirect. But I think if he's worried about misdirect, he should have attacked first and then Houndmastered. Because, like, you're still developing the taunt.
I guess But then that would get punished by the explosive, right? So it's like you
Right,
don't
but
know
you
which
have
is
other
which. You kind of
plays. You
have to
can
play
like
around
knife
both.
juggler hero power or something. You had the knife juggler.
Yeah. So it seems like he was trying to go for the extra charge on the bow.
Yeah,
To, yeah. So yeah. So
that
that
actually did
her
play
proc.
pretty well around misdirect.
Yeah, he's trying to play around the misdirect. So yeah, this makes sense. And now, getting that taunt.
There's a lot of damage going the other way. Wait a minute.
Yeah, 15 damage. He doesn't have
15?
enough mana for the hero power.
Yeah, but he has enough mana for the
But
weapon
with the
swing.
bow,
Yeah, Phasor has to play
yeah.
this
So
reason trap where he
this will
dies.
be. Mm-hmm.
Fortunately, he is smart enough to see it.
Yeah, and this makes sense.
Let none survive.
Yeah, because high main is pretty slow at this point. I think you're just trying to go for damage, for lethal damage.
All right, Stone Tusk Boar for lethal.
So,
Thunder is eliminated. That is his only out.
yeah,
That's not gonna do it.
yeah, that doesn't do it. Yeah, so he has to kill him this turn, and there's no way to do it.
It was close. It was really close.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, Phasor didn't even get to play the high main. Yeah, and I think as the mid-range hunter, you sort of have to race. Because Trap Hunter it's kind of just like a slow face hunter, right? And so as the mid-range hunter, you don't really have time to try to get value. You just really need to race them. Which Phasor did here. It worked out.
Thunder not even gonna check to see if it's been sniped the whole time. He's seen the writing on the wall. And that means Phasor
Yeah.
is going to be moving on to the top 4. Joining Fanu, Tim Kago, and Kotachi, apparently. Got the 3-0 over Crusher. So those 4 are going to be our semifinalists.
Yeah, so yeah, really good players here. Phasor, rank 1 many seasons. Quatach, tournament 1 champion. Tim Kago, grinding the legend a lot. And I think Fanu, he's pretty high legend as well, but I don't know too much about it. So let's see. Let's take, I guess, a short break. Let the players catch up, and then we can start the semifinals. I guess let's start with Quatach and Tim Kaga since we just watched Phasor. So yeah.
Reasonable enough. We actually haven't
I'll
seen
message them and
Kotachi
then-
yet.
Yeah. So okay. Yeah. So we'll take a 5-minute break, and I will message them.
All right.
All right,
Welcome
so
back.
we're back. I let Quatach and Tim Kago know just to get started. So we'll wait for them to hop in the game. It'll take a minute for them to get their bands and everything. But when we see them start, we can go in and hop in.
On the topic of Quatach, somebody who won the first NA tournament and honestly did a little bit of trolling afterwards, ran a lot of for fun lineups and never really saw quite as much success with them. If you look at the list that he is running today, they're very fast. Got a Leroy in all of them.
In every list.
Got Fairy Dragon in all of them. Got the aggro rogue, the aggro paladin, a particularly aggressive aggro paladin too. Doesn't even have a the 6 mana spell, Avenging Wrath. Got the aggro warrior and got kind of like an aggro trap hybrid. Like he's got all of the traps that all the secrets that a normal trap hunter would have, but also a lot of 1-2 drops with that Fairy Dragon, Argent Squire, Leper Gnome. I don't really know what to call this deck. Not gonna lie to you. I guess it's Quatach Hunter. That's what he do.
Yeah, Quatach always bringing interesting decks. Let's see. Phaser says that he has started. Oh wait. Derp, can you?
That's awkward.
Message Phaser? Yeah.
I guess, yeah, let's just watch Tim Keiko Quatach. I will let them play game 1 of their series since they started it.
Mm-hmm.
They'll have to update us on how it goes. Gonna miss game 1. A little disappointing. Miscommunication there. But we're not gonna miss game 1 of this series.
Yeah, so Quatach on the Paladin versus Gago on his Warlock. Pull it up.
Shields up.
We have maybe, I would call this the most one-sided matchup in the entire game. A handlock into aggro paladin.
Yeah, it's definitely really rough for the Warlock. Quatach even has 2 equalities in this list, so that's
got 2 equalities and 2 Aldor Peacekeepers, which is something you usually don't run.
Mm-hmm.
That makes the deck
even really
even
interesting
worse.
aggro paladin list.
I mean, all these lists are a little bit interesting in their own way for Quatach.
But I don't see any giants, so I'm disappointed.
Reporting for duty.
Well, it was only turn 3. You're not going to see a giant yet.
Yeah, but this
So
is
the Ancient Watcher
looking,
came down. So. Also, yeah, this is
Yeah,
already
Tinkaga
kind of
needs
doomed for
Hellfire.
Tinkaga. He needs Hellfire.
He does
and
have the
both Moltens
Hellfire.
Again. Can we get
But
Tinkaga?
Quatach does only have Altdor in hand. Oh,
Can you
yeah. Let me
spectate
get his hand
Tinkaga
up.
so we can get his hand?
Yeah. Let me get his hand up.
It's the second one. There you go. I have to be your eyes. I forgot. You're trying to do it behind the deck track.
Oh yeah, I had to clear his deck list and then re-add it.
I see.
Okay, yeah. Now we can see no Hellfire in hand, so this is going to be pretty rough for him.
Yeah, no AoE at all in hand.
Even if he did have... Yeah. If he did have the Hellfire, then Quadatch really only had an Aldor. He was running out of gas.
Is there even a funny way to die here? Because you can't kill both leopard gnomes.
No, this has to
you
be.
You can't kill. You can't kill any leopard gnomes.
Yeah.
And also, tap.
Quadatch even has
to
the
kill
equality.
yourself. Yeah, Tim Kago played the Ancient Watcher to try to stabilize a little bit, and it just wasn't enough. And then the Giants were unplayable, so it got really bad. But like I said, that is the worst matchup in the entire game. That's not true. There's Freeze Mage Control Warrior. It's the second worst matchup in the entire game. It's really bad for the handlock.
Yeah. Even. Yeah.
Honestly, the aggro list is pretty good against Tim Kago's lineup, if only because of this handlock that I'm not sure how it's going to pick up a win. I think the Druid's going to be fine. Shaman's a little bit rough, but Tim Kago's got plenty of little taunters and stuff to stabilize. I'm not sure how this handlock picks up a win. And you can see Tim Kago is just playing his handlock right away, right out of the gate to try to pick up the win first. It is worth noting, this Hunter list does not have Hunter's Mark. It does have 2 deadly shots. It does not have Hunter's Marks.
Yeah, that's really interesting because we usually see the Hunter's Mark played first.
Mm-hmm. So if Tim Kago can get a win here, it's basically this. If he... Okay, well, Tim Kago actually explaining he is trying to Q handlock into the aggro warrior because he can win that matchup and he cannot win the other ones. Which is basically what I'm saying. He needs to get a win with handlock and then hope that the rest of his decks are able to take it home against the aggro warrior, which is probably the weakest of the bunch.
Yeah, that's a fair point, I think. That's definitely the best deck that this handlock stands a chance against. So now we see the fairy dragons that Quadatch has been putting in every single deck.
This one might actually be a winnable game from Tim Kago, depending on how the hand shakes out. That's not what you wanted to see. He's got a Molten Giant plus a bunch of Taunters. He's got double Farseer. It's not hopeless, but it's not good.
Yeah, and he doesn't
With
have
like
any
a second
AoE right now.
Yeah, the no AoE is also not helping him. Second game in a row.
The light protects me.
Quadatch is playing around the Hellfire, though, not dropping the second Fairy Dragon, which is probably the smart play, even though we can see that Tim Kago doesn't have it. But this snipe is actually really interesting from Quadatch, right? So like you said, this is sort of kind of like a hybrid hunter. I wonder what that snipe is for.
Are you still sharing the bracket on stream?
No, I switched back. Yeah.
Okay.
I wonder.
Yeah, we lost game 1 to the bracket.
Mind if I roll need?
We should have the delay, so. I just saw a couple people messaging you about it.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
You could attack into the Leper Gnome, Molten Giant Taunt, And hope the deadly shot misses.
Yeah, and without that Hunter's Mark,
Oh, well, I
Yeah.
guess the deadly shot
This is
can't
the-
miss
the
because
weakness
you have
that
enough
they-
to...
well, you can't kill the Sun Fury. You don't have a way of guaranteeing the deadly shot here.
Are you sure you changed it? Changed the scene, just to make sure? On OBS?
Yeah, it should be. I think people are still picking.
Oh, wait.
But
Well, the big 50-50
that
deadly shot. That might be enough. There is a faceless in hand. Yeah, this faceless from Tim Kaga is actually really big.
Burn. Yeah,
There's
even
no
with the kill
beast
command,
to
he doesn't
trigger
have
the
any
kill
beasts.
command. The Arcane Golem. This is actually. This might be game. Okay, one of the
well,
giants is gonna die.
But yeah, otherwise, yeah, it would be game.
That's kind of crazy. Tim Kaga
But
might
yeah,
be
still
sneaking a
looks like
win.
Tim Kaga's. Yeah, and he even has the Farseer to heal if he needs to.
Yeah, I don't actually think, because of that 50-50, it came down to the deadly shot, but because it didn't whiff, or because it did whiff, I think Tim Cargo is in a pretty dominant position here. I wonder what Kotachi ended up taking.
What do you think you take here?
That
That makes sense. Because it's a beast.
I wasn't... Yeah, it's a beast. It activates kill command. You're just hoping to, like, draw a second kill command, I guess.
Or even Arcane Shot.
It doesn't matter. You just lose.
But this is... Yeah.
You didn't kill the giant, so there's enough burst damage.
Yeah.
That's really big for Tim Kago.
Yeah, Tim
Like I
Kago
keep
getting
saying.
that really close win.
Right. That should make it 1-1.
Yes, 1-1. Really good for Tim Kago.
Yeah, it does still need to get a win with the Shaman. It can struggle a bit into aggro decks, though, not to the same degree as Handlock.
Yeah, I'm curious to see how the Fairy Dragons that Gotage has will do against Tim Kago's lineup.
I don't think Fairy Dragon's gonna do too much in the Shaman matchup in particular.
Yeah, it seems like it usually doesn't do too much in a lot of matches. I think Rogue is usually the one that you're trying to target with Fairy Dragon. So this seems like, from the hunter's perspective, something that you might be comfortable with against the druid, right? Because you've got a really good low curve to snowball. You've got the two deadly shots, which are really great against druid. There are no high mains, which could be a problem. So we'll have to see how this works out.
I think you probably take Deadly Shot here, right? Yep.
Yeah, card is so good against druid.
Yeah, not having a 1-mana minion to play is a little bit rough as the aggro deck here. So it gives Tim Kago enough space to play Wild Growth. Doesn't have a perfect follow-up after that, though. Might just coin Drake, might second Wild Growth. There's a few different plays, but none of them are perfect.
Second Wild Growth may be too slow. Especially with
That's kind of what I'm thinking, yeah. Well, That's pretty good.
Or if you just draw the, just draw the 4/4 drop.
It's that easy. Chicago is running, actually just running double Shield Master, so only the 2 standalone 4-drops alongside Keeper and Swipe.
And I think you do play it here.
Oh yeah, I think that fits the rest of your curve the best. It's like Coin Azure Drake isn't really that good. Wild Growth is too slow, I think.
Yeah, and there's no clean kill on it from the hunter's perspective.
Yeah, obviously the Deadly Shot gonna put in work, but honestly, do you want to commit the Deadly Shot this early?
Yeah, there are a lot of juicy targets against Druid, like the Druid of the Claw, Sunwalkers, really good. There are no Ancient of Wars, though. But I think you do. Deadly Shot, it fits in with your curve here because you got the Worgen off the top.
I mean, this is such a nutty swipe here for Timkago. I think you just swipe Coin Wild Growth.
Yeah.
Next turn you can play Ancient.
Yeah, that definitely seems like the best play. That swipe was really good.
The only question is, do you Ancient of Lore to heal? And I think the answer is probably no.
It depends. If we take a look at Kotach's list, he has no high mains, but he also has no chargers. So typically, right against the face hunter with chargers, you'd want to heal. But yeah, I don't know what to do against Kotach's list.
Maybe you actually do want to heal, because you've got the Azure Drake in hand. I think that does incentivize a more defensive line.
With the Druid of the Claw top deck as well, you do have pretty good minions to play for the next couple turns, so you don't really need to dig any deeper.
Yeah.
So I
you may even consider you may consider playing the Druid of the Claw this turn, like getting a hero power in as well. Looks like that's what it's going to do.
Yeah, that's totally fair as well.
Seen the Deadly Shot. There's no other clean way to deal with it outside of like Arcane Shot. Which, to be fair, there are 2 Arcane Shots in the deck for Kotach.
And Abusive. Abusive would,
Abusive
as well.
Would be really good.
But this is not bad either.
It's not good. You Azure Drake here or Black Knight?
But now, I'd probably Drake. The reason is, I think, as Timkago, you are running out of taunts. You don't have any more taunts left in your hand, and so you kind of want to dig for more taunts in your deck, especially if you're planning on using the Ancient of Lore for healing.
Okay, I might have actually.
So yeah, I like the Drake.
I might actually consider the Blood Mage here.
Yeah.
Oh, this explosive trap is going to get set up very beautifully.
Yeah. Kotach, I guess, is thinking how he's going to put together 19 damage.
I mean, it just involves surviving a million turns against a Druid, which we'll see. We'll see how it goes.
Yeah, it's going to be tricky. I think, Timkago saving that Ancient Floor for the healing is going to be really big here, because that 5 extra points of damage that Kotach needs to find is going to be, it's going to make a big difference.
I don't know if I agree with that, with what Kotach just did.
Yeah, he didn't.
So as Timkago, this deck runs 2 explosive, 2 misdirect. It could be snipe, but it can't be freezing. How do you order your attacks here properly? The explosive was
Yeah.
played first.
But also,
You
this
don't know that.
it might come down to if the secrets are still bugged as well, depending on the order that they trigger here.
Honestly, I think you trade the BGH in and then just eat the double secret. Well, I guess you don't need to proc
But
the
then you're getting pretty
secrets.
low. I think without any taunts in your hand as Tim Kago, you're pretty scared of hitting yourself in the face with a misdirect.
Right. You could also like Blood Mage
yeah, this is a tricky
hero
turn.
power. Oh no, he's actually gonna do it. You've got the Ancient of Lore for a 5 health
Yeah, I
heal.
would like the Blood Mage.
I'm fine just doing this as well. He missed the hero power though, a little too slow. That's kind of bad actually. It's not the end of the world.
Yeah,
though.
it was a hard turn to play though.
Yeah, I may have just popped the secrets, but it is definitely a risky play. A Leroy abusive line or something like that does really start to scare you.
Mm-hmm. And you don't have Force of Nature either, just Savage Warrior. You don't really have a clean way to kill your opponent fast now, so you do need to play the long game and worry about your health total.
This is awkward.
That's a beach. Is Tim Gago playing 2 BGHs?
Yeah. He's got a very
Just saw one die,
anti-control.
so that's... Yeah, that's pretty unfortunate going into this aggro lineup from Quatach. 2 BGHs. And again, this is another hard turn.
Yeah, there's no real good way to do this turn.
Yeah, because if you play the Blood Mage, it will get picked off by the Explosive.
Yeah,
so the misdirect.
you know what
you
2
don't really get
secrets
a
it is.
better misdirect.
Like Tim Kago knows that it's not snipe,
Mm-hmm.
so he knows it's explosive misdirect.
Right.
He just wants to minimize the chances of this hitting face, it looks like.
Mm-hmm.
Or, you know what he wants to do is just attack with the Blood
There
Mage.
is.
Right?
Yeah. And there's no Unleash the Hound from Quatach, actually. So, Tim Cobb is feeling pretty comfortable going wide. So yeah, I don't hate this either, because if you do trigger the secret, then you're giving Quatach more bow charges. You can start going face. Whereas if you just pass, Quatach's game plan is kind of frozen right now. He can't really do anything except hero power.
Yeah, he's only dealing 1 damage a turn as well, because you're also hero powering, so kind of just sit on this Lord state until you draw what you need. And there is not much that Quatach can do.
Yeah, so I actually like this play from Tim Kago, just sort of waiting it out, not triggering the secrets. Waiting until he either gets a taunt, or Rag would be really good as well here.
Mind if I roll me?
Yeah, the Loot Hoarder being played even further lowers the chance of misdirection hitting a Druid.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so this is, and because the Blood Mage is going to get picked off by the Explosive, but now, yeah, there is this extra misdirect target here. Do you think this is the turn that Tim Kago goes in? He did draw the taunt.
I think so. Yeah, now that you drew the taunt, I think you're definitely going in, because the Hunter's not going to kill you with 3 cards behind a taunt, unless it just hits like a 1 in 5.
Right. Well, Quatach is going to get 2 draws here. That could be something.
Maybe. I don't know. Maybe Tim Kago just keeps chilling.
Yeah, maybe he's
I think if
setting
you
up
attack, you have to
for,
attack with
just
everything.
build.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
Time waits for no one.
Yeah. He might be waiting for just getting a big enough board that he can just Savage Roar and kill him in 1 turn.
Yeah, that is what he's waiting for, but
Yeah, this Ancient is pretty good.
oh, it did hit face actually.
Oh,
But honestly, with the
so that
Ancient,
Ancient was definitely a really good pickup.
well, how much damage is this? With Leroy, it is. Yeah, Leroy would have been exact lethal.
Yeah, exact. Oh,
Ooh. Came down to the
yeah,
wire
Tim
more than
Kaga
it
must
looked.
be sweating right now.
And I think he played it correctly. If I'm not mistaken, no matter where this misdirect lands, this is going to be lethal, even before the swipe draw.
Yeah, because you attack with the Drake first if it's explosive.
Yeah, if it's misdirect, even if it hits the 5-3 and kills it, you Savage Roar would have been lethal even without swipe. So it would have been 9+6, which was exact lethal, plus the hero power to bring it over. Not the cleanest. It was sketchy. But we got there. Tim Kago stays ahead. Pulls ahead, even.
Yeah, that's one of the games I think where you could go back and just analyze each turn and think about, did you make the correct play? Because I think there were a lot of lines that game, a lot of chances, a lot of opportunities to proc the secrets or to hold back. So yeah, that's an interesting game for sure.
Absolutely. It's good we're seeing a lot of these really interesting games here in the last tournament, in the semifinals, this deep in the bracket. Well, Tim Kago is probably going to keep most of this hand. I think he only tossed... Was it a Lightning Storm he tossed? That doesn't seem right.
I didn't see.
I didn't see either, but this Ardent Squire's going to put in work. Well, he gets the Lightning Storm back anyways. And honestly, I wouldn't hate just playing it. Like, turn 2. Get rid of the Fairy Dragon, get rid of the Worgen. Keep your Squire nice and healthy. It's probably not correct, but... Especially now that he didn't attack, now it's really tempting. I think you just Hero Power, though. I don't think you play Flame Tongue. I think you just Hero Power, set up for a Lightning Storm next turn. If I'm actually...
it depends on how much healing he has.
Well, the Shaman doesn't have any
I think
healing.
the Shaman is... Yeah, but a lot of taunts with the Feral Spirits and the Defender of Argus.
Yeah, 1 Argus, 1 Shield Master, plus the Stoneclaw Totem, I believe, is what it's called.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's
and I don't hate the
This
Flame
isn't-
Tongue here either. Just sort of minimizing the damage.
I mean, it just kills Fairy Dragon. That's always fine. You're
Yeah, I think
scared
just
of
healing
a
for
Fiery
3.
War Axe coming down, but there actually is no War Axe, so this hand kind of sucks for Kotachi.
Yeah, and I think even if the Fiery War Axe comes down, he's still... that's another 3 damage that he's not taking to the face. So this Flame Tongue Totem would effectively be healing for 6 damage, which is pretty good. Yeah, here's the Lightning Storm.
You got the Lightning Storm value.
Good one.
Yeah, what do you do? Do you Mortal Strike the Flame Tongue or what? This is awful.
Yeah, it's such a difficult position.
Get in there and fight, maggot.
I mean, it's
Yeah,
it's
like
the
I think
aggro
he
warrior
might just be
thing.
on the
It's-
plan of just go face.
Yeah, aggro warrior is a very
Kotachi has to
snowbally
save.
deck, but it snowballs the other way very quickly as well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
There's
I
a
think
reason
Natasha
we don't
has to
see it
hope
too
that
often.
take
Sorry.
every bit of damage that he has and send it at the face.
Like, he just doesn't have any. Like, maybe he just draws double upgrade, and this Arcanite Reaper ends the game by itself. That's his out. He draws his next 2 draws are upgrade, and now it doesn't even matter because there's Feral
But even
Spirits up.
then, yeah, the Feral Spirits are taking so much damage. Yeah, going into it's turn 5 and your opponent's still at 28 health. It's a pretty rough state
Yeah,
as a warrior.
he's got the Senjin in hand as well, and the Alakir for later. Man. There was actually a really interesting series. This is not the way we were hoping it would end. There's the upgrade, though. We're getting somewhere.
Yeah, he did get the upgrade. But yeah, these Feral Spirits are tanking 11 damage, which is a lot against the deck that really only has the ability to do around 30 damage and not much more.
I was going to say, like this play, actually using the Mortal Strike to get more attacks face with the upgrade, but he's actually going to make the more passive trade on the Mana Tide. But I guess you just have to. It's just so doomed, this situation.
Yeah, the Mana Tide is just going to get so out of control. Like we see that Tim Kago's drawn basically all of his taunts, but from Kotachi's perspective, I guess you just have to hope that he doesn't get any more taunts.
Right. The Senjin eats the last weapon charge, unless there's another upgrade. Even the big 8 attack Blood Accelerator doesn't end up getting anything done because the Argent Commander deals with it.
Or even, yeah.
You could use Lava Burst, but I think you want an Argent Commander and then next turn Alakir.
Yeah, getting the Divine Shield taunt is really good here.
Yeah, I think this is a pretty straightforward play.
As well.
Tim Kago going to make sure Lightning Storm isn't terrible. It's just worse than Argent Commander.
Yeah, it puts you off the Alakir.
Yeah.
Which, you're at 27 health. You have all the time in the world, really.
Yeah, you're not scared of a single Argent Squire, but maybe Tim Kago is. I don't like the play, but it's okay.
Yeah, I think he's so far ahead. Maybe he's just playing it ultra safe.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. Like, this game is very over.
Right.
But oh, it's disastrous. The 50-50 Tinkmaster target into the 50-50 Tinkmaster effect. It all goes wrong. And yet, does not look like it's going to change much.
Mm-hmm.
To Northrend!
What else does Kotachi even have in the deck? He's got the Fairy Dragon! There it is!
Yeah, he's got a lot of weapons and chargers left in his deck.
Yeah, he's actually got more than one way to exact lethal here. I guess with spell damage, it's actually 1/over. You can play the Azure Drake Lava Burst for 1/over lethal.
There's more to you than meets the eye.
Yeah, it's like Tim Kago taking it, advancing to the finals.
I love aggro decks. They go so fast. Look at that. In and out, 30 minutes. Unfortunately, it was not in the aggro deck's favor, but
Yeah, unfortunate, but it was interesting games to see either way.
Yeah, really interesting.
Now-
I love that Tim Kago's making it to the finals, by the way. I was kind of talking about it earlier, but he's been... I think he's somebody that a lot of people in Classic know. He's high-end ladder on every server, on pretty much every season, I believe. I don't think he's missed any. He just loves Classic. He plays the game.
Yeah,
Cool dude.
yeah, and he's gotten pretty high in these tournaments before as well. So it's good to see him here in the finals. Yeah, so that brings us to our next semifinals match, Phaser versus Fanu. So they already played game one. Phaser won game one, so I'll let them know that they can get started now.
Yeah, started. Looks like it was an aggro paladin
messaging now?
over. Are you?
I'll message them now.
You have the client open. I don't.
Phaser.
Should look at Fanu's deck list while we're here. It's got a pretty standard one, all things considered. Druid, Rogue, Zoo. Pretty aggressive Shaman list with the Leroy Windfury. That's really the only spice. He's just got good decks. Like I said, nothing wrong with that. You know, it's your last chance. Play the best decks you can.
Yeah. Yeah, this is the big one. You might as well just maximize your chances.
Meanwhile,
So
Phaser
we'll
playing.
wait for them to get in the game.
Honestly, Phaser's playing less aggressive of a lineup than we're usually used to him doing. Obviously, he's got the aggro rogue and aggro paladin, but beyond that, has a pretty heavy druid and the mid-range hunter. Neither of which are super fast.
I think he usually brings a more aggressive hunter because this type of mid-range hunter really wants to go into control and slower decks.
Yeah, he's brought a lot of face hunter to these lists, and if I'm not mistaken, he's also done the 4 aggro lineup with an aggro warrior. Although I think it had similar results than what we just saw from Kotachi. But yeah, the aggro paladin
aggro
was
warrior
able
is
to
like
pick up a win. Sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, aggro warrior is a really fragile deck. I think like it's or like a glass cannon deck, or sometimes it just gets a huge advantage, but sometimes it just fizzles. So
it's like you lose to it, and it's like, wow, how does this deck ever lose? This is crazy. And then you play it, and you don't draw what you need. You don't draw like a crazy Arcanite Reaper setup. Like even there, where Kotachi drew the Arcanite Reaper, he had to use all 3 charges on taunts. It was like, well, this sucks. How do I ever win with this deck? So it's a very snowball-y game. We have
Phaser on the hunter
into the aggro shaman. I like this matchup as hunter into mid-range shaman. I don't know as much about this more aggressive build, which is still pretty mid-rangey to be fair. We'll see how it goes. No 1-drops, unfortunately, even though this list runs Argent Squire and Leper Gnome. Doesn't get anything in the opening hand.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, would you say this is an aggro shaman?
I mean, I think most people would call it aggro shaman. Honestly, speed-wise, it's pretty similar to mid-range hunter. Like, it's a very
you're gonna have to
fast
beat my eyes.
mid-range
Which one is
deck.
Phaser?
The second one. One down. There you go. I was gonna say how silly this looks on stream, but I guess I'm also the stream's eyes. if the deck track is blocking it.
Yeah.
Let none survive.
But yeah, I think the speed of this. I think the speed of this shaman deck and mid-range hunter are fairly similar. Obviously, the shaman has more burst, but I think it ends the game at around the same time. Maybe I'm wrong about that, though. I'm not an expert on this version of shaman.
Yeah, me neither. It does have 2 fire elementals in it, so some top end.
I would probably just play the second Harvest Golem. That was a really big draw from Fanu.
Yeah, it does. It'll contest the board really well, and it won't overload you.
Yeah, I guess he wants to play the Feral Spirits now, so he's not overloaded turn 5 and can play a Drake. I think it's fine. Phasor can't actually punch through this Feral Spirits at the moment. I guess he could unleash Stone Tusk Boar, but that one might be a little bit incorrect, if you will.
Yeah. Now this Flame Tongue Totem is actually going to be really good.
It's going to be really good, but Phasor does have a good answer with a... he probably plays Knife Juggler Unleash. It's a little bit... Okay, now he plays Buzzard Unleash.
Yeah, that's really good.
Yeah. I think you're okay committing the Unleash here, even though there's only 2 minions on board. Well, Phasor decides against it.
Oh.
Gets a little bit punished. Doesn't win the 1 and 3 knife. Yeah, one of the big issues with this aggro shaman... Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, this Knife Juggler is going to be a big problem for Fanu because he doesn't have a way to kill it right now.
What I was going to say is that, seeing these Argent Squires in the hand later in the game, if you're playing a slower shaman build that runs Defender of Argus, is actually something that you're kind of happy to see because you can set up a really annoying board of taunts, but with no Argent Squire no Defender of Argus in the list, it's a little bit rough, and now Phasor getting the full value here, gets a Knife Juggler and Starving Buzzard on the board with a 4-Hound Unleash the Hounds. That is...
Yeah,
that's crazy.
This is the dream.
The moment is upon us.
That's kind of the scary part about Shaman into this matchup. Sometimes, it's very hard to stop the Hunter from getting a pop-off turn with Unleash the Hounds. Even if you're playing
really
around it, sometimes. Yeah, you can't. You can't play around every possibility. Your game plan just is to go wide, and it's not being able to do that is just so damaging. We're gonna see the second Knife Juggler into the Panther. There's no Lightning Storm in this deck for Fanu, one of the cuts you make in this more aggressive mid-shaman list. So...
Yeah, Phasor even has the second Unleash if he needs it.
Yeah. This one is not looking too good.
Yeah, I think Phasor's got a lot of options here going forward. He can really do anything, sort of maintain his huge lead here.
That feels like a playing around Lightning Storm play, taunting up the Jungle Panther, but there is no Lightning Storm in this list. I think Phasor may have misread the Shaman list. Or might just not be actively looking at it. Might be thinking oh, it's a Shaman, I gotta play around Lightning Storm.
Yeah, that's a possibility, but seems like
anyways,
it doesn't matter too much.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. Fanu is very dead.
So Phasor getting another win with his really great Unleash the Hounds turn.
Alright, so that's 2-0 Phasor, right?
Yeah.
Phasor, of course. His aggro rogue is banned, so now he's just got the Druid left into 3 decks that are good into Druid. This situation actually comes up a decent amount of time. The shaman's really good into
Yeah,
druid. The miracle rogue's really good into druid, especially with the double sap. It is a less druid teched. Like Fanu's druid is worse in the mirror than Phasier's because it's got a lot more taunts and a lot less tools like Black Knight and Ragnaros. But it is still a druid mirror. It can sometimes just snowball out of control off of the first few cards. So it's not impossible we see a reverse sweep here.
Yeah, and with the shaman here, it is an aggro shaman, aggressive kind of shaman, but he does have 2 Azure Drakes, 2 Fire Elementals, so still a lot of value. But Phasor not getting that wild growth. Does have the innervate though. We'll be able to get 6 drop, and there are no hexes in Fanu's list.
Speaking of feral spirits, it's not a great way to deal with it at the moment for Phasor. I guess he's got like a Wrath hero power coming up. He's running a druid list that runs Harvest Golem, which is a nice minion to contest the board that not all druids run. A lot of high-level druids opt to run either like a double BGH, like we saw from Tim Kago, or the Farseer for some extra healing.
Yeah. And there are no Earth Shocks for Fanu right now, so if Phasor does decide to innervate out Sylvanas or Cairn here, it could get a lot of value.
It's true. Actually gonna throw down the Sylvanas. I mean, it might take the Argent Squire, I guess. I think with that Flame Tongue Totem, Fanu is clicking on Phasor's head. What do you think?
Yeah. And he has, Rockbiter in hand with the Fire Elemental. Hoping that Phasor can't stabilize and just win the game next turn.
Yeah, but the double Wrath is actually going to do just that. You can Wrath both of the Feral Spirits and then attack Sylvanas into the Flame Tongue Totem. That's actually a pretty good turn.
Yeah, that'll be really good. It'll force Fanu to probably clear the Sylvanas with the Rockbiter.
Yeah, but then you're not playing Fire Elemental.
Yeah, but
you could also just play Fire Elemental Face. You could play Fire Elemental Face. Honestly, that might be the play with the amount of burn you have in hand. Just Fire Ele Face, hit Face.
Yeah, I don't hate it.
Does 5. The Sylvanas has to trade in, so it's taking a 1/1. Looks like Fanu's going to play more defensive, though. Just take down the Sylvanas now. I don't like it, though. I think I would have preferred to just throw damage face.
Yeah, I do kind of like the Fire Elemental Face, because you have a lot of damage that you can top deck into. Yeah, the game can definitely still go both ways. We see Phasor, he has double Savage Roar, but not a lot of ways to build a big board. And Fanu's still at 28 health. Yeah, so this could still end either way.
Yeah, the Druid's definitely not... It's not impossible for the Druid to stabilize here, but there aren't a lot of taunts in this list. Just the 1 Sen'jin and 2 Druid of the Claws. So it's pretty scary for pretty much the rest of the game. This Cairn is kind of just a Yeti.
Actually getting that Stone Call, getting the Taunt Totem is really big here. Being able to block the Cairn.
Kind of has to burn a Savage Roar to clear this off. which to be fair isn't that bad. Is he not going to do it? Oh, he is, but he's just going to get the 2 damage face.
Yeah, ignoring the Arcane Squire. Yeah, this makes sense as well.
Alright, spell damage totem for the win.
He has spell power.
Not quite. 1 off. 1 damage off, but I'm not really sure how Phasor deals with this board.
Needs to get a taunt. That would have been really good if he had gotten
a turn too late.
Earlier.
I guess he can kill the non-divine shield minions in hero power, and he's in the same situation as last time. So he can still stay alive.
Yeah. But Fanu getting 2 draws with the Loot Hoarder, it's going to be pretty good.
Yeah, now Phasor's attacked in, so the 8 damage from spells plus 1 from the Argent Squire. Phasor is finished. So Phantom gonna begin the reverse sweep, still 2-1 in Phasor's favor. Phantom having the Miracle Rogue and the Druid left in the tank. And the Doomhammer draw meant that even if Phasor had read that there's 8 points of burst in hand, it would not have mattered because the Doomhammer would finish it off.
Yeah, so Phantom taking it. Likely we'll see him queue up the Miracle Rogue next, just getting that easy win before the Druid Mirror.
It's not an easy win, but the Druid without very many taunts is definitely not something... It is the easier win for sure. I think a lot of the ways that Druid wins the Miracle Rogue matchup is just hiding behind a huge wall of taunts with the Rogue running out of saps, but we're seeing a 2 sap list and a 3 taunt list from the Druid, so neither of those are really happening. But we'll see.
Yeah, the Druid Mirror is going to be pretty interesting.
Yeah. It's also a double Drake Rogue
Phasor
list from Fanu, actually.
And double sap, yeah.
Double Drake, double sap. It is teched for these slower matchups as hard as you can, basically. That's not entirely true, but...
Yeah, so he is indeed going to queue up the Rogue.
Did he toss a prep?
I didn't see.
I don't love that if he did. It was a 0 mana card. It might not have been prep. It might have been like backstab.
But he does have the Auctioneer Conceal here, which is so good against the Druid.
Yeah, it worked out. He's got the Auctioneer. There is no Tink Master in the Druid list, so there's really no way to answer it. Turn 5 will...
He's just debating on this turn 1. Oh, and got the prep as well.
Looking good. I assume we see like an Innervate Cairn next turn. Try to get some stuff on the board.
About sap.
I don't know if you can afford to worry about sap with this hand. It depends on what he draws next turn, though.
That's true.
Like if you aren't drawing, like
Harvest Golem is...
Well, that's pretty good.
Well,
maybe
yeah,
you
that's
play
a good
that
card.
instead. Big Yeti. Probably see.
Yeah, and if he did sap it, he could play with the Harvest Golem Innervate next turn and then curve into Cairn. So it's a good draw.
This
guy's toast.
Huh. I don't love that play from Fanu, and it gets really punished if he wants to heal with this Ancient of Lore. He doesn't, but Honestly, I think I would have. I think I would have healed the Yeti there and traded in. Like
Yeah.
you just saw a fan, you just saw an
It looks
SI.
like Fanu got the.
Yeah, Fanu drawing the second prep, I think, is very lucky. Because I think the first prep,
Yeah.
I don't really agree with how he used that. I probably would have just played SI, even though it just dies.
Mm-hmm.
You don't really need to burn resources with Gadget and Conceal in hand. IMO, but maybe he was a
Yeah.
little
Do
bit
you
too
think he
scared of
goes
what
for
the
it
druid
now?
was. I don't think so, but maybe you have to. You can't really afford to pass a turn with this Ancient of Lore on the field. Honestly, I might
Yeah,
coin
I think making a
Drake.
tempo play.
I might coin Drake into Gadget and Prep Conceal next turn.
Yeah, that's fair as well.
But that's also not really great. Looks like Fanu's actually going to pass.
We're just gonna pass.
The Earth Mother is near.
Druid has a little bit easier plays at the moment.
Yeah.
But not for long. Turn 5, coin Prep
Yes.
Conceal all in hand. Plus the green man.
Let's see what Fanu draws here. I think he wants a sap off the top here.
Yeah, I don't think you play the Prep this turn. I think you wait next turn. Right?
I guess there's an argument, but because prep Cold Blood is not awful here. Prep Eviscerate. Yeah, I think you can make the case either way.
Right.
You would just play it if you were hoping for a sap off the top, I think.
Yeah, I guess he had 16 cards in deck.
Yeah, so not too likely.
Yeah, and you see the reason why a lot of Miracle Rogues actually don't run. That was one off. He had 18. I guess that's 2 off. But why a lot of Miracle Rogues don't run double Azure Drake, this hand is really clunky, actually. It's going to be hard to find space
when
to
you draw
actually
them
play
both.
both of these Azure Drakes. That's why I would have liked playing one last turn instead of the full pass. To get a conceal.
But he might get a full clear here. If he has if he gets sap, he might be able to clear. No, he doesn't have.
If he gets second conceal, he might just be able to win.
That's true because Phasor doesn't have Saboteur in hand.
Not quite. The sap one card too late. We had no Leroy in hand.
Phasor,
rough.
Yeah, Phasor doesn't have lethal here.
Not quite. With Innervate, he would have been one off.
The Innervate Saboteur.
Yeah, well, swipe Innervate Force of Nature would have been one off, is what I'm saying. Well, that's another Gadget Sand, but you don't really have the space to play it. Gadget Sand Sap doesn't do enough.
Yeah, you used both of your preps as well, so you don't have too many things you can play this turn.
So many options.
Yeah, it's a little bit unlucky. Didn't draw great for the first Gadget and pop-off turn, but again, going back to using the first prep at the beginning, I think that's really why I didn't like it. It's just you're removing such a valuable resource for what ended up being kind of a minimal gain overall.
Because you didn't really gain any tempo because you didn't actually kill the Yeti. Just did some damage. Just set up the kill with the SI.
Yeah, and Phasor actually going to take it.
Yeah, so Phasor wins this series. advancing to the finals.
Phasor versus Tim Kago
Yeah,
in the
both
finals.
Pretty well-known players, so yeah, well-deserved. Whoever wins.
Absolutely. Phazor's actually been in quite a few tournaments. I didn't realize. Never made it this far though,
Yeah,
despite
and a top
his
ladder player.
Yeah, I know top ladder players, but it's no big deal to me. Yeah, but Phasor never made it this far into a tournament despite his prowess on ladder, so it's good to see him making it this far as well. Currently rank 1, it looks like.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so
He's good.
Get started with the third place match first. Fanu versus Gritach.
Fanu's fairly standard lineup into Quatach, who has anything but. He's got a bit of a banger, you could say. A lot of fun stuff here. A lot of fast stuff, mostly.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so we'll give them a couple minutes to figure out the bans. Fanu might need a couple minutes to break from that last game. As we're going straight into the third place match.
Yeah, it's always rough to lose
yeah.
a favored matchup like that.
Yeah.
Not much else to say. Miracle Rogue is favored into Druid. And it's not a guaranteed win by any means. Druid does some silly things, as we have seen throughout the tournament.
I think it was really not being able to draw any saps at all that game. But the Druid was just able to get the overwhelming board advantage there.
Yeah, the saps came a little bit too late, and like I mentioned, I think the plays before then weren't quite perfect. Yeah, Miracle Rogue, not a free deck to pilot, despite what some people will lead you to believe.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and the Druid Mirror would have been interesting as well. Phasor did have a Black Knight in his list, whereas Fanu did not, so that could have swung things in.
Yeah, he had a Black Knight into a double Ancient of War list, which is, if you're getting Black Knight off on an Ancient of War, your chances of winning the game are pretty insane.
Yeah, so that would have been a really interesting match to see as well, but not necessarily favored for Fanu either. So we'll see how Fanu does against Quatach's all aggro lineup, all fairy dragon lineup.
All fairy dragon lineup. I think that's the best way to describe it.
Yeah, he's got Argent Squire, Leper Gnome, and Fairy Dragon in every single deck.
Got Abusive Sergeant as well.
And Leroy, of course.
And Leroy, of course. Looks like both players have readied up. Bans aren't quite through yet.
Okay, yeah, we'll just give them a couple minutes. Quatach, our tournament NA #1 champion, which I vividly remember because he beat me in the finals of that tournament.
I think I remember that one.
Yeah, the very first tournament, it was quite an event. Carlotta was behind the scenes managing everybody's bans and DMs.
Yeah, we were using Challenge instead of Battlefy, and Challenge doesn't have like any support for that, so we just had decks streaming for like 12 hours because both tournaments happened back to back in one day, and Carlotta was managing bans the whole day. and everything else. There's a reason we swapped to the format we were using for a while after that. Just one tournament a day, one weekend, one the next, and using a software that actually works for Hearthstone.
Yeah, look how far we've come.
Of course, with that being said,
Looks like,
there is the
Tachi-
EU tournament tomorrow. I should mention 1 p.m. Eastern. I believe that's 7 p.m. Central European. So it's an hour later than normal for those who are used to these tournaments.
Must protect the wild.
Just so we can get everything set up. I think opposition needed a little bit longer to get ready as a Pacific time resident.
So here we are, Fanu on the Druid, Touch on his Paladin.
I assume we just saw 2 rogue bands.
Protects me.
And I was wrong. Fanu got his Zulok band. So he still has access to the Miracle Rogue, which actually makes sense. Miracle Rogue is not a deck that has a fun time into super aggro lists like we're seeing from Quatach.
The light protects me.
It's
And
kind of
Zoo
the one
is
weakness.
The deck that has a lot of fun.
Yeah, Zoo is, on the other hand, a deck that you want to be playing into a full aggro lineup. Unless we see a bunch of explosive traps again.
Yeah,
which-
Zoo. So here's the Paladin versus Druid. The Druid does have 2 Ancient Wars, but Squatach is running 2 Equalities. So interesting how that pans out. Fanu does have an Ancient of War in hand already.
Yeah, I would tend to give Druid the edge in this matchup. I've heard the other way from some people who are more familiar with aggro Paladin. To be honest, I think at best it's an even matchup for the Paladin, which, to be fair, being even against combo Druid is no small task. But I would tend to favor the Druid a good amount. This is a big Divine Favor. We might just see Kotachi drop it. It's like 4 cards, 3 cards.
Yeah, against Druid, you might not. It's not guaranteed that you're going to get a good Divine Favor. It just really depends on how the Druid's hand plays out. So when you get a good one, you might as well take it.
Yeah, I mean, at 3 cards, it's more value than an Arcane Intellect, so it's already, in theory, getting value.
Right.
I'm thinking if I like this Keeper more than Wild Growth Hero Power, it's probably better, even though it gets owned by True Silver.
But it does reduce a lot of the power on the board. It's only the 1/1 left.
It's just rough, because you're locked into playing Wild Growth next turn. Like, your whole hand is
Yeah,
unplayable.
but it does set you up for the 7/7.
Yeah, you curve really well with Wild Growth into Ancient of War. You could also play this Shield Master that Fanu just drew, but I think that's worse than Wild Growth. It's what he's going to go for, though.
Yeah, he does
I guess
have
you've
the
got, like,
Sylvanas and the Ancient.
This is a really good Consecrate, by the way. Hopefully Quatach doesn't do anything else too silly. I don't expect we see him
Well, he
burn
has the
equality
equality.
here. Yeah, but he's playing against a
Yeah,
list with
but he
double
might-
Ancient of War.
No, I think he wants to save the Consecrate for when he uses the equality later. Because if he spends the Consecrate now, he might not have any minions to actually bump in with the equality.
I don't know. I would have liked the Consecration there, save the minion, even though it's just a 1/1. But this is fine as well.
I have no time for games.
Yeah, like maybe here you just sit back and then get a big equality Consecrate the next turn.
Well, I think if you're Fanu, next turn you're playing the Ancient of Lore for healing over the Ancient of War, just because you haven't seen an equality or
Right.
anything like that. least that's what I would do.
Yeah, that would make sense.
We'll see what Fanu actually decides to do. And first, we'll see what Kotachi decides to do in this situation where he's got kind of a Leroy and a bunch of garbage for the current board state. The Aldor is okay, at least.
But he does have a lot of damage. True Silver is 8, Leroy is 6. He does have a lot of damage with the Elven Archer.
One shot, one
Yeah, this Aldor is probably going to be unanswered.
Reporting for duty.
Yeah, you've got to have a lot of stones to not play an Ancient of War in this situation. You're staring down a lot of damage, especially if there's a Leroy in hand. And Kotachi's been holding on to this leftmost card for a while. But that Druid of the Claw draw actually makes it a lot more comfortable.
Yeah,
It's gonna be
getting the second taunt.
you really want to just equality get rid of this, but if you
And then the
do, you're in
Sylvanas
for
will take your Aldor.
yeah. Well, I think in that situation you wouldn't consecrate. You just equality and trade in, play like
Yeah,
I don't know. It's so bad. That Druid of the Claw draw was like I think Fanu was winning anyways. That draw like gave him a 95% chance to win or something ridiculous.
yeah, the second taunt. I think this is going to be a tricky turn from Dodge.
We need to get like one of those chess engine readers. Need one for Hearthstone. Just every draw, every play, you see who's favored. That would never work.
Well,
like,
if you had that,
no one would ever get it to work properly. But imagine. I think Quatach thought that would do.
yeah, we'd
more
have much
damage.
better bots.
Yeah, true. Yeah, I think Quatach, for some reason, he thought that Consecrate would do 3. Unfortunately, it didn't.
Or maybe he was just trying to prevent the Sylvanas from taking the Aldor. Just trading it in.
It's 24 damage coming in next turn with combo. For those keeping score at home.
Put this apple on your head.
If the Knife Juggler hits Sylvanas and it steals one of these minions, that's actually lethal. Because the 3 attack minion would do enough.
Well, not if it steals the token, but is it still? If he trades the Sylvanas into the
So you
token
just Force of
here,
Nature,
it's
clear off
still
the
gonna be
board.
Such a
Ooh,
Yeah.
he could get the Knife Juggler and then play Force of Nature. Big money plays. But I actually really like that play now that I think about it.
I actually kind of like playing the Ancient of War with the Wrath here because just getting the taunt down. I think either way you're in a really dominant position, but getting the taunt down would just seal it.
Yeah, you've seen the Consecrate. There's likely no way, even if there is an equality, which I think Fanu has a reasonable read that there is one. There's nothing to trigger it with, so you're just left with a bunch of 1 health minions that still do the same amount of damage.
Yeah, and even if he did top deck the Consecrate, Fanu actually has enough burn in his hand to just win. He doesn't need any minions over 2 turns.
Yeah. Looks like Fanu's still going to play it safe, but
Reporting for duty.
doesn't really matter. The game is over.
Yeah, he's
The
in a really
combo
great
will
position
seal
here.
it.
Well played. My thanks to you.
sit in silence and watch. Could have innervate hero powered and killed with the hero. Fenu, a little bit of a misplay there.
Yeah, missed some BM.
It's not even really BM, it's the same number of attacks. It's just, I don't know, style points?
Yeah, just showing that he had the innervate in hand and that he had a lot of damage no matter what.
Exactly. It's not like you're hiding information about the cards in your hand. Even if it wasn't open deck list, you know, you're playing Druid, you're running Innervate. Of course, not going to be a shocker.
Yeah, I think sometimes it's just good manners to just show your opponent everything that you have, so that they don't like sort of agonize of, oh, what if I did this or this if they were just dead anyway.
I will fight with honor.
Right. Well, this is a little bit better of a matchup. We saw Phasor win this against Fanu. Well, we didn't see it, but it happened earlier. The aggro paladin
Yeah,
beating
this
the
is
Miracle
pretty
Rogue.
favorable.
Oh yeah. With that being said, Fanu can get a big Edwin. If he so desires. I think he probably coin SIs, and that's a much better play because equality exists. But Big Edwin is a possibility.
Yeah, and there's two equalities. Quitachi even has the fairy dragons, which are going to be really good against the rogue.
Yeah, gonna be annoying to clear. Can't backstab it. Can't SI. Well, you can SI. You can't eviscerate. That's the card I'm thinking of. Speaking of fan of knives, is this a fan turn?
Prep fan Edwin? It's a possibility.
That doesn't really do anything, though. I like this play. Just trade in, Farseer yourself. It does create a pretty big divine favor, though, but it's one of the reasons why this matchup is so good for aggro paladin. It's kind of hard for the rogue to prevent an early divine favor from doing this kind of damage.
Mm-hmm.
There's another divine favor.
Yeah, the saving grace for Fanu is that he's still pretty healthy at 27 here, so it's not the end of the world.
Yeah, now I like the Edwin play a lot more, even though we just saw a bunch of cards drawn for the Paladin. He can equality, but we just saw an Argent Squire. It's too early for equality consecrate. I think as Fanu, you feel comfortable. I don't know if I would have saved backstab. I think I would have gone for an 8/8.
Yeah, the Paladin does have Elven Archers.
Yeah, I was saying we just saw one Elven Archer, so the odds of him drawing the second one were pretty low, even though, as it turns out, there it is right there. No equality, though, so still can't deal with this Edwin. Not a perfect turn for Kratach. I guess Worgen Argent Protector is what he's looking at right now. It's like, what else are you doing? Leroy into that headwind? I don't know if that's something you want to do.
Yeah, you just saw a fan, so going wide here seems good.
Yeah.
Although, okay, so he played the Archer instead of hero powering, which means he's trying to empty his hand for the second divine favor, which I like as well.
So in that case, Fanu probably has the read that second divine favor is in hand, and If he just gets through some of his cards. It's actually stopped
Yeah,
a
he
little
should
bit by
burn
this
the
Gadget
backstab
Stand. He
here.
wants to save the backstab for the Gadget Stand turn, so he's actually going to give over a little bit more than he was initially planning. It's still only
I
a
think if you're the rogue in this
3-card.
position, you're so far ahead that I think you should just, you don't really need to get value out of your auctioneer.
I don't know if you're ever too far ahead. That's true, but I'm not the most talented rogue player of all time. This Phantom Knives is pretty juicy. You might
Yeah,
delay.
that's really good.
I think you delay the Gadget Stand a turn to get this fan off. Just clear the board. Keep your Edwin healthy.
Yeah, just play it
You can
safe.
even keep the other minion if you really want. Kind of unlucky that the prep is drawn now. You would have loved a Gadget Stand prep fan, but that's okay.
Yeah, having it next turn, you have Gadget Sand, Backstab, you even have the Flurry. So you've got all the tools that you could ask for.
Put this apple on your head.
Follow the rules.
Health total is getting a little bit low, and there's a Leroy Blessing of Might in hand for Kotoch. That is 9 damage. Fanu needs to think about that.
Yeah, both True Silvers in deck.
Also true.
And Quitoch is not playing Chargers in this list.
Cold Blood Conceal. I think you're at a point you can race. You're a little bit worried that you haven't seen
Right.
inequality yet, but there's only so worried you can be in a matchup like this. Sometimes you just have to like believe in yourself.
And getting the extra draws off of the gadgets, and you might as well get them as well. And he has the Leroy and a Cold Blood in hand. He does have lethal next turn, even if Quitoch has the equality clear.
Yeah, and we saw him play accordingly, actually attacking into the recruit with his weapon and breaking it instead of saving it for Deadly Poison next turn. Because before then, he would have needed to Leroy Eviscerate Deadly Poison to actually get lethal, but with the Cold Blood draw, he can afford to use the weapon. I think Quitoch knows what's coming. we had to hide that Leroy attack. It was too graphic. Hide it behind Auctioneer's face. All right,
Yeah,
how
this
does
is gonna
Fanny
be
decide to
lethal,
win?
for Fanny.
I'm feeling a Deadly Poison Blade Flurry. Oh, he's just gonna attack with the hero. Come on, Fanu. You keep having so many ways to style, and you're not doing it. Messed up.
And not going to draw his whole deck with the Auctioneer, just to show off.
Think of how many cards he has in this deck.
So Fanu's up 2 games in the series right now. He has
Getting her win with that Miracle Rogue is pretty important, but I'm not sure how the Shaman list is going to do into the full aggro lineup. It is a little bit less defensive than the Shaman we saw from Tim Kago. Does still have Feral
no
Spirits.
Lightning Storm.
Yeah, no Lightning Storm is the big one. Does still have Feral Spirits and actually has a lot of damage the other way.
With honor.
But I think we may see it lose a game or two before it beats Warrior again. That's my prediction. I think we're going to see a 3-2 and then Warrior loses to Shaman.
Yeah,
Calling my shot.
I could definitely see that.
Put this apple on your head.
Ooh, that's a big draw.
Yeah, because he didn't actually have a clear for this juggler. That would have
Yeah, would have been forced
really
to
good
like
for Quitoch if he was...
Loot Hoarder and Prey or something, but that wouldn't have worked because the Elven Archer's in hand.
Mhm.
Do you Earthshock this Argent Squire and play Loot Hoarder now? So I'm thinking you just Feral Spirits, to be honest.
Yeah, I think either play is would be good here. There's not too many Earthshock targets in Quatach's deck, so maybe Fan is just trying to get the value while he can.
One shot, one
Not on my watch.
And he can potentially save the Feral Spirits here, go for Juggler or Feral Spirits next turn. But then this turn it would be pretty weak.
I think I'm fine, just Feral Spirits, but Consecrate kind of owns it. I just don't know what else to do.
Yeah.
It's kind of why I would have liked Feral
Yeah, you
Spirits
just don't really
last
have a
turn.
great turn.
I would have rather seen it last turn. TBH.
Yeah, with the hindsight, the Earth Shock would be really good here on the Divine Shield.
Did he roll taunt? Nope. So what is Quatach going to do? I think I might just go for Divine Favor. I don't think you need to pull the trigger on Consecrate.
Yeah, getting 3 draws off of Divine Favor against a kind of aggressive-ish Shaman, I think it's pretty good. It's a pretty good value.
Pretty good value.
And then you can just get the full clear here, get all the value trades. And you're just in such a great position. There's no Lightning Storm coming your way.
Yeah, there's like a Knife Juggler Feral Spirits play that is pretty good if there wasn't a Consecrate in hand. But with the Consecrate, it kind of gets shut down pretty hard. Not great
Even
knives
hitting
either.
face.
Yeah. We use the one you top decked. Important play. No, Quatach.
That's true.
I think with no Lightning Storm, you actually lose the Divine Shield on Argent Squire to keep the extra Archer on board. And it looks like
Yeah,
Quatach agrees.
that makes sense. Yeah, because there's no way that Fandu can punish you.
I'll take a draw. I don't think Fanu has a way to survive this onslaught coming in from
Yeah,
the
there's
aggro
no
paladin.
way.
There's another Feral Spirit.
Yeah, that would be the You Wind Fury the Harvest Golem, so you can kill 2 minions, and then you play Feral
I like
Spirits.
this play here. The Lava Burst on the...
Oh, yeah, this is
hero.
pretty good too.
I'm a fan. The Wind Fury Feral Spirits play was pretty funny though. It doesn't matter because you just
Yeah,
get second Consecrated and cry.
Yeah, but that was probably your best shot.
Yeah. You might have actually been able to live a couple more turns from that.
So now it's 2-1 for Fanu. Taj still needs win off his warrior, win off his hunter.
For Doomhammer, let the hunt begin.
So it's going to be the hunter here. Still against the shaman.
kind of what I expected. Shaman has Argent Squire now. I don't think he had Argent Squire last game. Venu.
Yeah. Well, Kotaj has the double explosive, so that could be.
Ooh.
The light protects
That's one way to beat Shaman.
Yeah, I guess
Since
so.
it does kind of look like a trap hunter list, maybe like a hybrid semi-trap. Trap hunter is unfavored into Shaman, so it's interesting to see how this plays out.
It is, but I think with this much aggression, excuse me, I think that pushes the matchup the other way.
Yeah, a lot of early drops. I think you just play the explosive trap here. Right? You play explosive, go face.
I don't know if I love the explosive trap and not popping the divine shield. Like, I don't think the 1 damage does that much for you.
Well, I think it's sort of forcing Fanu to pop it, and if he doesn't, if he like Earth Shocks this Argent Square, you still have the second explosive trap just to clean it up if you need to.
I guess. I also don't love the hero power play from Fenu. I probably would have just committed to the Earth Shock
Yeah.
and then attacked in. And then once I found it was
Yeah, I think
explosive,
you
just
probably
hero
want
power.
to pop the secrets.
Yeah, and now it feels really bad to pop the secret since you've already totemed. He's not even going to do it. A bit awkward. Excuse me, my voice is going a little bit.
Yeah, like if you're a fan here and you're committing to a line where you're not attacking, I wonder like what's your plan here? Right? Because you don't really have beefy minions. Obviously, he has 2 fire elementals in hand.
He's gonna run out of totems eventually as well. So like he won't even get that much value off the knife choke. Excuse me.
Maybe
I'm not
he's
really sure
trying to
what
go
his
for the
end
same
game is.
strategy that we saw in the previous game against Squataj's Hunter. Since Squataj doesn't have Unleash the Hounds, the Shaman can just go as wide as he wants without really being punished. And maybe that's what he's trying to do.
I guess, but I'm just not sure what it accomplishes. I don't know
guess
what
it
this
does
accomplishes
is
either.
It keeps Squataj from developing the board because he can't play minions.
Well,
So
he can
Fanu
play
can
these
just sort of
Jungle
stall the game
Panthers.
out until he can.
The Jungle Panthers are safe.
That's true. Yeah, because there's no lightning storm. I wonder why he didn't.
Yeah, the kill commander seems so weird. Like it gets rid of the harvest golem, prevents the damaged golem from attacking since it dies to explosive trap, but I don't know what that accomplishes. I'm really confused by that. Like your opponent is committed to doing nothing and you're using your burn spells to keep letting them do nothing instead of, trying to kill command their face. Like you have to kill them as the hunter. Like sure they're just sitting there doing nothing. You do have to kill them eventually.
Maybe he's trying to just go for the slow play hero power every turn.
Yeah, I mean this misdirect is actually pretty annoying. But this Argent Squire
Yeah,
is
it's still
gonna
going to be a really big deal.
the Argent Squire is gonna pop it eventually.
Still not attacking.
Well, he can't attack into misdirect now. He just takes he either
Yeah.
takes too much damage or the 2 fire elementals hit each other. I would have probably played the Argent Squire first and then attacked. It is a 50-50, and if it hits your face... Well, actually, I probably just wouldn't have attacked there. I don't know.
Yeah, because if it hits your face, that's such a bad position.
That-
But
that's
you
how
are
you
ahead
lose.
in the series. Yeah.
Ooh. How much damage is this? It would be lethal if there was
This
another
is a
kill command in
lot.
hand. Just saying.
It's still lethal if there's no taunt.
I was talking about the damage from
It
the
would
hunter,
be-
but yeah, this is lethal from Shaman with the Flame Tongue Totem. That brings it up to 16.
Oh no, the
plus
hunter
the
would
Lightning
have,
Storm.
the hunter would have had lethal if he if the shaman didn't kill him here, right? Because 2 jungle panthers is 8 plus the arcane shot and the kill command and the hero power. I think that'd be
Yeah,
exactly.
I guess it would have been lethal. You're right. All right. Weird game at the end there, but Fanu gonna take it.
Fanu taking it.
3-1. He is going to be our 3rd place finisher. There was no 3rd place prize this time, unfortunately, but yeah, well played from Fanu. Getting a nice top 3. Good stuff, good stuff.
Yeah. Okay, now we have our finals. Phasure versus Tim Kago. I'll let them know to get started. Okay, so we'll give them a couple minutes for their bans. And meantime, I'll take a look at their deck lists. So Phasure, both of these players that we've seen previously this tournament, so I'm pretty familiar with what they've brought. Oh.
Tim Kago is here. He's not rated up yet. Yeah, he didn't ready up, so it actually was a 3-0 on the bracket for a while. I had to reset it.
Okay.
But now I don't know where Tim Kago is. Hopefully he's still here. Honestly, I think Tim Kago's on East Coast. There is a non-zero chance that he just like didn't make it. He fell asleep.
Oh, he's just messaging me. You reset the match, right?
I should have. Los Angeles Angels are currently beating the Colorado Rockies 24-0 in the bottom of the 7th. That's wild.
I don't know what that means. What sport is that?
Baseball scores aren't supposed to go that high. That's all you need to know.
Interesting. Okay. Tim Kago's still not ready. Oh, Tim Kago's ready now. Okay, so I think they should both be good for the match.
Yep, we got it worked out.
So, yeah, we'll just wait for them to start the game.
Yeah, Phaser and Tim Kago are next to each other on the spreadsheet. It's like we planned this.
Yeah.
Not quite, but I'll say we did. Pretty standard lineup. I was talking about the Rogue, Shaman, Druid kind of being the standard lineup. We see not too much spice from Tim Kago. Obviously has the aggro rogue instead of the miracle rogue. He's got the handlock instead of the zoo, and a shaman build is a lot more defensive. Plus, it includes that Tink Master that we've seen to mixed results, to be honest.
Both players bringing aggro rogue, actually.
Not a shocker. Phaser, of course, the aggro rogue savant.
Yeah, both.
He's also bringing his own druid, as well as mid-range hunter, a deck he's also well known for. There's a deck spotlight on the Classic Hearthstone YouTube channel for you to check out. As well as that aggro paladin, another strong aggro list that Phaser's done a lot of work with.
Yeah, both druids actually have Black Knight as well. They're similar lists now that I'm looking at them.
They're very similar. The big difference is Sylvanas for Phaser and the Sunwalker for Tim Kago. A couple other things. Tim Kago running a Blood Mage and only one Drake. Phaser running 2 Drake. It's a couple different 3 drops, a couple different 4 drops, but very similar lineups. Or druid lists, rather.
So what do you think they're going to be banning here? It might be both go for the aggro rogues.
Well, I have the bans in front of me. I fear Tim Kago's aggro rogue is banned, and Phaser's mid-range hunter is banned. So Tim Kago doesn't want to play against that with his bunch of mid-range deck lineup. Makes sense. Mid-range hunter is fairly good into those. Even though I'm not a huge fan of it into the druid, it's still against someone like Phaser who has supreme knowledge of the matchup. It's not something you want to be playing. Although it does leave up Phaser's aggro rogue. A little scary.
Yeah, like the handlock is weak against the mid-range hunter, but it's also weak against the aggro rogue. So yeah, for the handlock, it doesn't make too much of a difference.
Yeah, it's actually going to be pretty important for the handlock to get a win in the series for Tim Kago. Though it is worth noting that the aggro rogue list doesn't have any saps, so there is a possibility of sneaking a win there from a silly double molten play. We've already seen it happen a couple times. I think they were from Tim Kago, actually.
Yeah,
I'm so glad these are the 2 finalists we had, by the way. I know I've talked about it. I love both of these players. I think they're both really good at the game, and I'm glad they both got to make a finals at the last tournament. Looks like we're getting started soon. Yep.
Yeah, they had to restart their clients, but the bans are already in, so first game should be starting any second now. But yeah, Tim Kago's handlock might have a rough time against all of Phaser's decks, really. That's going to be the one that to watch out for.
Yeah, the Druid is the winnable one, but it is a Black Knight Druid with plenty of other beef in the late game. It's got a BGH. It's going to be scary. We'll see what Tim Kago is able to do. I definitely give Phaser the edge just off of lineup, but I said that last game with Kutach against Tim Kago, and he was able to pull it out. So
I must protect the wild.
let's see what he can do. let's see if he keeps both of these innervates. I mean, you definitely keep one, right?
Yeah, for sure, with the keeper against aggro rogue. Yeah, and like you said, it's interesting. Aggro rogue doesn't have saps, which is interesting because we've seen that historically it has played saps, but more recently, these aggro rogue players have been saying that saps actually not too good in the deck.
I mean, if there is a matchup it's good into, it is Druid. You think we see a turn 1 Karen? We don't, but it would be fun.
Oh, that's
Unless
funny.
Unless? I think we probably just see turn 1 Keeper. Play it a little bit safe.
Mm-hmm.
I would definitely play a minion here turn 1. I don't know what your thoughts
innervates.
are. Yeah. You kept 2 innervates. Like, I feel like you're definitely planning on making a turn 1 play. This deck doesn't run Knife Juggler.
The other option is on turn 2 you could do double innervate Cairn and then Coin Keeper on 3. So that would be a bit of a smoother curve, but interesting, just going for the hero power. I don't hate this either.
I don't love it. I actually don't really like it. But
I think maybe anticipating a Knife Juggler.
No, there's no Knife Juggler in this deck.
Knife Juggler in the list. Yeah, so yeah, that's interesting.
I don't know. That's really strange to me. Like, I think the turn 1 Keeper is just really good in most situations against aggro decks.
Yeah.
And now you don't want to use double innervate because you want to save it for like a potential innervate Harrison. Maybe you don't though. I don't know. Let Tim cook. Let's see what he does.
Yeah.
Time waits for no one.
I guess he just gets to play Karen on an empty board.
Here.
Not bad.
Yeah, and
he's got the
curves,
BGH to follow up.
So.
Yeah. Okay. I don't hate it. I don't like it though.
Mind if I roll knee?
I think this is a pretty safe BGH play. Hey, Rebirth is on. That guy hasn't been on in a while.
Yeah,
right?
He's a Korean player actually.
Yeah, I know he was really high on ladder for like the first few classic seasons. Him and Baco, George C.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think I ever got to play against Baco. I've only heard legends. He's apparently just the best Miracle Rogue player in history.
Yeah, it would have been cool to have him.
He stopped playing Classic a while ago. I think he stopped playing. I think Baco stopped playing Hearthstone
it looks like the
entirely.
Druid has a. Yeah, seems like Druid sort of stabilized on the board. They've got a pretty beefy board. Phasor doesn't have. He's got damage in his hand, but doesn't really have a way to deal with the board.
Yeah, but Tim Kago actually has to deal with this Argent Squire. That Wild Growth makes things a little bit juicier. You can Wild Growth Hero Power, trade in the BGH probably. I guess it doesn't really matter which one you attack. Could also keep.
Do you trade actually?
You're way too scared of Cold Blood. I guess you have the Keeper, but
What to do?
I don't know.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah, if you're worried about Cold Blood, one of the ways you are going to lose is if Phasor just is able to collect enough damage to just kill you. So just mitigating that potential damage. But the thing is, even if Phasor does have Cold Blood, that Ardent Squire isn't going to get 2 hits because Tim Kago's got enough cards in hand to kill it if that does happen.
Then again, you could argue Tim Kago just needs to push damage the other way. Like he needs to. He has a strong board, but he needs to kill the rogue before the rogue kills him, and that's not something you're gonna do by, sitting around clearing every minion he plays. There's a lot of direct damage in this rogue deck.
Clear.
Yeah. It's an awkward turn. I guess it's a full clear, though.
Yeah, this is actually not too bad.
That's not awkward at all. That just works out.
This guy's toast.
Yeah, Tim Kago does have Keeper Hero power. He can clear it the other way. But
Seems
Frazier
like a
did deal
pretty
with the
safe
board.
play. What are your opinions on arcane golems?
Yeah, you don't want to play it, but you don't really have another minion to play. And so, yeah, I think you do have to play it here.
Does attack with the dagger, denying the potential double draw from Harrison. I think we probably still see Harrison played, though.
There is an Assassin's
little bit-
Blade, though, so maybe he's thinking about saving it.
Yeah, but I don't know if these cards are good enough. I guess you could, BGH Wrath, but... Yeah, that's what you're really hoping to find, that Ancient of Lore for some heal. Desperate Survival. How much damage is this? Well, you can't play it all. But it is 11 damage if you had one more mana.
Yeah, this is looking good for the Druid now.
Looking really good. A Force of Nature draw would be lethal. Maybe I'll... Wait with bated breath. Those are both pretty good. I think I would still
Yeah, you can't play both of them,
probably...
unfortunately.
Actually, I think I would Senjin BGH Hero Power. You probably Hero Power face and trade the Keeper into the Cold Light, or not Cold Light, South Sea Deckhand. Looks like Tim Kago gonna go for the
Yeah,
heal.
that looks good.
I mean, the scary thing is Leroy Shadow Step, but
Yeah, because the taunt does block a lot more damage, right? It'll block Leroy.
Yeah.
Leroy
I mean, the
Step.
bigger thing is it blocks a charge plus Shadow Step burst combo, which is why I would like the Senjin there. It also puts more stats on the board because you put the Senjin and the BGH.
Waits for no one.
Yeah, he'd have to be worried about potentially an Eviscerate, maybe Eviscerate with SI maybe. Some other way to just go over the taunt and kill him. I mean, that's probably what he's worried about.
7, 14, 15, 16, 17. Double Shadow Step?
Yeah.
Do we see it? Nope.
So Tim...
The double
it's not
Shadow Step
lethal.
Arcane Golem Dream. Not quite though. Tim Kago with the double Innervate Hand, able to
Well played.
stabilize against a very scary aggro rogue deck, and even scarier aggro rogue player, honestly.
Yeah, Druid getting double. Sometimes Druid just gets those crazy hands. And even with double innervate, Phasia was able to make it pretty close. He ended at 9 health. The Druid is at 9 health, so almost made it too. Just shows how crazy both of these decks are.
Well, the Druid gets its win.
So Druid for Tim Kago.
He's got the Shaman and the Handlock. Two decks that are not going to have a fun time into aggro decks.
Your judgment begins. You are in the court of the elements.
Let's see Phasia switching over to the aggro paladin here.
I wonder if he expected Tim Kago to go for the Handlock at game 2, and he wanted to go for the even harder Handlock counter. It's still really good against Shaman, though. But when you drop game 1 in a series, you really want to get that best matchup that you can. You really want this aggro paladin to get into the Handlock, so the Handlock doesn't get a win. I think that's what he was worried about. He just wanted to make sure that the Handlock lost. Does that make sense?
Yeah, a lot of there's a lot of mind gaming that goes in right when you're trying to select your deck. So it's you're trying to think a couple steps ahead, or like really how far ahead you need to think.
Yeah, I know there's some people who just kind of play with whatever, like don't really think that much, but there's other players who really go in depth with how they want to play their early game, or their, what do you want to call it, picking decks.
Yeah, their picks. I'm more of just a sort of instinctive. I just sort of go with what my gut tells me. But I know, there are a lot of players out there who really do a lot of like the micro analysis of how the matchups work and like how to pick. I think Severe is probably one of the best players at that. Just has a really deep understanding of the meta and how decks will interact with each other.
Reporting for duty.
Yeah, this is a little bit of an awkward situation for Tim Kago, by the way. It's got this really high attack. Rolling the Searing Totem is really important, though, but that's a pretty big draw. Blessing of Kings, probably going to force out with a Lava Burst. No, he's not going to use it. Interesting. That still might force a Lava Burst, honestly. You can't play Azure Drake in response. Would you hex this? I might actually hex this.
Yeah,
Tim Kago will
you
as
don't
well.
have any other way to deal with it, really.
Of course, the Blessing of Kings is really good. It does die to Lava Burst, though. Another double True Silver hand for the aggro paladin. It's a lot of damage, but not a lot of things to put on the board, sadly.
Yeah, it's a big frog.
It's a big frog. You gotta use the Lava Burst. I don't think there's any way around it. It's just, what else do you do? Do you Hero Power? Do you Mana Tide? I would probably Mana Tide. Could also Blood Mage.
Yeah,
It also
I
feels
think,
bad because you
maybe either
aren't
way.
getting to Fire Elemental afterwards.
Yeah, but if you Mana Tide, it's tempting, right, for Phasia to hit in with a weapon, and then you're sort of healing for 4 health. That's not too bad. So I might prefer the Mana Tide here.
It's probably a Divine Favor turn. Another solid 3-card draw.
Not on my watch.
Yeah, whenever you
haven't
can
seen
get
it.
value.
Oh, he gets 4 cards,
off of
actually.
Divine Favor.
Nice.
Oh, because of the draw, yeah.
I missed that. Luckily, Phasor didn't. Do you just Azure Drake here? This is kind of a rough turn. Kind of awkward.
Yeah, because your alternative is trying to clear with the Rock Biter. You can mitigate some damage, but you do need to start to race. You can't just sort of play defensive forever, because the Paladin is gonna kill you eventually.
I mean, this is a much more defensive Shaman. It can definitely play a lot slower. But we'll see what Tim Cargo decides to do. We'd love
Sure, you did get the
Lightning
Feral
Storm.
Spirits, so that'll be really helpful getting those tons.
I think we're gonna see another 4-card Divine Favor coming in. I think Phasor just plays all the 1-drops in his hand and Divine Favors again.
Yeah, just drawing a bunch of 1-drops plus a second Divine Favor, that's just so good for the Aggro Paladin. And then Tim Kago not having the Lightning Storm either is gonna be really rough for him. Let's see what he'll do. Looks like he doesn't want to commit too much, overcommit to the Lightning Storm. But this is still good.
Reporting for duty. I smell blood.
And yeah, I think Tim Kaga may have to play the Drake here.
There it is.
Exactly. Trying to get the Lightning Storm.
Job done.
Perfect
Yeah,
draw.
I think that was correct play. Just dig for Lightning Storm. It's coming eventually. He's got 2
Yeah.
of them in the deck.
And if you don't get it, you probably lost. It's too much damage to take.
Fight, maggot.
Speaking of too
but
much
now
damage, we're
Divine
going to see
Favor
another
for-
big Divine Favor. It's for 5. Even more than last
5
time.
cards. It's crazy. The Paladin drew 9 cards this game. Crazy.
Crazy. Honestly, Tim Kago doesn't know it. These cards that Paladin drew are not great. Not exactly what you're hoping for.
Yeah. If you're Tim Kago, I think you have to play the Feral Spirits here. You have to get up some taunts. But Phasor does have the equality to punch through then.
What to do?
And knowing Phasor's hand, the Fire Elemental would actually be better, just because Phasor didn't end up drawing any direct damage. Well, I guess he drew the Blessing of Might, but
Right. But it's so risky with Leroy left in the deck. Leroy
Yeah,
arguing
exactly.
Golems. I like this, playing the Mana Tide here.
that's a scary attack.
Yeah, it's scary, but I think you have to do it.
We're gonna see a lot of knives flying around.
Phasor,
Put this apple on your
it doesn't have lethal though.
The light protects me. Mind if I roll?
That's not a good knife.
Tim Kaga needs to get
Not a
the
good knife.
second Lightning Storm.
Oh my god. Yeah, second Lightning Storm, pray there's no Leroy, I guess. Earthshock is actually pretty big. He can Earthshock one of the card draw. Or you can Earthshock the
Let's see.
Squire to full clear the board. You can Earthshock Lightning Bolt one of the orders. And then Fire Elemental the
And Flame Taunt.
Knife Juggler.
Oh yeah, fire. Yeah.
But He gives his opponent 2 cards. That's really scary. He basically just has to hope Leroy's the bottom card of Phaser's deck. And then the other one, Arcane Golem, is the second bottom card.
Yeah, because Phaser already has the Blessing of Might in hand, so any charger is going to do it here. It might even be Tim Kaga might be looking at the Flame Tongue Totem play because he can squeeze into hero power and maybe he can get a taunt that way.
There is little time.
True.
But it looks like he's going with the Fire Elemental.
Yeah, he's going with the full clear, like I
Let's
mentioned.
see if Phaser draws.
He's got 3 chances to
Draws
draw
the
Leroy
charger.
or Arcane Golem.
Wow, that will do
That's-
it next turn with the Leopard Gnome Death Rattle.
Yeah. Sure will.
There's no healing, right? No healing for the Shaman.
No healing. There is the Hex.
Well, Shaman does have Hex. Hex for the Leopard Gnome.
Oh my god. This is getting
You definitely
silly.
still do it. Because, yeah, you definitely do it because it gets rid of the Manatide Totem. But,
Reporting for duty.
oh, he's not
I'm not going to
go for it.
consecrate.
So Tim Kago, we know that he needs the Hex. And there is a clear. We see he can fold clear and survive. So, we'll see
Yeah,
if
he needs to dodge
Tim Kago
charge for
plays
another
around
turn,
the-
but how many cards are left in Phaser's deck? It's going to be like 8.
Oh, it can't be much.
Oh, 5. Oh my
5.
goodness. No.
Yeah, so it's
Tomb.
40% chance.
No, if he doesn't hex the Leopard Gnome, it's just over.
If he gets a Taunt Totem and then clears everything except the Leopard Gnome, he can survive still.
Ooh, it's true.
But he's going to go with
Unfortunate.
the Lightning Storm.
It's devastating. It was so close to not being over.
Yeah, it was close, but I think the luck was still on Phaser's side. Eventually, he was going to get it.
Right. I mean, maybe Tim
So, 1-1.
draws the Alakir next draw, but I don't know.
Yeah, it was close. There was a line. If Tim did get the perfect draws and the perfect knowledge, there was a potential line to win. But yeah, it's still a rough situation.
Well, ties it up 1-1 if I'm not mistaken.
Yep, 1-1. Tim still needs to win with his Shaman and with his Handlock. And Phaser needs to win with his Rogue and his Druid. So, 2 good decks.
2 very good decks. Tim needs to win with Handlock and Shaman. Also 2 solid decks.
Yeah. see what they go with.
Wdalin versus
Rogue, bringing back the
I'll make my own.
Phasure.
I will not be denied.
The handlock. So yeah, so like you said, one of the wins that handlock handlock can get. It's not a great matchup, but if the cards align, you can win it.
Yeah. If you get the Molten Giants, there's a lot of bursts.
Yeah, he does
coming
have the
from
Sun
Phasure,
Fear
but,
already. Oh, and the Cold
you know,
Light. Are we going to see a mill?
we might. The big taunts will stop a combo Shadow Flame or combo Shadow Step play.
The light protects me.
So like,
Mhm.
we actually
And
saw
there's the Molten
Phasure
Sun Fury.
toss back leeway. Yeah, there's the Molten. I don't know if I'd play the Sun Fury, but Tim Kago a little bit worried about the mill.
Yeah, it is good tempo here, but in the late game, it could just get you those extra couple taunts.
Yeah. I don't know. I
guess
think
he's
with this
worried
hand,
about
I'm
Cold
okay
Blood.
getting milled. Like, I am totally fine if my opponent wants to waste a bunch of cards to mill me when I've got Molten Giant, Twilight Drake, double Taunt Giver. Like, I think I'm fine just tapping, honestly. But
Yeah, I think he was maybe just worried about the Cold Blood because he doesn't have a way to deal with it. It would be like a Pyroblast for Phasure. Yeah, and now as Phasure, you don't really want to play this Cold Light. Maybe you play it next turn with the Shadow Step, but
maybe. That's
yeah,
not
definitely
really
not a
good
situation
either.
you find yourself in often where handlock's at 4 cards.
Hello. We've got the Twilight Yeti 4/5 vanilla stats.
Yeah, and without Sap, this could be a problem. Yeah, I think without Saps, maybe keeping the second Sun Fury for that extra taunt wall could have been good as well. And now, do you think you should Shadow Step here on the Cold Light?
I don't think so. I don't know what it accomplishes other than giving your opponent more cards. You were really hoping for a Cold Blood to like beef up this Argent Squire.
Get in there and fight, maggot.
Yeah. Having to spend damage clearing minions.
Though I'm not sure what Tim Kago does the other way. We might see like a tap Farseer play or something silly like that.
I wonder.
Yeah, you want to save the Sun Fury for the Molten. The Farseer is good tempo here, so I don't hate that. You could also Shadow Flame here. Does take 5 damage off the board, but I guess you
I
don't
don't
really
think you
need
want
to
to Shadow Flame
prevent too
this
much
early.
damage now.
I think you might end up
Yeah,
Shadow
you're still
Flaming
pretty
next
healthy.
turn
You're at
though.
25.
Are we gonna see the no tap Farseer pass from Tim Kago here?
Honestly, no tap could be a good option. Healing for 2, and you do have a lot of the cards that you need in your hand. You've got the Sun Fury and the
Oh, wow,
Molten,
look at
you've got
this.
an AoE.
This is a my opponent doesn't have Blade Flurry
Spilling.
play, and he's right. but I still don't think it's good.
Yeah, I guess he's hoping to get the second taunter, but I think this is consistent with how he played it earlier with the Tempo Sun Fury. Playing it again here, defensive, but also just the extra tempo right from the 2/3. It is consistent with how he's been playing it. And then if the Watcher sticks around, you can faceless that, and that's also pretty good.
Yeah, it looks like it's gonna get eviscerated though. This is a full clear if Phasor wants it. I kind of like it.
Indeed.
Now what do you do? Oh, well, there you go. That's what you do.
That's good. Yeah. Otherwise, you probably faceless banana just to get back on board a bit. But yeah, this giant is huge. Do you tap here?
Yeah. I don't think so. I think you giant banana.
Yeah, that seems about right as well. You could tap if you're trying to dig for another taunter. Tingago does only have the one defender of Arcus though, because he has a Sunwalker. So that Molten may not be doing too much if he doesn't get the Arcus.
I mean, I think if the Molten does get value this game, it's getting Shadow Flamed, to be honest. But I'm not sure if
That's
we
true.
get that far.
I think going aggressive here. Yeah, because Tim, he has 10 damage. He has 2 chargers in hand. That's 10 damage. He's really close to killing Phasor.
He's 1 mana off the Arcane Golem Shadow Flame play. Ooh, I think you just play the second giant. Hello.
Are you in
Play the
danger of
second
dying?
giant.
Let's see. Phasor has 10 damage.
You're worried. You're
think you
maybe
are
worried
worried
about like
about-
a Leroy.
Yeah.
There's technically like a Leroy Coldblood Shadow Step out, but I think you play the giant, you trade into Mukla, you probably banana.
Well, I don't
the,
hate this. This maybe Arcane Golem, Shadow Flame, and just leave the Mukla up. I don't hate that either.
I guess it's not bad, but I don't love it. I think you just play the other Mountain Giant.
Yeah, you're
to be
just one
honest.
off from.
If you had 1 more mana, to,
Yeah,
like,
if you plan on
banana the
trading
golem,
with this one. Yeah, or just Leroy Shadow Flame as well, if you had 8 mana. But yeah, if you
might actually
if you
Shadow
trade
Flame
with your
this.
giant, then playing the second giant is
That's actually smart. I like those.
interesting
I
as
think.
well.
Do I like
Yeah.
those? I'm not sure.
This is like the extra mana doesn't really matter at this point in the game, but yeah, this is interesting. He's definitely playing it safe, right? Not leaving the Mukla up. Definitely playing around Leroy Double Shadow Step or any other absurd damage combo.
This guy's toast.
How much damage is
So
this?
that was the safer play, but now he doesn't have guaranteed
So
lethal.
he's got 17 health. Never mind, he's got lethal.
Oh wait, that's
Big draw.
That's game. Perfect top deck.
I mean, he had 2 Soulfires as well. I'm kind of surprised. I feel like we've seen this deck a few times from Tim, and we just haven't seen him draw Soulfire.
Yeah, honestly, I think this was really well played. Like Tim sort of identifying the tempo line early with the tempo Sun Fury, and then just committing to it and saying, "Yep, this is what I'm gonna do." So yeah, really well played.
Now it is up to Tim
Now
Kago
Tim just
Shaman.
has his shaman.
Yep. Against the aggro rogue, which he has defeated twice. And the Druid, which Shaman is a noted counter for.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, baby.
So yeah, we'll see what Frazier wants to queue up first. Either if he wants to keep going with the same aggro rogue, or if he wants to try to get the bad matchup over with.
I think you go with your favorable matchup first. Personally. But we'll see what he
How
decides to do.
favorable do you
like
think
said.
the aggro rogue is going to be? Because Shaman
I
does
mean-
have taunts, right? It does have the Send Runes, it has the Feral Spirits.
I mean, Shaman's never been great in the aggro. You have to draw basically perfectly for it to go well.
Of the elements now.
But I mean, I said Handlock would be pretty unfavored into the aggro rogue, and Tim was able to make that matchup work.
Yeah, didn't even need to play the Molten Giants either.
Yeah.
Frazier indeed going to go for the aggro rogue again. And this is good. I think Feral Spirits is definitely one of the cards you want to see as the Shaman in this matchup.
Welcome to my court.
No one drop for the Shaman. Feral Spirit is going to come down
But he did get,
before too long.
and he got the Lightning Storm.
Also going to be valuable.
Yeah, and Frazier not going what? Not going to play into the Lightning Storm, which is good as well.
Yeah, not yet. I think you're fine just
Yeah.
playing Feral
and against
Spirits
this,
here.
you just play the Feral Spirits.
Yeah, it really
Lines
feels
up
bad to
pretty
be
well with the
playing
board.
against. Really feels bad to play against double Leper Gnome as against an aggro deck. You really just feel like they hit the nuts.
I wonder.
Just forces so much damage.
Yeah. Yeah, and we see Frazier doesn't have a super great answer to the Feral Spirits. He does just have to kill them just with his minions. He has the Abusive, and then he can hit it with the Dagger. But then Tim doesn't really have a great play, just Totem.
Get in there and fight, maggot.
Gonna commit the Eviscerate actually. Keep as much stuff on the board as he can.
Yeah, preserving your board. Yeah, and that's fair, because you know Lightning Storm can't come out next turn.
This is not a great hand from. These are not the cards you want against aggro rogue. They're kind of the cards you want against Miracle
Right,
Rogue. I
Hex,
think Doomhammer's really
Doomhammer.
for that matchup.
Yeah, for sure. This is a really good anti-control hand. Just not. That's not what Frazier has right now.
Is this early enough to commit the Lightning Storm, you think? So I'm not sure if you're gonna get a better one.
Yeah, the Rogue is kind of running out of resources. They only have 3 cards left. I don't think there's not any reason to try to be greedy with the Lightning Storm. And you don't have a better play here. Like, what are you going to do, Doomhammer or just Totem Pass?
Yeah, I don't think Doomhammer take 4 damage is gonna be a winning line.
Yeah, so the Lightning Storm seems good, and then you have the 25% chance to roll the Taunt. That would be really big as well.
Mm-hmm. I mean, Searing Totem's also pretty good. Especially with how the hand lines up for Phaedra. He's probably going to drop the Mukla. Well, I guess it just dies to the dagger.
Searing Totem... Yeah, whereas if he gets another
Never mind.
totem, he does threaten the banana. But, he won't get
Yeah, he's
the-
actually just
the
hoping for
Lightning
not Searing Totem here, I think. which of course we see what happens.
Unlucky. Yeah, now this sets up Phasor for a good Mukla. And he has the Shadow Step. Now he's got a lot of damage.
Oh, yeah.
And you probably have to Hex here, right? You can't afford to take this damage. And I don't think you can afford to overload yourself with the lava.
Well,
burst,
what he's thinking is maybe lava burst and potentially saving the Hex for his own minion just to stop 1 damage, but
yeah,
probably not going to get him anything done against a rogue.
Yeah, I think that's just playing to not lose. Maybe he's thinking about if he needs to Earth Shock this frog. Because you're not really going to Earth Shock anything else in this deck.
I would probably do it.
Yeah, just spending the mana now. But,
Well, there's an Earthshock target.
well, that is one of the Earthshock targets. Yeah. Yeah, and if you're Phasor, you might just play the Arcane Golem here. Or he's just going to go for Leroy. I guess that makes sense. There's no Bloodlust or anything. He can't punish you with tokens.
The light protects me.
Well, Tim Kago needs some kind of taunts. That's not going to do it.
Yeah, he needs to...
He needs to roll
He needs
taunt
to hero
totem.
power.
There's no way around it.
He does
needs
survive
to
if he
roll-
gets it.
True. I think you play Tinkmaster here first and then hero power.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, Tinkmaster hero power. I like that play. Yeah, I think Phasor Shadow Stepping to Leroy definitely telegraphs that his hand is just all damage.
Okay.
Oh, and he does get it.
And he gets the taunt
Oh, and he
totem.
he
Okay.
won. That is what he needed.
This is a
Yeah,
lot
so he
of
does survive
damage.
here. He did get the rolls he needed. But he still has to do 27 damage to Phasor. Phasor's got a lot of damage in his deck.
Yeah, the problem is like the Leroy. There's so many cards in this deck that buff Leroy.
Yeah, now Tim needs to roll another Taunt Totem.
10, 15, 18. It's not enough.
He can clear and hope that Phasor
He's got
doesn't top deck
25.
damage.
He has 25 damage. Doomhammer,
I wasn't even
Rockbiter
looking
would
at
have been
his hand.
10, 18 on board. He would have been able to Lightning Bolt and Flame Tongue for another 7. That's 25 damage. He was so close.
Yeah, I wasn't even
I
thinking
mean, now
about
you
his
just
board.
have to full clear and pray, basically. I think.
Yeah. Yeah, because he didn't get the Taunt Totem. But the odds are Phasor has Abusive, 2 Cold Bloods, 2 Deadlies. Okay, his entire deck is damage. So
What card doesn't
seems
win?
like Loot Hoarder,
He's got a Loot Hoarder.
and that's it. And that's it, I think. I think everything else either is damage or draws him into damage.
Yeah, there it is.
Yeah.
It got closer than expected.
Another close game. Yeah. 2-2. Close game, close series. And now it's the Shaman versus... what is Vazier's last deck? The Druid?
The Druid. The matchup the Shaman wants.
Yeah, so Tim... looks like he might be happy going into this last game.
Brawl versus Malfurion.
Cenarius, guide me to victory. You are in the court of the elements now.
This is Vazier's Druid. Let me get that up. And if you're Tim,
toss this
probably
land.
just full mold this.
Yeah,
Keeping
I'm
the
surprised
Rock
he kept
Biter,
Rock Biter.
Yeah, I might have just tried to go for more minions.
Welcome to my court.
Meanwhile, Phasor also not with the cleanest hand ever.
No wild growth. Not what you want to see as the Druid. But he still has a good curve. 3 into 4. Into 4.
Actually going to get the Harvest Golem out now.
And I think this is correct. Yeah, you do want to just get an early minion to kill off the totems. You want to keep the Shaman's board narrow in the early game, and this is one of the ways you do it. So yeah,
It makes the curve a little bit more awkward. It ends up being correct because it denies the Tank Master, funny enough.
Yeah.
Although in theory, you got a 50-50.
But yeah.
You can turn your own guy into a 5/5, or you can turn the Harvest Golem into a 1/1.
Yeah,
Only
you
a
can
1 in
hear
4
with the
chance
Rock
to just
Biter,
lose
so I
his
guess,
forehead. Might see a Flame Tongue.
Yeah. I think you should. Otherwise, this thing is just going to start killing your totems.
Yeah.
It's kind of bad to just leave just Flame Tongue on the board by itself, but you do need to start controlling the Druid's board. And we can see that Phasor doesn't have a play for next turn. So if Tim Kago does go for this, he won't get punished.
Yeah, it's kind of why this was so strange to me. Like, Phasor just willingly opting into no turn 4 or turn 3. Probably play that, yeah.
Oh, that Feral Spirit's is really good here. Really good top deck.
It's really good, but the Keeper
I think
still comes
Master wouldn't
down.
have been too bad.
I must safeguard the land.
I don't really like Tankmaster there.
Yeah, and Phasor does have Swipe. Team Kago decides to trade with the Wolves.
I might Hero Power. If you don't roll spell damage, you probably Rock Biter. If you do, you Lightning Bolt. So I don't think you want to double trade here and put both your minions at 1 health. I guess Swipe kills it anyways.
Yeah, that makes sense. I think, yeah, going for the totem, you don't really have anything else to play, so just developing a minion seems pretty good here. I was going to go for the Tank
Well,
Master.
that's disaster.
Unfortunately, it loses the 50-50 and gets cleared by Swipe.
Yeah, this opens up the Azure Drake to be played
Honestly,
safely,
that-
though, so it's
that-
not actually the end of the world.
Yeah, it could have decided the game right there. If he did get the 5-5, that could have just won the game outright. And now the game's more even.
It's more even, but it's still, I think, in the Shaman's favor at the moment. Although,
Yeah, he still has the
it's still
Hex
a little bit
left.
awkward.
He can do... Hero Power to Arcus will be really good here, getting the value trade against the Senjin. Second Hex is really good as well. Yeah, I think the value trade here is just too good.
Yeah, especially with the healing totem roll, keeping your Drake nice and healthy.
Yeah, that's insane. Yeah, healing totem or spell power would have been good as well to get the lightning bolt clear. So 50% chance of a good totem is not, too outrageous. But yeah, now Tim is really ahead on board.
Yeah, this is what you kind of expect as the shaman.
You may just need to... Yeah.
That's what the deck is trying to do against Druid.
Do you just need to play Ancient of Lore?
I mean, I don't think that Keeper Hero Power is a winning line, so probably.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because then you're just floating 2 mana. You're still taking 5 damage. So he's gonna go for it.
Yeah. I mean...
And Tim doesn't really have any more minions, but he has 2 hexes.
It's an okay draw. The Phage are a little bit bailed out by the fact that Tim is a really spell-heavy and doesn't really have what he wants.
Right. Yeah, he's not able to press his advantage here. And Phasure, I guess he's hoping that he can outvalue him with double Ancient of Lores in his hand. And he's got the Harrison if the Doomhammer comes down.
Right. I think I just send all this face, to be honest. That's Tim. He might be tempted to full trade since the healing totem will heal itself back up.
Yeah, if you trade... yeah, but then you're spending either a Rock Biter or a Lightning Bolt. Neither are too great. Neither are cards that you really want to spend on a Keeper. And with a spell-heavy hand like this, maybe you want to keep sort of your spells in hand to deal with your opponent's big minions, since you don't really have any minions of your own to develop.
I don't know.
So he's going to clear, though.
It's awkward. I'm not really sure. I mean, Tim just needs to draw a minion in the next couple turns, like a big one. He's got a few in the deck. He's got a bunch of 6 drops. He's got an Alakir.
He's got a lot. Yeah, like almost half
deck
of his
is no
deck
slouch.
is just good draws. Yeah.
Azure Drake.
Phasure Saving Grace here really is just that Tim Kago doesn't have the minions. Even though it's a threatened board, there's no real way he can take advantage of it.
Why did he attack the taunt? It's just going to get healed.
I guess just for fun, right? Just because he was hero power, you get the armor, and then you might as well attack for fun.
I guess.
But yeah, it probably doesn't do anything.
I think this tempo hex is fine. I would definitely play Blood Mage here.
Yeah, you definitely want to draw into your minions. Yeah, there's no Ancient of Wars for Phasure. Phasure, he doesn't have too much of a top end, just Sylvanas and Rag along with Ancient of Wars. So yeah, Hex there is fine.
Yeah, I guess it's not the heaviest Druid list ever. There's a lot of 3 drops with the double Harvest Golem. He's got a full hand now. Gotta play something.
Double Harvest. Yeah, we haven't seen the second swipe. If he does get that, it could be pretty good for him.
Where shall I strike?
Well, I'm gonna see a very powerful lightning
That is
storm.
one of the cards you wanted to see.
Yeah, and there's the Flame Tongue totem that you're looking for with a board of totems like this. If you roll
this
spell
is the
damage,
payoff that Tim Kago was waiting for.
if you press totem, you get spell damage, and then you get a 5 damage AoE potentially. If these both hit 5, it's pretty crazy. Oh, that's disappointing.
2 low rolls. Still not bad. Yeah.
Yeah, I think you
Probably still play the Flame Tongue and get the trades.
Well, you can't play Flame Tongue right now. That's why this is really awkward.
Right.
It's still not too bad, but that's rough.
Yeah, I like getting the draw here in the Thalnos. And then now you can trade. Probably just trade the Divine Shield and the Searing Totem and just go face, because now you have the pressure that you need.
Yeah, there's no Force of Nature for Phasor. He does have the Wrath for Flame Tongue. There's a swipe, but that actually doesn't quite do what he wants. There's a lot of 3 health minions.
Almost 1 turn too late. He does have the Drake though, so Drake's swipe will actually be pretty good. If he kills the Flame Tongue, that really only leaves Tim with not
it leaves
too much
3
power
attack on board.
Right, which is not too bad. You've also seen a Rockbiter, so you don't have to worry too much about a Doomhammer. And Tim actually has no more Rockbiters left in deck. So he's going for the Sylvanas.
Hmm.
I have no time for games.
This is interesting.
That kind of makes sense, though. He still gets to kill the Rockbiter, or the Flame Tongue, rather, which is the scary one. I would hex this.
Yeah, and it's 3 power versus 4 power. Yeah, I would hex this. There are no taunts. There's no Ancient of Wars, right? And so you don't really need to save it for a big taunt. Now, as Tim, your game plan is now you're trying to end the game as fast as possible.
Well, you can.
You're
I said that.
Before Phasor outvalues
Yeah, he wants to get the Karen in, so he's actually not going to hex. He has a bunch of small taunts, so he's going to hope these hold. And they are.
Yeah,
They're
and
going to hold
Phasor
enough.
can clear the taunts with the Drake swipe, but he can't kill his own Sylvanas.
If he does that, he dies. If he does that, he dies, because Alakir Lightning Bolt will deal 9, and then he has the 4 from the Cairn. Phasor has to armor up, or he loses. And he's not going to see it. That's it.
He does the taunt
Unless
save
he
him
plays-
here?
The taunt saves him.
No, it doesn't.
Oh, it doesn't?
If he plays swipe here, no, because he can't play the taunt and swipe because he needs to play swipe.
Yeah, if he plays swipe here, no matter how he plays it, he leaves at least 4 attack on board, and then he dies. If he plays the taunt, he can get rid of 1 attack.
And he can't clear all the little minions.
But that's another 6
he
health for Tim to get through.
survives.
Yeah, the taunt keeps him alive.
Yeah, it does, because he can't hex and Alakir in the same turn. So from what we can see, he does need to.
That's it.
taunt.
That's it.
But
Is he gonna do it?
There it is.
There it is. Oh man, what a game. Tim Kago,
Yeah. Wow.
the legend himself,
What a close game.
takes it with the shaman.
There's more to you than meets the eye. Take
As long as he doesn't
Our
misclick lightning
final
bolt.
tournament champion. Yeah.
The North American tournament champion of all time.
The immortal champion, Tim Kago.
Wow.
All right.
What a fun finals that
Try to
was,
get him
actually.
on the call. It was really close too, right at the end.
Yeah, what a run for Phasor as well, though. Unfortunate that he picked up a couple losses with his aggro rogue at the end, but he was doing a lot of damage with it. throughout the previous rounds of the tournament. Got to bring his patented mid-range hunter. I think this list is his own, and I think a lot of classic players adopted it as the standard mid-range hunter list. Pulled out the aggro paladin, even busted out the druid. Not a deck you usually associate with Phasor.
Yeah. Okay, Tim. Tim's asking to. Can you add him to the Discord call?
We would need to make a new one. I think I need to friend Tim Kago as well. We need to make a group call.
Okay.
Give me a second. Yeah, I would need Tim Kaga to accept my friend request, and then I can add him to the group, and we can do it. As Tim Kaga types in the Discord chat and spoils who won. He forgot that there was a delay.
So let's wait for Tim to get here. I have his decks up.
All right. Hey, you both here?
Hello, hello. Congratulations.
Congratulations, Tim Kago. The NA tournament champion of all time, or whatever I said earlier. I definitely butchered it, though.
Yeah, Tim, you're the immortal NA champion right now. How does it feel?
Are you guys able to hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah,
Oh, perfect.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Feels great. I mean, I'm really disappointed that Classic is going away. I've been playing it back when it first came out, right, in the beta. And, continued playing the game after that, through many standard seasons until those quests came out. And then I just thought I would just quit Hearthstone, right? And then Classic mode was there. And so decided to, give it a shot, experience old times, and ended up enjoying it so much that I played it basically every season. Started playing it on Europe, right? Then started playing it on Asia, and then suddenly I was getting like triple legend every season. And probably played too much, to be honest, right? But it's been fun.
Yeah, I will say, I think I've had you as a friend on Battle.net since longer than the Classic Hearthstone Discord actually existed, so it's good to actually hear your voice after all this time. You're a real person. I mean,
I've joined other tournaments, but I usually bring fun decks. Like I'll bring a Crusher deck, right? I'll bring Priest. But the problem with the format is you have to win with every deck that you bring. And so, sometimes those fun decks don't win. So this time, given it was the last tournament, thought I would take it seriously and, kind of took the decks that I've had the most success with on ladder.
Makes sense.
And it did work out
so,
for you.
I guess that transitions into the next thing is the decks you brought. So I guess just go ahead and explain why you brought these 4 decks, why you win with them so much.
They're the decks that I've just spent the most time learning. Actually most of the learning I've had in the game isn't so much playing it, but spectating people, right? So I have 4 kids, so I can't really actually play the game that much. Chasing them around the house and, trying to, make sure they're not getting in trouble. But, you can watch somebody kind of, right? Like while we're doing that. And so if you make friends with the best players, right? So I've watched, Thunder a lot, Phasure a ton, and you just kind of learn what other people do and ask them questions, and then practice it yourself. So that's how I learn. Most of what I know is just watching people. But so I brought Shaman. It's just an all around good deck. It has good matchups versus most decks. I mean, it struggles sometimes, with aggro. So that was the one deck I was wondering if I'd be able to beat Phasure with, and my previous opponent, but pulled through. Had to beat the Druid, I guess. But and then Handlock, another just solid deck. Again, not so great versus aggro, but it's good versus other matchups. Like, my plan was just not ban Rogue, but I only seemed to face aggro Rogue, so it didn't work out the way I'd imagined.
There was a lot of aggro Rogue in this tournament, as
Right.
it turned out.
I brought it too, so I can't complain.
Yes, what was your thinking there for the aggro rogue? Just
It's just-
following Phasure.
I mean, I've watched him play it a lot. I've played it myself, and I don't know. I feel like it might be the best deck there is. If you want to get rank 1, that's kind of been the hidden secret. People think it's Miracle Rogue. That might be right, but I don't know. Aggro Rogue is very consistent, and it beats so many decks. So most people banned it, so I barely got to play it, if at all.
Yeah, I actually think we never saw your aggro rogue, because now that I look at it, it's got a Perdition's Blade in it. Pretty interesting. I think we haven't seen your rogue this tournament.
Yeah, and it just everyone bans it, so just it's kind of like getting a win in a way, right? But yeah, I had the most challenging matches throughout the tournament were with Shaman. It's just the hardest deck to play right, at least for me. And so there's some games I think I could have won with that deck, and I just ran out of time, and just didn't sequence it right. But it's fun.
Yeah, your Shaman games at the end were really interesting. And well, we were actually talking because you were queuing into Phasure in the finals with a lot of aggro decks, and we were saying your decks, you're kind of playing from behind with you've got your Handlock and your Shaman both not really great into some of the aggro decks that Phasure was bringing, but you managed to clutch it out actually really well. Particularly that Handlock game was really impressive. I liked how you tried to play the Tempo Sun Furies. So yeah, I guess kind of tell us about that, like that game. Like what was your game plan?
Yeah, I mean, the danger of aggro rogue is that they, put down the Argent Squire, and then they add 4 attack to it with Cold Blood, and then as Handlock you're kind of doomed unless you happen to have an owl or something. So that's why I tempoed that out. Luckily he didn't have it, but yeah, I don't know. Handlock is a very difficult deck to play, and surprised I won those games. I mean, I was aiming, and not in the one versus Phasure, but the previous matchup, to queue into the Warrior, because it's not that hard to beat an aggro face Warrior with Handlock. You just throw up a taunt and then you win, typically.
Right.
But
Kind of what I was thinking. Yeah.
Twice in a row, and he didn't queue the Warrior, and I was like, oh man, this isn't good. But somehow I managed to beat Hunter. So a lot of it comes down to just getting the Moltens at the right time with the taunt. But I mean, with my particular Handlock deck, it's worse than aggro, I think, than most. I don't even have the Mortal Coils in the deck. So
right. Yeah, we were saying you shoved a lot of top end. You seem to be targeting control a lot with your lineup, actually, with your sort of heavier Handlock and the Shaman. Was that sort of your game plan?
It was, because all the previous tournaments I faced heavy decks. It was almost like a competition of who could make the greediest lists. So I just assumed it would work out that way this time, and didn't. Instead, I faced a lot of heavy aggro, and just got lucky and was able to pull off a win.
Well, it still worked out for you. You won. Yeah, really impressive. Like those last games, especially with the Shaman, there was some real nail biters, right? Rolling the correct totems at the correct time. and getting the Tink Master as well. Some really close games. Now, last year's ended up going.
I thought I
too
could have
soon.
beat the Paladin. I was thinking about hexing the gnome, and then just like putting a banana and a flame tongue down, hitting the monkey, hexing the gnome, and then lightning storm. It would have taken me more turns to get to lethal if I did that, but I would have lived the next turn. Maybe I didn't see his hand, but
yeah, we were talking about that. We could see his hand. Obviously. So we were talking to ourselves like, oh, Tim has to hex the leper gnome here, or he dies. But yeah, it was definitely a hard play to see if you can't see the opponent's hand.
Yeah, because if you give them an extra turn, because it's going to take you an extra turn to kill them, you got to consider that too. So it's like, do you take the risk and hope they don't have it? But yeah, oh well. Hold it out at the end.
Yeah, it was really good. It's actually really interesting. Let's talk about your decks for a bit. We didn't get to see your rogue really played at all, but there is a sap and a perdition's blade in there. So maybe talk us through what your reasoning behind those were.
Yes, the perdition's blade is usually there to help, beat decks like Zoo. I figured folks, given the success they've had with that in previous tournaments, would bring a lot of Zoo. So it kind of can swing the matchup in the aggro rogue's favor. So it also helps versus other aggro decks. So that's kind of the thought, including that into the deck. But yeah, again, I didn't really get to play that deck, so
yeah, that makes sense. And what about the sap? What do you think of sort of the modern take that aggro rogue doesn't need sap?
Well, I know Phasor doesn't run sap, and he consistently gets rank 1 with the deck. So if I was on ladder, I wouldn't necessarily run it. But again, I was assuming I'd be facing some greedier lists that would have some taunts that I need to get through. So I added it just 1, just in case that happened. So that's the reason I put that in there.
I wanted to ask about your specific handlock list, actually, with the kind of a hybrid between a full combo handlock and the more late game with the Sunwalker and the Ragnaros. You got a Doomsayer in, only 1 Argus, no Mortal Coils, a Siphon Soul. There's a lot of interesting decisions in this list. I wanted to ask you about some of them.
Yeah, the name of the list is Kill Rogue. So coils, they don't do anything versus rogue. So except you have dead cards in your hand, and that end up costing you the game. And then I cut one of the Argus and put in a Sunwalker instead, because oftentimes versus rogue, you don't get to put that Argus down on a minion if they keep clearing or sapping your board. So you can throw down Sunwalker towards the end of the game, and sometimes they can't get through it, and it just swings the matchup more in your favor. So again, I was thinking that there'd be a lot of Miracle Rogue that I'd be facing. Again, there wasn't. It was more aggro. So that deck choice would have been made much differently if I knew what I was getting myself into.
And were you planning on banning Druid for a lot of your matches? It seems your plan was to leave Rogue up, right?
Yeah, if it was Miracle Rogue, I was fine, leaving that up. But I wasn't afraid of Druid either. I mean, Shaman's good into Druid, and right. You can with Sap at least 1 in aggro Rogue. Like if you can play it right, you can win that matchup as well. And then Handlock, it's my deck's pretty decent. I think I have a favorable win rate versus Druid, but when you're playing the best folks in the tournament, maybe not, but it's decent. I think the deck actually that I banned throughout the tournament was Shaman. So over and over again, I was banning Shaman because it's really bad for my handlock, and I don't know. I don't like the Shaman mirror a whole lot, so wanted to avoid that.
Yeah, that makes sense. We did
Makes
see a lot
sense.
of shaman in this tournament. Yeah, if you're bringing handlock and druid, yeah, that makes sense. So yeah, about this shaman, you've got a Tink Master in there. So tell us about that.
It just wins you the game sometimes. Like if you get a totem out and there's no other minion on the board, you can coin out Tink Master and it turns into a 5/5 Dino Totem. The game's over almost every time. And so, I even versus Rogue, like I'll do that play. I won't save it for like, an auctioneer or something. And you usually win if you get that. And so since you have these often useless totems, it kind of works in Shaman better than it works in most other decks. You can run it in Paladin as well, but I don't know. It's just a fun card to play as well.
Yeah, I can see it. You did. There was that one turn that we saw where you got the I think the perfect rolls. You hit the 50-50 to get the 5/5 Tinker Master, and then you hit the correct totem. I think it was the taunt totem, and that let you stabilize for that game. I think it was I think one of the final games against Phasure. But yeah, that was a really one of the really high rolling moments that Tinker Master could do.
Yeah, it kind of backfired me on other times too, where gave me the 1/1 and then it set up a perfect swipe, which probably wasn't the right play, but it was worth a shot.
Right, that did happen too.
Yes, we're closing in on a 1 a.m. on the East Coast, I guess. Should start wrapping things up. So, if you have any final thoughts on just the general Classic community or any other related final goodbyes to Classic you have, Tim, then now's your chance.
Yeah, I'm gonna miss it. I'm gonna miss all the people, right, that I queue into over and over again on all the different servers and the community on Discord, and it's really unfortunate. I mean, in my opinion, the bots are the reason the mode is going away, because we don't think about it much, but if you're somebody trying out Classic for the first time, right, what you're going to experience is like basic bot after basic bot endlessly. And if you can suffer through that and then get to Legend, maybe you're hoping to face some people, but that's probably not going to happen either, right? You're going to be with the more advanced zoo bots, and then you have to grind thousands of ranks just to face somebody. So that just doesn't work to keep a game mode growing. I think if you could, if they actually banned the bot somehow and it was just people, I think we would have much more growth in the mode, and it would have been harder for them to get rid of it. So it's just really unfortunate. So I don't know what I'm going to do. I mean, I don't like the standard game mode anymore. I just don't think it's a good card game. So I'll probably take a break for a while and, think about other options. But yeah, it's sad. So I don't know. Maybe I'll join the EU tournament tomorrow and give that a go. We'll see.
Yeah. Well, you are the final NA champion for all time. So that basically means you beat the classic Hearthstone game mode.
Yeah. I guess forever will be the final boss. I don't know. Of NA at least, right? But yeah.
Speaking of the EU tournament, we do have that happening in about 12 hours, 1 a.m. or 1 p.m. Eastern time. That's 7 p.m. Central European, 10 a.m. Pacific. We've got the final Hearthstone tournament on the EU server. I believe that will be Wdalin and Opposition bringing you that one. I will be at work, so I will miss at least the first half of it. Y'all are in good hands, as you know. Wdalin actually did a really good job. We brought him in like 3 days before the tournament because we set the whole tournament up in 3 days. And him and Oppo were working for a while getting the stream up nicely. Hopefully everything looked well.
Yeah, appreciate you guys, putting this together. I know it didn't seem like it was going to happen at first, but, we had to make it happen somehow. So appreciate, putting that effort and time in and setting this up.
Yeah, things did go smoother than I expected, so it's a win for us as well. Yeah, so congratulations, Tim Kago. You are the winner. Is it Tim Kago or Tim Kago? Derp and I were talking about this.
Tim Kago, like Chicago,
Tim Kago.
Are you from Chicago?
originally.
Originally, back in the day.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah. So that's Any shout outs that you want to give, Tim? Anyone in the community?
I mean, I already shouted some folks out, but like I said, there's a lot of really good players that you can learn from. At least used to be able to, right? Just by watching. Ross, I'll give a shout out to Miracle Maker. He played a lot of Rogue. Learned a lot from him. Learned a lot from Phasure, and Thunder and Winterborn. Lots of folks out there. So, thanks to all the mods, right, on the Discord server as well. So,
Yeah, all really good players. So welcome to the Hall of Champions, Tim Kago. Congrats again on winning the NA tournament. Maybe we'll see you tomorrow for EU. Maybe not.
we'll see. All right. Have a good night.
All right. Have a good night, Tim. Derp, any last words?
I mean, I think I've basically said my piece. Just shout outs to basically everyone in the community. Y'all are awesome. I'm glad I got to be a part of it. Even if it didn't end the way we wanted it to. It's about the journey,
Yeah, it's sad that
Happy
things are going away.
We got to don't cry because it's over, smile because it happened and all that. But it isn't over.
Exactly.
So we got one more tournament.
Exactly, yeah. One more tournament. So we will be back here soon in 12 hours. That's the stream.